changed everything to play in the major.
That's the goal of any player of this game.
It was always a dream for me to win a major.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized.
It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
It's the last CSGO major, the pressure is rising.
If you win a major, you'll be remembered forever.
This is a major history. Winning the major is the ultimate dream, but to some, it will only ever be a dream. You can trust me on that. It's the toughest level of competition. It's the fiercest, toughest battle there is. You etch your name in history. You guarantee that nobody will ever forget your name.
What makes majors special are the importance historically.
Some of the legacies that have been forged, that have been started.
I mean, it's the most prestigious tournament in the game.
Every team is striving to qualify, to do well.
It has a real process of qualification where everyone in the world gets an honest shot at competing.
But the one thing everybody always works for each and every year are those rare majors.
And that's what we're all here to play. That's what everyone wants to play.
What I believe that every Counter-Strike player wants to achieve, that's the one thing that everyone wants to try and win.
Being able to write their legacies, become legends.
They mean so much more. You're immortalized in the game.
This is the pinnacle, the zenith, if you will, of the CSGO calendar.
If you're a top team, winning a major can save your season.
This is your opportunity to really show yourselves, to really show that your team can shine.
It's the bookend at the end of everybody's chapter.
One of my biggest memory from back when I was entering the scene as a pro were that a lot of people were against me because they didn't think that I had enough and didn't believe that I would become the next big star from Sweden. And that was something that made me more motivated than ever to break it off and succeed with. I mean, when they introduced the majors back in 2013, we were still playing at conventions. So seeing it just explode to become like arena events and like people can be there live and watching it like a traditional sport was just like unreal feeling. It is a feeling that no one can't really understand until you actually sit there on a stage. The nerves is something else. Like I can't really say it in words and explain it good because the pressure is so much higher, the stakes are higher. I'm pretty sure the nerves got to us when we played the two first majors and come second at both of them. But I'm also pretty sure on the first major, when we won over Berrigan in semifinals, which were our big rivals, and we lost against them like five tournaments in a row. We felt that was the final. That's what every one of us felt like when we won that game and we beat them. Yeah, this is in our bag basically because we have beaten the best team over here. And then Fnatic is standing on the other side and shock everyone, even us.
Fnatic take the victory. DreamHack Winter 2013 champions.
I mean, it was a sweet feeling to finally get it because it felt like it was destined to end up in our hands in the two first ones.
16-13, it finally happens.
I think it was also like a breaking point for the team, so that's why I was crying in the end, because it felt like we were in a slump. We didn't perform to our level. We started off bad and doing everything in my power to push it through and play that good in the final, and the whole playoffs was just the answer that was needed for us and me personally to be like, hey, I cemented myself as one of the players that actually has won a major in CSGO. It would have been sweeter to win more than just one. But I did win with the right group of people because I consider them family and friends for life.
I think for me, probably the number one retiree is Get Right. I think as somebody that I think of as a sort of a foundational person within this space, somebody who showed that you could become a full-time professional gamer, and I think inspired more people than we can probably count.
Getter was definitely the player you thought he was. He was a really good friend and he sacrificed a lot for us, and he was never like ego. He always thought about the team first and what was best for the team. Like for me, I think he did a lot for the scene, a lot for CSGO in general. I think he is a legendary player. He's a historical figure when you guys think about CSGO.
I think you can look at the moment where he brought out that trophy in Stockholm as maybe a summary of everything that he achieved and why he is such an important person to have in the space. I think he's made it clear that although he's done, playing competitively, he'll never be done in the impact and what he continues to bring to the Counter-Strike community.
I think the mentality of what I did in my career would probably be the best answer for my legacy in CSGO, and to be like that grinder or hard-working person, that's what I want my legacy to be standing for. I think I did my part in my career, and I'm happy where I stopped.
I think in the early days, it was about winning what was then just the biggest competition there was. Nobody knew about the depth of history that was going to be written. Now we are 19 majors deep.
I don't think we quite understood that the whole legacy about majors was going to be as it is today.
To me, it's the standout players. They're the ones that win it, you get eternalized. It's so magical that you capture snapshots in history. I will always remember the legendary plays and players of the majors.
For those who have retired, it's the legacy they've left behind. And for the major winners out there, it's a reminder that they were once the best, and an ever-needed chase of this elusive feeling of being on top of the world.
I think there are two types of people. There could be people who win a major and say, that's it, I did what I came here to do. There are some other people who will always fight to win 2 and 3 and want to have the legacy of having been the best to have ever done it.
It's absolutely bonkers when you think about Dupree being the only player ever to make it to every single major. It's kind of bonkers that you think that a player has actually done that. But I kind of can't think of any person that would be more equipped to make that achievement possible.
I've won 4 majors. My first one was in Atlanta. It was always a dream for me to win a major, and it was the goal of my career to win 1 major.
And Astralis, they win the first major championship.
Winning the first one was very, very unique. I felt like I was among players that had achieved something special within the game that a lot of people don't get to do.
Winning a major is definitely an important part for every player in his career, and obviously I haven't managed to do that yet. The pressure is rising.
If CSGO ends and he does not get his major trophy, that will be a sad moment for his career.
If I won the major, it's gonna be unbelievable, because that's the goal of any player of this game. It's winning the majors. I want to be there. I want to play in front of the crowd. I want to be like Olzeo. I want to be like all of myself. I want to shine like them.
Lifting the major trophy is would mean so much to me. It's been the only thing that I haven't been able to do in my career. Immediately the first players and team that I thought of was the Cloud9 team that won the Boston major.
Cloud9, the E-League major champions.
They've done something that I haven't been able to do yet. You don't know what it feels like until you have one.
There's a different kind of pressure when you play a major.
Our journey in Rio Major, we got all the way to the final and sadly we lost. I will never forget that feeling. It still hurts when you look back. You need to believe that you can go all the way.
If I would be able to call myself a major winner one day, I would be very, very happy.
The most iconic one for myself on a personal level is the one that we won in Poland, in Katowice, which was the major, and that was the event where I had just lost my father, so I wanted to go and make him proud.
The loss of his father, no doubt he'll be smiling down on him now because he has broken all the records along with his team.
He started off as a kid, he's now a dad. It's insane the amount of his life that he's dedicated to this game.
Nico.
Nico.
It's Nico?
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
"10 years of Counter-Strike Major, 10 years of legendary plays, 10 years filled with history of winners, losers, heartbreaks, and triumphs. The Major is the pinnacle of competition. It is the gateway for legends, and its trophy, a maker of kings. Paris will be our very last Major in CSGO. For one last time, we get to crown the champion in our beloved game."
CS have been in my life forever.
Counter-Strike in my life for 15 years.
I've been playing this game for 2/3 of my life.
I grew up with Counter-Strike.
I didn't really know what I wanted in my life. CSGO was that answer for me.
It's what I've always done. It's my whole life.
I've done a lot of things in CS and I've sacrificed a lot to get there.
For me, there's something that activates inside me. I think this comes down to I want it so bad.
My life is Counter-Strike and I live and breathe it.
Now it's all coming down to just one tournament.
Interesting position. Oh my God! Emma! Oh! It all ends! Game Legion with a legendary run. Dreams becoming reality right before our very eyes. Can anyone stop this vitality streak?
And then they were two. This incredible marathon turns into a sprint for our grand finalists. They've given it their everything. They've played countless matches, countless maps, countless rounds. Their reward is a rendezvous with destiny, as one single match stands between these players and history. This grand final will transform their life, and nerves will be tested as they lay it all on the server. But there will be no holding back, because champions write their own legends.
A decade of CSGO majors, our beautiful game now reaching its pinnacle. From Jönköping all the way back in 2013 to the French capital 10 years later, it's been an epic journey to say the least. And we are by no means done yet. We need to be crowning a champion.
Tonight, we're going out in a blaze of glory. Look around you. We own this arena! CSGO came to France for its final farewell!
It is time to get this grand final underway, the last one ever in CSGO history.
C'est votre major! C'est votre moment! Pour la scène de Counter-Strike! Allez! 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 And now Apex is left to clutch. They're close. He shoots! It's so damn close! The pistol! players map up in a major grand finals. The pressure is off, but it is not done yet. And he leans on who other than the legend of Lens. And then they walk into Apex. Isaac with everything on him. Vitality show. It's a full house from the French. No holds back. No surrender. Your Blast TV Paris Major Champions, Team Vitality.
I never imagined this. I don't think I can imagine my life without CSGO.
I want to be there for you, to fucking make history.
If you have a dream and you give everything for the dream, see, it's happening. We don't play a final, we win it. Let's get this fucking trophy together.
Nothing competes with a major. It's our Super Bowl. It's our World Cup. The pressure comes from the implication of what this event means.
There has never been a clearer closing door for the end of a game. You're never going to get another chance. It's now or never.
The dream is so close.
This is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for 10 years.
This is our monkey theory. You have to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title, that's just the ultimate goal. Anything is possible.
Can he step up when called upon? Oh, yes he can!
I wake up every morning to win. I work to win. And I live to win. So we don't it, we stay together and we fuck them.
Hver hele fucking tiden.
Who knows what the hell's gonna happen?
The penultimate day of the Blast Fall groups, but yesterday was simply a story of survival. Unfortunately, nobody wants to be falling to the showdown, but that is where Complexity find themselves, absolutely manhandled by Astralis on their own pick of overpass and clawing themselves one step closer to potentially making it on home soil. Unfortunately for OG, they also met the same fate. Things got dicey on that third map of Ancient, but it was big to prevail, and tabseN to be standing tall with a hell of a rating on that third and final map. The clock is ticking, and it is clicking down fast. I've got Jacob and Matthew joining me down here on the show floor, because yesterday, things got pretty crazy, Matthew. It's a couple of teams surviving, a couple of teams not so much.
Yes, indeed. I think the matches that delivered were pretty much not the one we expected in a way. Most of us had imagined that Astralis Complexity would be a little bit closer than it actually turned out, and we thought Big would just manhandle OG, and it wasn't the case at all. Astralis put on a clinic. If anything, what I got out of that game was more disappointment about Complexity. I didn't really like the face that they've shown. I didn't like how they rolled over on their own map pick. We talked about frustration, emotions, all of these kind of signals that are worrying a little bit, and we're going to have to keep an eye on them in the next few weeks. But if you're Blame F, it was a good day in the office.
Yeah, if you're Astralis, you're feeling very good about yourself after that performance yesterday. Sure, Complexity didn't play good Counter-Strike at all. It was very lackluster, and as you said, disappointing. Not even slightly disappointing, but very disappointing that they come out in such a poor fashion. We saw glimpses of great play from Complexity throughout this tournament, but yesterday was not meant to be. Whereas for Astralis, that was the best version we've seen so far. The way they absolutely destroyed Complexity with a clinical CT side, with Device, Blame F, and all the players doing well, that's a good sign, especially considering they're playing Liquid later today.
Yeah, when we talk about Complexity, no bueno for the side of Elige as well. He ended with a 0.91 rating. Grim as well, 0.8. Just no individuals able to really get their foot in, right?
Allow me to be brutally honest, right? We just seen a fantastic little clip coming into this pre-show with Elige talking about how he would love to win a major, how he would love to know what that feels like. When he's in Complexity, that's not gonna happen, and I think that's the biggest problem for me. I think Elige coming into Complexity was great for Complexity. It was a great signing for them, great for the organization. For Elige as a player and for his future, I'm very worried that we're gonna see the last of Elige winning anything in his career.
Yeah, it wasn't a great showing from Complexity, to say the least. They'll be moving on into the showdown, as unfortunately will OG. Things got pretty complicated in our second series of the day, going the full distance in 3 maps. It seems like a trend for Big. If they're going to win series, they're going to lose the first map, right?
Yeah, it always has to be a marathon. I think at that point it's in the rule book for them. I'm not going to beat around the bush. That was one of the lowest quality of CS we've seen this event. It was a very messy game of Counter-Strike, with teams being in positions of closing games multiple times, and that didn't happen. They always did a very good job at leaving the door open, making sure that mistakes were being made to allow their opponent to come back in. The last map in itself was sort of a freak show. Like the amount of pistol round forced by that were actually won from one side and the other. We got excited about Big, and then suddenly OG came back into it just to get again closed by the Eagles. It was very weird, very messy, and at that game, Big were the ones with the biggest resilience, I guess. They stayed in the game.
I think that's the word you're looking for, yeah, resilience, because you're right, it was an ugly game of Counter-Strike. It was not pretty by no means, but it did feel like mentally Big were on top of that.
Yeah.
It felt like their mentality coming into this tournament, even the energy level, the body language we've seen from them so far has been positive. You still see tabseN being this guy who's trying to animate the teammates around him, and I think that was a big part of the victory yesterday. And we got to learn that tabseN apparently is still calling for Big, which is a big question mark.
Yeah, okay, so I went back and watched the interview that James did with Sin.
Okay.
He was saying he calls on specific sides of maps. I think we got a little bit, ahead of ourselves.
So it's a transition.
So it depends on the map, and it depends on the side of the map. I think that sounds very complicated.
I think it's a transition. It's a transition where tabseN is helping out Sin a lot, and they're probably sharing the role right now. Over time, it'll be Sin, hopefully, and then tabseN can be relieved of his duties as an in-game leader, but I still think tabseN feels the pressure of being the in-game leader.
Yeah, that's the thing, because we saw tabseN, playing lights out on the third map at least, so there is signs going forward. We need to check in with our CS Money play of the day, though. Unfortunately, we didn't get our dreams met. Sin's coming in as play number 3. He deserved number 1.
Yeah, that was a bit of a shame for me to not see Sin with the crown on that one, and that beautiful FAMAS play from short. We had a big old laugh yesterday. I think we were all a little bit tired, but after all, he did do the job. He did clean up that Mirage middle.
Eco cleaner. Floppy coming in from Complexity. He's no longer part of this tournament, but he did get a second place and play of the day. The USP right here is clinical, it's not easy shots, and the fact that he's able to get all 3 jumping into his face is not bad by Floppy at all.
Good pistol round. And to continue with the disappointing results, we stay in the complexity lane, but this time Elige making plays with the AK-47 downrange on Vertigo. Again, weaponry advantage for him. Good spray control as well. He's very known for that. Just an absolute cleanup. It's kind of mean that we're showing all of these good complexity plays just to learn they love the series.
Are we trying to give them like a silver lining or something to
like
look
pity
forward to?
It's
Yeah, it's a pity party for complexity.
Pity party, that's the right.
We'll be seeing them more in the showdown, but we've got plenty more games coming your day today. But first, we've got to have a quick temperature check of our teams coming into this new season. We came into this new season with a hell of a lot to learn about a hell of a lot of new teams showing their fresh faces. I want to begin with talking about Vitality, because I think we were very impressed with their first two series. Then the NIP game happened, Matthew. Has that changed where you're putting them on our temperature check meter?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit of a cold shower. Maybe we got ahead of ourselves because of how easy the first few series for Vitality were. And then we got to see that even with the arrival of Flames, it's still a team that can at times be caught off guard a little bit, get colder in terms of the play style that they put forth. And I didn't really like what I saw at the end of that NIP game. So from a 0 to 10 in terms of expectation, I think I'm a 7 right now. Okay. It's not too bad, but I wish I could give you a higher number. I wish I could be more excited about it. But the truth is, when you lose the way it happened against NIP, I have to measure my excitement just a little bit.
I'll go lower. I'll give them a solid 5, because I agree with you. The loss against NIP was a bit of a wake-up call, especially considering the context of the game. Saivu was playing lights out, so it was a very legit win coming in from NIP. I also do think that it was a classic Vitality game. They sometimes have a tendency, I feel, to play up to the level of their opponents, and we saw that against NIP. It is a team that's going to win trophies for the rest of the year. I'm 100% sure that Vitality is going to be up there, but I also do feel that sometimes when they're facing the likes of NIP and top 8, top 7 teams, they fall short and play worse.
Let's play a game. Prediction, Cologne finish. I say top 4 minimum.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, okay.
I
So
think they
5 out of 10, but still top 4 minimum. We're good.
Yeah,
we're
for this
safe.
tournament.
All right. We're safe.
I think the expectations are high for Vitality,
Yeah, they were pretty
because
high.
they won the last ever CSGO major. They made a roster change to arguably upgrade in firepower at the very least. But NIP were the ones to be putting them to bed, netting the first spot in the Royal Arena. Jacob, I'm going to throw you under the bus again.
That's
you
right.
put them as your biggest disappointment of the new season before that Vitality game. So where on the scale are they for you now that they've taken down the beams?
Yeah, they changed the narrative a little bit, but I'm not going to let them off the hook from the fact they almost lost to EG. Almost. They won 2-0, but it was a very messy game. They should have lost one of the maps. They did take a loss to Complexity, who we saw yesterday were very, very lackluster. So for NIP, it's night and day. Of course, the win against Vitality got to show Chaos that when they're hitting their strides, when they're playing together, when they have the absolute highest level they can obtain on the server, they are competitive, but I wouldn't say that NIP is a team that excites me. Now, looking into Cologne, right, I'm not looking at NIP as a team that is going into the playoff at all, but I see them being competitive.
Okay, I'll be right there with you. This time I'll do the 5 out of 10. I still believe there is a structural issue, and we hear about it time and time and time again about the config, Brolin, res, triangle, and who is actually taking the hit on what map and who gets to actually shine in the positions they want. I think it's going to remain a problem for the foreseeable future. And that just puts pressure on individuals to shine. If Brolin can have the same maps that he's had on Overpass against Vitality, where he just completely punished them every single time, fair enough. Suddenly you don't have a problem anymore. But if you don't have this exceeded of output from player, that's when you see the cracks. And I am still not convinced.
If anything, I want to give Headtrigger a 9 out of 10 rating right there. I think he's been fantastic in the group stage. And I think he's a guy that we look out to watch once more in Cologne. The way he's been playing, the way he's been adapting on the server, the way he's been the catalyst for NIP in their performances so far, if he can continue that development, then he's going to be interesting.
Let's put Na'Vi under the microscope now, because probably the most confusing roster change coming into the new season, the most unexpected, to say the least. Obviously, we know the former Na'Vi players heading on over to Cloud9, bringing in a hell of a lot of new mix, means they're speaking an entirely new language now. Where are they standing on your kind of a ranking?
Personally, with Liquid, joint team that exceeded my expectations the most. I know there's quality in this roster, we have never debated it, but I thought that their starting point would be much lower. I thought it'd be much more complicated to keep up with some of these teams that we've had here. The quality of the game versus Heroic, for my money, the best series we've had in Copenhagen, was already a very good sign of what Na'Vi can do on day one. So that's a 9 out of 10 for me. Very impressed by what they've been putting together on early notice. Now, is this a honeymoon period slash, learning curve at the beginning who's completely through the roof and then there's going to be a plateau? That's possible. But as far as I'm concerned, right now, this was a very good start.
We got to see some of the win conditions of Na'Vi for the future. Simple played well against Heroic. Emma played fantastically well against Heroic as well. So some of those win conditions that you like to see for the future for Na'Vi was available against Heroic, yet they still lost. I'm right there with you, though. It's very early in the project. 9 out of 10 is a bit high for my money. I'd give them 7 out of 10 because I think that against G2, who they're going to play tomorrow, I'm pretty sure it's going to be a different story.
Yeah, don't jinx it just yet, Jacob. You said that Liquid are on the same playing field, so you're also giving them a 9 out of 10?
In terms of expectations and what we've seen, yeah, I would agree. I had way lower expectations for Liquid. I was one of the voices out there who was very skeptical of the changes they've made. I had no idea if Patsy was going to find a role and an impact within this roster. I had no idea if Rainwaker was going to be someone we can rely on against the very top level of Counter-Strike. The first few signs we've seen are green. They're positive signs so far. I think they've been a team that can, from the get-go, already kind of measure up a little bit against these. We've had, remember, three maps, always deep series where they've shown that the third map of Counter-Strike they have to play here can still be to a decent level. So they have impressed me. I didn't give them the time of day at the very beginning. That was a mistake.
Can't take away the fact that they beat FaZe and G2 in the group stage, but they also did fell short against FaZe in quite a convincing manner when they got the rematch in there. So I'm not that hyped on the project yet. I agree with Matthew, though. The expectations coming into the tournament weren't that high. So in terms of how they performed so far and in terms of the teams they've beaten, I think they're doing well.
Yeah, Jacob, you are a harsh critic, aren't you? Always got a minus 2
That's
numbers.
How it works. That's how it works. I'm happy.
The romantic
he's not.
and the cynic. We
Exactly.
love that dynamic. Heroic, does that change your tune? Obviously, no changes coming into this new season. Exactly what we would have expected from Heroic. They were looking good before.
It's because I'm Danish, right? I'm just biased towards Heroic. That's the only reason why I like them. Nah, I think the fact that they haven't changed anything is a good sign for Heroic. I think the way they play right now is a great sign. And I think it's one of the more hungry teams out there to get the last trophies they can in CSGO. When you look towards Heroic, I've said this before, think about how they changed the way you look at Counter-Strike. Think about how the way they changed people look at them. Everyone is trying to copy the way Heroic plays Counter-Strike. You want to be proactive. You want to have great synergy. You want to have players in all roles that can always have a great output. In terms of how many trophies they actually have to show for it, not a lot, which is why I think Heroic right now are super, super motivated going into Cologne so they can say that they were one of the best teams in the world the last couple of years in CSGO.
Does that worry you that this brand new Na'Vi was able to push them against the ropes and we had to see some of the last 1%, 2% clutching Cadian moments? They needed that to beat Na'Vi. Does that worry you?
No, not at all. Because I also do know Heroic haven't practiced as much as they probably would like to coming into this tournament. They treat this tournament as a bit of a boot camp. They've taken a lot of days off. So I don't think Heroic is playing nearly at 100%, yet they still beat a well-playing Simple and Emma.
Can I use that excuse for Vitality too? Can I also say boot camp, beginning of season? Can I do that too?
They did go canoeing together, and then Heroic went for a PC-free boot camp. Works well for some, but maybe not for others. It's been working well for Stan, though, because he is a potential option for you guys who can vote at home on our Mersk MVP. Make sure to head on over to blast.tv to get your vote cemented. We'll be announcing it at the end of the tournament tomorrow. Those are the options you've got on your screen. Quite an eclectic mix of people.
Twist looks good, man. I'm not gonna lie.
He's some great hair. I wish he would tell us how he does his hair, you know?
I'm thinking about the server for it. I'm not talking about his aesthetically looking.
Who would you vote for then, Jacob? So
Twist, without a doubt. I think he's been playing fantastic with the rifle.
Echoing that sentiment, Matthew?
No, I don't.
All the way?
No, I don't.
Well, yeah, a couple of those players already making it all the way to the quarterfinals, but for our next two teams, simply a question of survival. It's G2 taking on EG after this.
Welcome to the Blast Spring Final here in Washington, D.C. We're bringing up the level of competition here.
Oh, it's so close, but it ends in heartbreak for Cloud9.
A little bit disappointing to say goodbye to Astralis at this point.
They've put Complexity to bed.
Unfortunately for FaZe, here in Washington, they're gone.
That I do it so good. Look at the way that I do what I should. Look at the way that I got you amazed. You should see the look on your face. Look at the way that I bang with the bass. Look at the way that I'm running the place. Look at the way that I'm keeping the pace. You see the smoke, well look at the flame.
Look at Cadian! Heroic have finally done it!
And that's where Vitality lock in grand finals.
It all comes down to this matchup to define how we end what could be the last season in CSGO.
I see the look in your eyes. It be the look of surprise. That's just a part of the game. You gotta look for the prize. Look at the way that we ain't gonna fall. Look at the way that we are gonna rise. Look at the way that I answer the call. Look at the way that I handle the line. Look at the way that I ride. Look at the way that I roll. Look at the way that I'm live. Look at the way that I'm rolling. Double up, let me in. Look at the way that it's open. Level up, level in. Look at the way that I'm rolling.
The one word that describes my team would be young. Our oldest player is 26.
We have one vet player, and then the rest are young players that are very hungry and up and coming, so it'll be very interesting to see how we do.
This is a roster that has been through a lot in the past year. They promoted their EG Black lineup, a team we saw do so well at the Blast Showdown, now playing with Automatic as a transplant from the main lineup, so I'm genuinely interested.
I think the wild card on our team is George.
I think George has a lot of potential. Once he learns how EU Counter-Strike works, he's going to be a handful.
You can expect improvement from me this season.
We have a lot to prove to everybody. We all want to get to the highest step that we can of Counter-Strike.
Let's see if Automatic is the thing they needed to bring from EG Black to take this team to the next level.
Where to begin? So many choices.
One word that best describes my team.
I would go with Ravener. I think after the Paris Major, was hungry to show their potential, to show that this team can be picking up championships consistently.
Everyone on the team is working very hard. I think that we have lots of firepower on our team.
With m0NESY on the AWP as well, I think he's one of the most exciting AWPers.
m0NESY is definitely the most dangerous player in our team.
I think from our team, one player teams look out for should be Nico for sure.
For my money, the best rifler CSGO has ever seen.
Because this guy can buy the eagle. You know what you'll get.
They can find the firepower. They can find the morale to hold it all together. This team is deadly on their day.
I think we can win a lot of gunfights when we normally shouldn't. Looking forward to showing you that.
Automatic's flank finds its timing. Head Trick and Rez now stuffed between the two. Head Trick fumbling with nades. Automatic got it all.
I think when we are on our A game, I think it's very hard to beat us.
This is a 3v1. This is the sort of round Nico can win, Anders. Oh, there it is. There we go.
Nico with a clutch of a lifetime.
A new breed of EG underdog arriving in Copenhagen, but unfortunately so far not really able to sink their teeth into any of their opponents. They're going to be needing to arrive with claws sharpened today as G2, even though it hasn't been smooth sailing so far, Jacob, they are arguably a very different caliber of opponent, particularly when the individuals are firing on all cylinders.
It's not even a fair matchup, to be completely honest, when you look at it. You look at all the players, all the quality, all the history G2 has. It's no longer than, what is it, 4 or 5 months ago, they had the second longest win streak on LAN ever in CSGO history. I think that speaks quite the facts about how good G2 can be. As of late, though, it's been turbulent. It's been up and down. It hasn't been as clean as you'd like to. You don't really sense the energy the same way from G2 that you used to do just a couple of months ago. So it's not like G2 can't be talked to if you're EG. It's just the quality of these 5 guys in your screen outmatches all the quality you can put together on EG.
Yeah, I echo the sentiment. It is unfair. I was trying to pinpoint what it is that makes me uncomfortable about G2 at times, and I think I figured it out. G2 is a team that is probably one of the most individualistic of the very top level of Counter-Strike. That's how I look at them. But because they have such quality, whenever the fire catches on, it doesn't really matter because all of them, at least 4 out of 5 players, have a multi-kill ability that is beyond the limit. When JKS is on point, we saw it in Katowice, Hunter was right up there as an MVP runner-up, in fact won it even. Nico and m0NESY don't even need to touch on them. But when I compare G2 to a team like Heroic, which is now who we take as an example the most, in moments where things are complicated, I feel like the meshing between individual isn't here to help them get to a point where people are once again fired up. That's how it's supposed to work in Counter-Strike. When you have players who are suffering a little bit, you are supposed to win a couple of rounds based on protocols and IDs and team play. And this gets you back into the rhythm and then you can catch on fire. I don't feel like they really have that. When they struggle, they struggle. That is it. And it's either a goddamn Nico 1v4 from behind the rainbow that gets them back into it, or that's it. And that's my problem. Funny enough, they won't have it against EG.
I feel like it's been like that for a long, long time, especially when you consider Nico's team history as well. He came from FaZe. It was the exact same thing. Even in mousesports at the later stages, he was the big star coming into it. I feel like it's a thing where if you're Hooksy, you're coming into G2 and you want to adopt the way Heroic are playing Counter-Strike. Do you think you can tell m0NESY and Nico to buy into that project, or do you just want to let them lose because they are so goddamn good? I think it's a problem that you have tools in your toolbox that are so sharp, so good, but they can't deliver at 100% every single game because no one really can in this game. Whereas for Heroic, I feel like they've accepted that, yes, we have good tools in the toolbox, but we work even better when we put it all together. And I think that's an issue for G2. I feel like we've seen the limit, we've seen the ceiling when they won all these games in a row in the beginning. Katowice this year as well. It was a fantastic showing, but can they do it tournament after tournament after tournament? I don't think so with the way they're approaching Counter-Strike.
And we look at m0NESY to be a particularly sharp tool, especially when he goes against players that are way below his caliber, right?
Listen, there is a statistical reality when it comes to G2 is that they are very, very mean with the lower teams out there. They are an extremely horrifying team to go up against when you are below the top 10 or the top 15 of Counter-Strike. You can have here the 5 best maps that m0NESY has played in 2023, and there is, of course, a common denominator. We aren't talking about title contenders in that list, but it's the scale of how the domination goes. And that is sort of like the G2 treatment that you get sometimes, where we're sitting, watching the game thinking, man, what are we watching? Like, what is happening? They're just completely smashing them. He's taking over. He's disrespecting all of the rules, and m0NESY can do that. So I wonder if in an hour or 2 hours or 3 hours, if we won't add another map on that m0NESY little curriculum against EG today.
So if he's got to come number 1 on that ranking, he's got to post above a 2.36
we don't have to be number 1.
Is that what we were saying?
Not number 1, it can just be in the list.
I wanted to break some records today.
Why not? Okay.
I'm excited for that. Particularly,
the chances are pretty good against EG, not gonna lie.
Yeah, and particularly after, you know, that game versus FaZe, we saw at G2 FaZe, that is what netted G2 the spot here. Unfortunately, a 2-0 loss for them. m0NESY was pretty damn quiet in that game.
Yeah, they fell off, but they fell off as a team. You see the difference right here. Obviously against OG, he was fantastic. He had that one map on Ancient, I believe, where he dropped the 30 bomb. It was looking solid as ever before for m0NESY, but as Matthew so fine said coming into this segment, it is kind of like a case of the individuals stepping up for G2. If they hit the fire, so to speak, from the beginning of the game, they're almost unstoppable. It's tough to do anything against a well-playing G2 where both Nico and m0NESY had the desire to go out there and just kill you. Whereas if they are struggling a little bit, there's nothing to fall back on. There's no system in place that elevates Nico or elevates m0NESY when they're having a rough game, and that's my issue with G2. It's night and day. The good thing for them, though, is that they're going up against EG today, and that shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, listen, EG, for as much as we would like to find positives to mention, have only truly existed 1 map out of 4 here. That is an actual reality. That's a fact. The Inferno game versus NIP was a glimpse of what could be happening on an interesting manner on the side of EG. That was a good map from Automatic as well.
Yeah.
There was some good moments on the CT side. I thought the way they attacked the A side on Inferno was sort of interesting. There was a bit of a meshing. I could see the trading happening. And Counter-Strike just made sense. For a moment in time, on that map, it made sense. The rest of the maps that they've played was pretty much what we expected.
I like that you're trying to find a silver lining there,
okay?
but they still lost that map. Let's not forget, even though they did almost push NIP to the brink, they still didn't have enough to seal it.
No, and that's going to be an issue for EG at this level. I think it's about, you know, us having a reality check, and everyone out there of the EG fans or people who would like EG to play well. Let's be honest, the quality of this team is nowhere near the quality of G2 or any other teams in this tournament. It's supposed to be a learning experience. My goal for EG at this tournament is not to win games or even win maps, but just show that you can be competitive. Go up against G2, get into double digits, apply some pressure, and show us that, yes, maybe you're not ready for tier 1 Counter-Strike, but over time you can develop into something that could be interesting to talk about. Now, there's one player I want to put under the spotlight who has done well for himself the past couple of months, and it's Junior. I think he has the qualities to be on the server today against G2 and make the difference. Now, it's not going to win them the game, but at least it's going to help it make it competitive.
I don't feel like there was any way that they could even win the veto in this one. We've seen them picking into Inferno, and I don't really know what to say for them.
Listen, it is up to them to make it a battle, to make it a competition, to push G2 just a little bit. Because if you let G2 run away with it, it's over. The game is over. If we go up to 7-0, 8-0, you can basically close your eyes. You can open them and the map is going to be over. So it's up to them to push G2 a little bit outside the comfort zone.
I want to push you guys to see what you predicted in your Unicorn predictions. I'm wondering if anybody sided with EG. Anders, obviously. Why wouldn't he?
What is wrong with him?
Only one
What is wrong with
Astralis
Anders?
pick. Okay.
What is wrong with him?
Do you think it's a coincidence that Henry picked Astralis now that I didn't do it and he's only 1 point behind?
Oh, I think he's playing a
like going
little
into the
bit of
sheets and looking at
tactical
what I'm doing?
I can't believe you actually turned your back on Danish Counter-Strike officially on broadcast.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man.
That's horrifying.
Jacob leaving them behind, and unfortunately,
Betrayal.
not much belief in EG. We do begin on their map pick of Inferno, followed by Nuke and Mirage if we do so need it. Let's see how it goes down.
I see you,
after this
Henry.
break.
I see you.
Now, we have seen that G2 can be a team to choke sometimes or crumble a bit. You got any plans to get under their skin? You noticed any weaknesses, something you want to try to exploit?
I don't know about weaknesses, but I'm definitely gonna be screaming some things. I don't know if I might get some haters on G2, but you know, it'll be fun, all fun.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, the blueprint is dead. Long live EG Black, and they'll be fighting for their tournament life today as they take on the mighty G2 Anders. Now, Hex has said he's going to get rowdy in there. He's going to be shouting, and that's the least they're going to need to perform today. It's not looking good for them.
I don't think anyone's really won by shouting ever, but I'm willing to be persuaded. The odds are looking
interesting.
Yeah, that's a way to say it. Almost 10 to 1. Oh my god.
That's about as bad as it can get. So yeah, nothing to lose, I guess, is the headline here for EG. They've come into this tournament, brand new look. EG Black being promoted to the main roster now, focusing on the younger talent.
Yes.
Kind of transplanting Automatic as well from the old roster. So at this point, no one's really expecting much. They've gone 0-2 in both series, yet to pick up a map. They've lost to Vitality and NIP. And now, like I said, tournament life on the line here in the knockout rounds against G2. I guess the pressure's on them, Anders. There's not a world where anyone would think they lose this game.
Yeah, G2 with everything to lose, and EG. I mean, yeah, they're in a kind of a stress-free position. I agree. Like they're just going to be able to march forwards. We'll see how this plays out. It's EG starting on the T side. G2, they are on the CT side, and we're on Inferno to begin with.
Here we go then. Double stack towards the boiler room. It is G2, of course, on the CT side. This is the pick of the North Americans. We've got George. Everyone's been saying to look out for him. A potent force. And he's up against two players now. Monacy patrolling towards top of middle. JKS will strike blood first, and we're going to have a double kill with G2. There's no choice now, Anders. You just got to make your way in towards B. You might even have to push this smoke.
Yeah, I don't know why you would stop in front of that smoke. You might as well not. Flash through, and that makes a lot of sense.
Here we go.
Actually, Automatic will take down Nico, so yeah, they slowed down for the flashbang. It makes perfect sense. 4 versus 3. Monacy looking into the ground, dodged the flashbang. What a disgusting kill. He absolutely cleaved Walco in the back, and now it's just Junior left. He's going to get hunted down by Hunter, who gets a double kill. And a very, very concise round for G2. Those headshots, all of them pretty much flawless.
Well, if that's a sign of things to come, Anders, God help EG. Because it couldn't have gone much worse for them. Pixel perfect precision from every single member here of G2. It all started with JKS, and Monacy comes to life as well. And remember, he normally performs very well against lower tier opposition. He normally farms these sort of games. Hang on. What do you mean that's what you get?
I think he said that's all you got.
Oh, okay. All right.
But it still doesn't...
Shouting when you lose a round. I guess it's confusing. They won't know how to handle it.
I think, yeah, maybe that's the point, you know? They're just confusion being sown in the ranks of G2. Like, what is he doing? What is he? Does he understand that he is losing?
Well, they've taken a full eco in round number 2. Suggests they will be losing this round, unfortunately, for EG.
You know what? I've got to say, anyone can trash talk when you're winning. It takes a lot more to trash talk if you're losing. Like it's just going to be a lot. So I appreciate that on some level, you know.
Well, we'll see if we can keep it up. It's all fine and dandy, keeping the morale high after round number 1, but this is going to be a long, arduous task. As we'll see the first player go down. They've actually done a pretty good job at delaying things out here, playing a bit of tic-tac-toe in spawn as well. No winners, I believe.
I actually think anyone who engages in a game of tic-tac-toe has already lost to begin with. Like, most meaningless game of
It's
all
cool.
time.
They've got like mini games on the map though to keep yourself preoccupied.
Why tic-tac? Anything but that.
Well, what else would really work, Andrew?
Battleships.
What would?
Battleships.
Battleships. Yeah, it might take a little bit longer than the 1 minute we have. That's the problem.
I think EG will have plenty of time in this game to play. I'm just joking. Listen, I really want to take a stand for Hex here. I know he said it himself. He might be mad on the internet if he's trash talking, but I come down. I'm solidly on the side of the trash talkers. I think
why not?
Way more.
It's a tool in your arsenal.
Yeah, it's
psychological warfare should be deployed,
and it's more fun. If they win, I'm gonna be laughing so much because of trash talk. If they lose, it's almost even funnier. So yeah, I just think either way, I'm a huge fan of it. I don't know why it makes people so mad that they have to be, you know, taking it personally. Just enjoy it. Look, he's already got shot down by Monacy.
All right, Hooksy. They found the man advantage there, but he offers it up straight away. Bear in mind, 3 SMGs for G2 up against the AKs and Galils here. It's a little bit frantic to kick things off, but we will have Nico still holding strong towards the half wall. A boost on the atrium for JKS as well. And 1 minute 15 on the clock. Be focusing towards top or middle here as EG jostle for control. Another kill for Monacy.
Yeah, he does get Dink in return, but no one's expecting that secondary player up on top of the canopy. You're just not seeing it coming. Automatic. He's alone, and this is a bit of a bonus round, Henry. So they had 2 MP9s. I don't think G2 care about losing a couple of players here.
Oh, no. You'd be more than happy just to be winning the round in a comfortable manner, which looks to be the case. Like, sure, it's a 3 versus 1. It's automatic on the other side. Caveats are, though, he's only got 21 points of health.
There's no way.
Yeah, it's very unlikely he'll be able to find 3 clean kills, plant a bomb en route. But we'll see what he can make of it. 30 seconds for now. Up towards short.
Modesty position is so strong, and he's going to stand up to get the kill. Do you know an interesting fact, Henry?
Always, Anders.
You know how if you're standing in the A hallway, you can throw that grenade, you can bounce flashes off the chimney?
Yes.
That bounce? Did you know that you can throw Molotovs the other way? You can bounce them from pit up on the chimney and land them in the hallway?
From the CT perspective?
Yeah.
And whereabouts in the apartments does it land?
You can make them land in the middle, like in the center arch. There are 3 arches in there.
I mean, it's pretty cool, but can't you just throw it in there as well?
Don't ruin the day.
Okay,
Yes,
just saying,
you
you
absolutely
can just throw and bounce it off the wall and lands in the middle.
I'm not making that argument, Henry.
I know, fair enough. All right, well, I appreciate that. To answer your question, I did not know that. And
spend a whole hour and a half figuring out how.
That fact still remains, so I appreciate you sharing your insight and wisdom as we get into round number 4, Anders, and it's going to be the eco. Loss bonus, racking up, but can only justify upgraded pistols here. 3 grenades, though. That's the important fact. So where will they be deploying those? Looks to be the corner of Banana here. Hoping they can catch Hooksy at a position, perhaps. He is there. There is a chance these grenades connect. His will.
Yeah.
For 4 players as George trying to not sell a fake, just show a little bit of presence towards top and middle. So grenades still available. Could nade coffins, I suppose, as well.
Could give it a crack, but the problem is, again, they have no armor at all. So even the pistols here, I mean, that's why that first grenade does so much damage, and any subsequent nades will be devastating. Even the MP9 here at range just going to be cheering them up.
I got a weird feeling about this round, Anders. Yeah.
Okay.
I didn't like the positioning of Hooksy there, but Nico picking up the pieces. He's bought enough time, and without armor, as you mentioned, should be absolutely fine. It just looked like there was a window to find that opening frag. But
you weren't wrong. Could have been ugly if Nico would have found a similar fate. That would have been interesting. Also, there was a flash that came in to help Nico get the 3rd one. So, good basic timing going on there. Have to appreciate it.
Well, that was the full eco.
Yes.
And going, as we pretty much expected, to be honest, V4-0 in favor of G2. Now, if you're not aware, you've seen a lot of games going on the last 9 days or something. We're on day 10 today, right? We're in the knockout stage, so after playing 2 best-of-3s against Vitality and NIP, EG yet to pick up a map, and this will be the end of their run. They'll go into the showdown if they lose this series, and that's likely to happen. So if G2 do win this series, they're not going to the finals just yet. They're into stage 2 of the knockout stages here, where they will go on to play Natus Vincere tomorrow.
Woo.
So that's who will decide who will be the...
That could be a real interesting game.
Next team in towards the Royal Arena, and that's what it's all about. But for now, yeah, G2 a couple of games ahead of them. This one should be a lock-in. We're hoping to see Monacy really pop off, and he's got some decent momentum behind him here as we enter round number 5. EG yet to post a round, but early days here. It's their map pick. We'll see what they can make of their T-side campaign. We've got it all for Junior now.
We need to get things started. We are in the 5th round just started, and they have a total of 4 kills right now on the EG side. So it's definitely looking a little bit thin to begin with. You'd want to see that change. You could see Monacy alone is doubling that amount of kills with 0 deaths. So he's had a really, really good start. You did warn us to begin. We did say that he does perform pretty well against slightly lower tier opposition. So
he farms them.
He farms.
Yeah, he should be looking to post like a 2.0 rating here. But time will tell. Very strong so far. 8-0. Can't ask for much more. As Junior will be set up towards top of middle, trying to find that opening pick, but the smoke and flashbang combo, a little bit overwhelming. JKS still tucked in towards the short side here. HooXi is playing for information. Had a bit of a rough tournament thus far. Looking to recover. And he's playing alone.
He'd probably love to farm EG in this one, you know. Feels a bit better. Get himself higher on the boards overall. Good timing. I mean, it's actually a nice flashbang against m0NESY, but the timing is just a little bit too good for him. HooXi's still playing alone. Gonna get some backup now with about 25 seconds left. HooXi doesn't really need to dive for this one either. They're already in a 4-on-5, but he's gonna push forward in front of it. And the spray is excellent. They're pushing right for the smoke. He could have easily had the double there, I think. Walker going to be able to take him down, but it's still looking grim here. Just 12 seconds left.
He did more than enough. 10 seconds remaining. And the bomb will be planted. Crisp as you like from NiKo. Left, right, good night. As he denies absolutely everything once again. m0NESY, though, opening pick, completely blind, as you mentioned. Funnels him in towards B. HooXi, as you mentioned, didn't necessarily have to be as combative as he was, but he got the frag required, maintain that advantage. No bomb was planted. Hunter through the smoke, and here's NiKo. My God. That is a crispy finish as we go 5-0. Evil geniuses with their backs to the walls. You might imagine here, Tech-9s, P250s, Desert Eagles, and the first shot connects. Luckily, through the wall. Walker will be down to 55 points of health, so...
First kill for NiKo was so decisive, wasn't it?
Just wanted to get it over with.
Slapped it right out of the
What's
round.
the most efficient way I can clean this up? That would be it.
Wow. What an experience for EG.
Yeah. Let's hope they can start turning it around. We don't want to see any 16-0s here. Early days on the T side. These are the sort of rounds that catch teams off, but are very strong incendiary. Allowing JKS to get in a strong position here. Starts lighting them up. Preparing to knock them down. And they just can't even justify going through that smoke. They've been locked out again. It would just be an absolute meat grinder. So they've just got to reposition, retool as they walk into the onslaught of bullets from NiKo here. This is getting rough. They are barely making a dent here, scratching the surface, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, G2 are looking extremely comfortable as they post 3 AK-47s and AWP. M4 for HooXi as we get another pretty much immaculate round here.
Earlier in the day, Henry, I was offering to box you at some point. And we said it, but the problem is there might be a real weight class difference in this hard to count. I feel that's what we're experiencing here.
Yeah, but the referee should call it off because they're not defending themselves, right? That should be the rule.
Yeah, you're not allowed to turn your back either in boxing. They can't expose you. Anyway, there are a lot of rules here that...
Oh, all right. I'm still optimistic. I still think we've seen plenty of one-sided games and leads disintegrate. I've talked about it plenty of times, like 7-1 leads, and then all of a sudden you only get 8 rounds and a half.
You know what they say? It's a fine line between optimism and just being delusional.
Yeah, well, I'm prepared to walk that line today.
All right.
For the pride of North America here. This could be the first round. It's actually looking okay for them.
It is.
A 4-on-4. They've done significant damage towards NiKo as well, but m0NESY yet to be killed. 9-0. The immortal sniper continues to live as he posts yet another kill. Hex has been removed.
They can't catch him. It's a little bit unfortunate. He probably was deep enough that maybe if they'd swung a little bit harder, but I think they just missed the timing by a second.
Here we go.
What a nice shot from Walko. Very low on health, unfortunately, and the bomb does get dropped. 40 seconds. Georgian Jr. on the other side, and they just have no space to stand on. Very tricky to find your way out. Junior's going to get one of the kills. He's definitely a highlight player, so see if he gets a chance here. Tries to go for the no-scope, but gets hunted down by m0NESY instead. We'll find a third kill of the round and make it a 7-0 in favor of G2. And I just want to say, I appreciate your optimism, Henry. But you're cheering from the sidelines. I picked EG to win. I'm on this boat with them.
It's fleeting optimism, I have to say, because m0NESY's back on his bullshit right now. Like, he's getting in that zone, isn't he? 12-0. Like, every move he's making just seems to be the 100% correct play. His opposition doesn't see it coming. Yeah, they might not kill him this entire map. I'm not sure. Half five for now, Anders.
Not that long ago, NiKo almost broke the record for most kills in a half. And
was that on Ancient?
That was on Ancient.
In Washington, right?
In Washington. Now, Monacy is nowhere near yet, but at 12-0, I mean, this is the start of something. How's you gonna get there? Yeah,
start of something. I'm not sure what, but pretty immaculate so far. KD of 12, and he's got an assist to boot as well. Position towards middle. Do they want to feed him again? Maybe it'll just be a moral victory just to get our kill on him. Just like, well, we can do it. Unfortunately, we've got 2 players. 0-0-7 right now.
You say that, but actually, that's how petty I would be. I would be like, let's at least take this.
Ruin his game.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Oh, my God. It's so hard, though. Oh, he's so crazy. It's Hunter to get that one, but it looks effortless, doesn't it?
Yeah.
He's just doing it like it was nothing.
He's in that flow state. Everything going in his favor. Every flick's connecting. Right place, right time. Every situation. This is probably where he dies. I've probably cursed him at this point. And he lives to tell the tale. JKS will bail him out, continue the perfect game here. That's about the most compelling storyline. As the scoreline is 8-0 right now. Monacy 14-0. And 2 players yet to frag on the EG side. That's Hext and George. So we knew this would be a win for G2. I think we can all accept that. Apart from you, apparently. You did choose EG to win. Do you want to explain yourself?
You know, sometimes you just have to sort of like
roll the
read
dice
between the lines.
Read between the lines. And what are you reading thus far?
I think I think a lot of the times people just they tend to pick the most obvious picks, and it's easy and it makes life a little bit dull, a little bit boring.
All right.
I'm not like that. I try to.
So is it more strategic for you? Are you trying to win by stealing upsets away?
I mean, I'm so far behind in this prediction game that I have to do something. I don't have a choice.
You're going for broke.
It's more fun that way anyway. Plus, I'm not gonna lie, Henry. If they do win, I'm gonna be so smug. I'm gonna be unbearably smug for at least a week.
More so than usual.
Even more so than usual.
Wow.
There's a potential upside for me there as well.
Well, that was the tactical timeout, Anders. It would have to be quite the rallying speech to save EG now. Their T side on their map pick is a disaster, to put it lightly, and continues to be troublesome here as they take significant damage to kick the round off. A couple of HEs landed their front door. Monacy's going down here, I reckon.
He could be. The boost was actually pretty good against him, but now he's got some backup. Hook-C is setting up his teammates.
Oh no. Oh lord. The incendiary down as well. Like, you can't even trade these out. You can't even commit to the frag. So you just have to just peel off. Call that one done. And it's Nico with the opening 2 frags. And 3 players remain. Hook-C might be in trouble here, but if anything, just gets the information that the bomb's towards top and middle. They've got a player towards the apartment as well. That's got to be George, who's down to 50 points of health now. This round, if it's going to be salvaged, is going to be by Hext. He's towards short.
True.
But he's been smoked off. There is a gap, I suppose. You can get on the hay bales.
Yeah, but you're also a lot more exposed up there. But yeah, I don't disagree. Hex could really open it up. It's a powerful position to be in. About 20 seconds left, and yeah, walking through just as smoke's about to fade. Flash around the corner. Good opening, Hex, but he's going to get shot in the back. JKS is down there. They'll lose him. And now Junior, 10 seconds here, trying to hunt it down. Really wants Hook-C, and it's going to be crouching in to get it, but it does open it up. Maybe get this one too. Nico was very low on health. I don't think he could have actually had the bomb plant, but, you know, he could have done a little bit more.
Well, that's the closest they've come to winning a round in, what was it, like a 3 versus 1 with a Glock in hand and 3 seconds on the clock. So yeah, kind of punctuates what we've seen so far. This is a very nicely timed little excursion towards the top of the banana. Double kill for Nico, a 5-on-3. There was a moment where you thought maybe they can do this. Maybe there's a bomb plant here and a 2 versus 1. For now, though, another half by 9-0 against them. Pistols pretty much across the board. We've got a Hex Galil, Junior with no armor. Speculative shots from Nico, a few of them connecting as well. That's a powerful grenade. Boom! A lot of damage inflicted. Might just have to go for this one now. Bite the bullet, push the smoke.
I'm sure waiting around even does anything to help them out. Nico just farming it up. They're not even getting to turn the corner, Henry.
I don't even know what to say. I don't know how to describe it. You're all witnessing it right now. We all know what's happening. My words just paint a further picture of as to how grim this is. But Automatic and Junior waiting at T-steps right now. Yeah, there's barely any frags coming in their favor. The top end, we've got 4 for Junior, 3 for Automatic. Don't think they'll be finding any in this particular round. Double digits is locked in as we go 5 versus 1. Nico's on for the ace. Something there.
Why not? Why not? Why not?
Give him the ace.
Give him the ace. Yeah,
Give him the ace.
This is quite something we're witnessing. Want to see? Be careful here. There we go. Don't want to be adding death to that. Give us a, a bit of a forecast. What are the chances currently for an EG comeback? What do we?
An EG comeback? How do you want it? Like percentages or fractions or betting odds? What would you like?
Yeah, give me a percentage. Give me a percentage. How many?
So I would give them in terms of, as of right now, entering round number 11, 100% being the chance they would pull it all the way back and win. I would say 1.5% right now.
Okay.
In terms of them bringing it back and converting a 10-0 deficit into a win.
All right. So if we paid 100 more of these from this point on, maybe they win one of them.
Maybe.
Okay.
So that's about where I'm at. Would you disagree? Well, maybe I'm being a little bit generous there. I'm not sure. It's not looking good. They're not fragging anyone. That's the problem. You never know, right? If they can get, as we always say, 3 is normally the bare minimum to even have a game of CS. So that's still possible. Like, you can take your foot off the gas a little bit if you have these huge leads and things are feeling a bit too easy. Someone just oversteps the mark.
So another talking point that we brought up in the past is even if you end up losing this game as EG, you wanna be able to look back on something, right? So just victory, probably not a conversation.
Yeah, well, they haven't planted the bomb yet, so it's difficult to really get any data from these sort of rounds. Like, how are we losing the key clutch situations? Did we overextend? Did we not utilize our utility correctly? But here we go, opening pick now. Problem is 2 more CTs ready and waiting. 30 seconds, they're locked out by the incendiary for now. Smoke down at spawn and a split coming in as well. We've got Hexed.
Oh, this is actually quite exciting. This could really work out. Nico going down. EG, I think they might have found the key here. It's just Hunter inside of the bomb site. They need to get rid of him quickly. As you pointed out, not that much time left. 14 seconds on the clock, and he's real hard to find in the back. Hex will take him down. This is a great call. And a lot of determination for EG. It looks like it's going to be their first round on the board. Now, JKS and Odyssey don't have a lot of incentive not to go for this. They've got so much money in the bank collectively, and they probably feel like they're on such a roll that you might just want to go for it here. EG need to keep their cool. Don't let this one slip up. Even if it's 99% around, you still have to actually win it. Monacy creeping on in. Scope will have been hurt already. Tries to bait it out. He's going to get his first death, and it's Georgian Jr. to pick up the last couple of kills, and EG are on the board. And it was solid work.
Georgian Jr. delivering. That's what we like to see. Don't want to complete whitewash here, but it's going to be the first round for EG. Combative towards the top of Banana this time. Finding those man advantages. So it's actually a bit of a 3-man stack this side as well, but coming out on top, and you can see Hooksy still not happy with the massive haul of rounds they've got.
Feel bad for Hooksy, when Nico was peeking in the round before that one, he was flashed in, but Hooksy just has to jump up on his own. Why is no one flashing for Hooksy? What's going on?
Save Hooksy.
Yeah. Ooh, good flash from the T side. They might get another opening here, but instead, Nico coming in to help out.
Yeah, they should be getting the hell out of there now. Lucky not to actually take a casualty en route, but that's a lovely incendiary. Hunter's got them locked in. HE to follow up as well. He's doing a load of damage. Ding towards Hex. Should set up Hooksy here. They've got a 4 versus 2. Nice smoke goes down, but Junior, they get it strike before it blooms. So we've got 1 minute 10 left on the clock here. B technically open, but CT's rotating now. Now they might as well just slow this one right down. Feel out the map. Won't be given the opportunity. JKS flashes himself in towards quad. Finds the orb of Junior, and now George, the hero of the previous round, will have to step up. 3 versus 1. Not an impossible scenario. Fortunately, they know the bomb is there, so they can start to close on his position, and it will be Hooksy to find that final frag. 11-1. Bit of a reset as well for EG. We've got Junior down to $3,000. Same story for Walco. And yeah, you might as well buy, though. Can't really afford any more pistol rounds here. And this is where Nika got flashed in. So much damage is already inflicted. That was the frag that secured the round, I'm afraid. 3 versus 1. Not really much that could be done for George. So the dying stages of this first half. They are going to take the half by Junior with just the Glock. Saving for the AWP. So this is pretty much guaranteed a 12-1 unless George can go nuclear. Find some ungodly form.
Yeah, they need that, don't they? Tech9s, again, they could be great if you get the opening. You can keep the speed up behind them, but you do need the opening kill, otherwise not going to be working out.
There it is.
Oh, yeah, he baited out the shot as well. Good job on George to get that first kill, and here we go. A little bit of pressure behind it. JKS in the pit, but he's running out of bullets. Good couple of headshots, but George comes flying in from the heavens there. Gonna set up another smoke just to make sure no one's pushing through, and another bomb plant here. EG making it quite likely a second round for themselves.
Yeah, this is what you love to see. Throwing caution to the wind. Fast in towards the A bomb site, and they've got the man advantage here. A boost might be able to save the day, but Automatic very aware of that particular position. Doesn't spot them just yet, but he's got a kill. And it looks like it's going to save here. They've got an AK-47. No real chance to do anything with it. Just try and lock these remaining Ts in towards the pit. If there was a Molotov or an HE, could go for a bit of a... Don't see a sex bomb, potentially, Anders, but...
it's a classic, isn't it?
It really is. So these kill worth their weight in gold here. Might as well go for them. You're buying up regardless. Do as much damage as you can, Hooksy. Wasn't quite enough. George will live to tell the tale. Doesn't recover the AWP, though, so... That was an eco victory, so it's definitely worth taking those remaining players down. He's got enough money for us to this half. That's EG. Taking a round they potentially shouldn't have done, considering what they had. So, round 14, 11-2.
Yeah, really solid work. I mean, credit where it's due. That was not necessarily easy. You had to bait out the shot in the apartments to even survive running into Monacy to begin with, and then kind of keep it going.
But do you see what I mean? What we said, like maybe they'll get a bit ahead of themselves, maybe overextend in certain positions, like finding that AWP deep in the apartments like that suggests, like, all right, maybe that wasn't the best spot. Maybe do miss that shot. It is over. Especially when they've got pistols as well, right? Like, that's the one place you don't want to be when they've got a Tech-9. You've just given them the AWP there. Retake utility being set up by Nico right now, meaning you'll drop an incendiary and a smoke, lock them out of the top of Banana, but they're playing in front of it right now. Not for long, so lost their vision. Might have to probe elsewhere towards top of middle.
I want to see sneaking on in. Quad side of middle. Grenade's gonna land. We'll actually tag up 3 people. Not an enormous amount of damage, but it's a bit. Flashbang was amazing, but Junior's saving the day right now. George gonna get the kill on Monacy. They're really opening it up. JKS will go down. Nico, desperate move to get through the smoke to try and save this bomb site. He's the only one that can right now, but Hex coming back for him, and it is just hotel now.
That was the bomb on the back of Junior as well, so he did very well not to overextend. Stay alive there as well. If Nico finds him, you never know what happens there, but they've done it. Found a third round. This one's locked in. Fast pace towards top of middle. It was G2 who are very active there as well, trying to lock down the mid-take. Pop flash was set up, but Junior, too quick. Takes Nico down, and at this stage, just Hooksy. So, like we said, 3 rounds is the bare minimum to even have a game.
Yep.
It took a while to get there. They were 10-0 down, but this is about what you would expect. 3 rounds in the T set of Inferno, maybe a 4th as well. There should be enough money, especially with this saved M4, to get Outbuy going. You would assume so, considering how much success they've had. So yeah, 7,500 for Nico. He might have to drop a single M4, but the buy will be okay. And there's Junior getting the job done, and George following things up as well. So yeah, now this is more like it. A few rounds where they're getting those plants down. They're finding decent trades.
Yeah,
making the CT side uncomfortable.
Quite respectable. I mean, obviously, you would have wanted to see EG find some of these rounds way earlier in the half. But it's always, I mean, it's always worth thinking if they had found these rounds in, like, you know, round 5, 6, 7, then they could have had more space. It's always unfortunate we do it right at the end because there is no buffer anymore, right? Best they could do is 4. That's obviously what they're going to be gunning for here. Down to an MP9 on JKS, and I agree some of this could be G2 getting a little bit too aggressive, getting a little bit ahead of themselves, and opening up some of these spots for EG. But regardless, they're taking full advantage of the moment, and you have to appreciate that. Good to see George and Junior coming up with some openings in these rounds as well.
Well, here it is, ladies and gents. The final round is upon us. EG have salvaged the round, or the half, I should say, somewhat. This is looking okay. They can get 4 rounds on the board against Red Hot G2. That would be impressive.
So it would be. Huntress boosted up on the one side. Nico is there, but they do lose Huxley inside of the bomb site. Bomb plant needs to be covered from this boost. There's no one no one knows yet. This is so risky. Yeah, they're just not even checking it. And that is a bit of an oversight, I think, on the side of EG. Unfortunately, 3 versus 3. A flash to set it up, but Modesty is only good for the 1 kill. They still have 45 seconds. They don't really need to rush this, EG.
Certainly not. It's Nico and JKS now, both in towards CT spawn. The bomb is not planted as of yet. Junior is low. A flashbang being deployed just to try and get a bit of intel here. What's going on? Are they repositioning? Could they run back towards A? They're not exactly sure, but George will strike first, looking for that 4th round. Looking for 3 in a row here to close out the half. And JKS only with the SMG in spawn. This is looking like a done deal.
I think Junior's thinking about just walking in and picking him off. Look at he's already scoped up. Oh, and there we go. Like you said, a string of rounds to end it with 11-4 in favor of G2. But EG, they managed to do something towards the end.
Hello, I'm Monesi. I am analyzing just 1 round. Let's go. So, he has really good skins, I would say. It's Ruby and really good close. So he's gonna play B. They're starting 3B. Slashing really deep. Peeking the dog. That's the thing I'm doing as well. So he's getting the frag. I'm not sure, but maybe it's even me peeking because who knows, right? So he's picking banana with the first spawn. They're starting 3B. Op is picking banana, flashing deep for the Oper. Because usually, like, when Oper is on T side, he's holding the banana. Like this flash which he's throwing now, like he's like flashing the guy who's staying with Op and holding car with Op. So that's good pick, I would say. And I'm usually like, if I have good spawn, I can call it. And I'm picking banana, and you should do it only with a good spawn, like with the first spawn towards B. Third guy should smoke for you, like they did. They should smoke your car, so you will get like, I would say like not one way, but the smoke will extinguish the Molotov, so it's good. And the second guy just throwing some Molotov for Bell or like just the banana. So yeah, it's a good pick. So now he's maybe he's leaving the smoke on City. Honestly, like, okay, they're playing 3A. Okay, that play was not bad, I would say. Like maybe they, like T side maybe expected that Op will fall back towards A and he will not stay. And they just like bought a little bit of time on banana and they just flash peeked with fallen flash. Now he's just leaving the smoke for banana and just leaving towards A, I guess. The guy on banana is getting a lot of frags, I would say. Not bad. Yeah, he's holding the good angle with Op from Arch. I remember I was holding here with them for I missed 2 people and we lost anti-first round. Now he's leading towards B. Maybe it's already like, I don't know, less than 40 seconds on the time. They want to create some setup on banana, like sandbags plus corner, it's good. Op is getting first contact, the guy on sandbags is dodging the flash. Also he has a molly, he's killing the guy. That's me. We were playing here with Nico together, I remember. Because like I insta realized when this guy, me, flick shotted the guy on the broken wall. And yeah, after it just traded Nico on banana. I mean, definitely he played really good CS in this round.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Blast Premier 4 Groups 2023. You are watching Knockout Stage 1 here between Evil Geniuses and G2. It's the first map, the pick of EG, but things, I guess, could be going worse. They were 10-0 down Anders, but now find themselves at 11-4 scoreline. G2 allowed them in somewhat towards the end of that first half here, and actually, maybe there's a chance. A slim one, but if they can win the pistol here, you never know. EG could bounce back, at least make this game competitive.
It's hard not to have a feeling that some of this is also G2 letting off a little bit of the pressure and playing a little bit too loosely. But if it is in fact, you know, EG kind of forcing this onto G2, then yeah, maybe it could be a little bit interesting. I'm willing to accept that. Certainly hope that it will be. I'd love to see EG come up with a bit of a surprise here. Obviously, very, very one-sided match. There's no doubt about it, but we'll see how it happens here in the second half.
Considering where they were, finding 4 at the end, pretty remarkable. You got to take that all day long. You're 10-0 down, you finish 11-4. Happy days.
True. Very true. No shenanigans here. Straight execute onto the bomb site. G2 now on the T side, and they want to see if they can just run down the dualies. Walker, what a save! It makes his teammate live a while longer, but it doesn't matter. The headshots are too powerful. The P250 and the Glocks there. Just running down the bomb side. And automatic and Hex.
Ooh.
I don't think they could do anything.
Pretty brutal execution there. Extremely effective flashbangs we saw. There's nothing EG could do there. As G2 bombard them with the utility, the smokes, molotovs, flashbangs, and 3 CTs lying in wait. Nothing they could do. Just 1 kill upon entry. That's about it. Just going to be saving the Kevlar and the smoke. It's a boring finish, but there's literally no way into the round. They have no kit. And that's G2 going up 12-4 here. So bear in mind on a map like Inferno, especially with the Kevlar saved as well, you're almost certainly going to be forced by in the second round. Saving the Kevlar is viable because you get a cheaper helmet going forward. So they'll be able to bring out even... They could go Famous Kevlar, more likely going to go Deagle or MP9 and get the utility as well.
Yeah.
But we'll have a look. A chance for them to have a bit more than they should, but a very convincing pistol there for G2. 12-4. Focusing on that utility. Automatic will have the MP9.
Yeah, not even as much utility as I was expecting. It could have got a little bit more. I guess Junior wants to try and see if he can get something later on. He's got 900 still in the bank.
Yeah, wants to have the possibility of getting the orb in the future. First shot will connect for Junior, actually. Important tag as m0NESY goes down to 12 points of health. Nico taking a nade to the face as well. So, pretty decent start, all things considered. We've got Hex with the 5-7 towards the apartments. And a chance to get this first frag. Problem is, 3 players there in total. He's been caught with a nade in hand as well. Anders, that is an absolute nightmare. Right place, wrong time.
Yes. With his pants down, unfortunately.
Yep.
Yeah, that'll do
spanked.
There's no coming back. His teammates have left him.
After all that damage as well, the scout tag, the nade. He's in position and then, yeah, nade in hand. And the moment he pulls out the smoke is when he gets flashed as well. Oh. Yeah, he knows it. It's unfortunate.
Just want to call your attention back to the trash talking that we heard. It was only the 1 round for Hex, to be fair. But isn't it funny as how...
It's after they lost the pistol, I think.
They lost the pistol.
In round 1.
Is that all you got? And then they went on to win 9 more rounds. Isn't that funny?
They had a... Spoiler, they had a lot more.
Yes, they did have a lot.
It turned out they had a lot more.
And, you know, he asked an honest question, you know. Is it... Do you have more?
It wasn't trash talk. He's like, yeah, I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Show me what you got. Keep it coming, if anything. Well, there it is. Only 1 kill required, and it's the correct decision, unfortunately, for EG. There was no way they were doing anything with that round once the bomb was planted, once Hex was removed. So you might as well save the little you have. Those Deagles. 5-7, a scout for Junior as well. Maybe bring a kit in just in case. You never know. But can't really justify much more. There's JKS. How's he doing today? Currently set on 12-7. It's Nico at the very top with 22-5. m0NESY 15-6, who had slowed down considering he was, what, like 12-0?
Yeah, I guess they weren't playing for individual stats, which I think is disappointing. I think you should, you know, when you got a chance.
Okay. All right. Opening kill. They didn't see it coming. Left the apartments open. Oh, the MP9's here as well. Lovely reaction from JKS. He does get dinked in the process. Lucky to be alive. Junior dropped. Smoked exchange. I think Nico might commit to this one.
He nearly had the read. He knew that something was happening on the other side. He's got a teammate here, and they are keeping them fairly occupied. And on the other side, I think Walker's pushing forward into apartments, which I don't necessarily blame them for. I think that you have to try and find information when you're down in a 2v3 with no rifles. So, fortunately, got him killed, but I respect the effort anyway.
Well, that's something, isn't it? It's going to be 14-4. And we will just wait for this one to come to its logical conclusion. Now, they are walking to the stack. Maybe it's not a done deal. Maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself here. Because Hex has got the scout. You can find a couple of tags. The 5-7 swings through Anders.
Probably need
maybe
a couple of headshots here. They're actually still checking out the A-bomb side. This is so...
I think they're just confirming it's clear, and then they'll say, yeah, come back.
Wow, they really want to win. So
it's just like, just for read, like, there's a low % chance they lose the round, even if they just run in with no utility. But
it could happen.
If he does get 2 scout headshots and the 5-7 swings in, you never know. So don't take the risk. Don't stress yourself out.
Means the fish
don't have that argument.
Are you a fish guy, Henry? You ever
what do you mean, my fish guy? What does that mean?
Oh, you ever had an aquarium or anything like that?
Okay, so that's what I meant. So do I eat them? Is that what you're talking about?
That's a good point. I guess you could have an aquarium.
No, I've never had any pets, really.
No.
Like, lifestyle the last 10 years hasn't really led to it.
Fish are fairly low maintenance, right?
You still have to maintain them, though. Low maintenance or high. There's still some maintenance. If I'm never home, it will die. Just like the same reason I don't have plants. Friends, family. It's a much simpler lifestyle. No one gets upset.
Beautiful. Yeah.
No one dies.
Very much the esports lifestyle. I appreciate it.
Oh, yeah. I fully subscribed.
If you had more time, would you have fish? I guess it's the answer.
I don't know. I think yes. If it was like... If they're like robotic fish, if it looked the same as normal fish, you know, got the aquarium, and it looked like the real thing, and you had no idea, and they're just robots.
Okay.
And they kind of learn and grow. I would take that. Is that an option yet?
What are they going to learn? What are you talking about?
They just grow up, I suppose. I don't know, like a normal fish. Go to school, fulfill their dreams and ambitions, and we'll see if EG
It's a product line I've never considered. I think it's great. I'm on board.
So, EG, your CT campaign will have to be perfect from this point on.
They do call it the School of Fish, don't they? So
exactly. That's what I'm getting at.
You might be onto something. Enough of that.
Please.
I'm saving us. Don't worry. It's Modesty opening up, and George at the back of the bomb site. M4 in hand, but with no real backup. Automatic is getting there. He does have a flashbang. If they slow down and they get the timing on the flashbang, then maybe George could still be the hero here. But looks like he's going to be falling a little bit further back. Actually, kind of respect this. 4 versus 4. George going to swing back into it, and there's the flashbang. And the setup, Automatic doing a little bit of damage as well. And George is absolutely wrecking them at the bomb side. 3 kills for him. Rock solid defense. And JKS to try and see if he can clutch it.
It's a little bit disjointed from G2. They couldn't really decide if they were in or they were out. It seemed like they had a couple of players segregated, locked out by utility. And yeah, unfortunately didn't work out for them. But very strong hold. Don't take anything away from EG here. Good crossfires. Very convincing round. 4 players survived. The money a little bit questionable as well for G2 here. They might even take a tactical timeout as we go 15 or 14 and 5, I should say. Here's George. Haven't had a chance to see what he's capable of too much, to be honest with you. This was a lovely little sequence. Automatic too. Ooh. I think he wanted them to peek.
It's the most frustrating experience, isn't it?
Well, no need to be frustrated yet, Hooksy. This one should be in the bag still. Oh, this round under question, though.
How did that fly? Oh, it's a Molotov from the other side that he ran into. That's devastating. Now you could be frustrated.
Yeah. But there's the Galila JKS fighting back here, and it looks like they might just commit towards the A bomb site in a fast-paced manner. Smoke down towards Moto and indeed the Arch. Down to Automatic here, and he's going to swing. And to great success. 96 damage taken from the Molotov. Double kill picked up. And he survives as well. That's a great round.
Yeah, he was so close to burning alive in that library, but well played. Absolutely worth it. And Junior, even though he went down in the middle to the Galil's a bit unfortunate, but he did actually get the tag through the side of the wall. And it starts with the Molotov kill.
All right, we've got a game on our hands around us. G2 not putting it to bed quickly. Frustration starting to show a little bit of these. You can see Hooksy there. Frustrated to burn to a crisp.
Seems a little bit absurd to be very frustrated when you're up this far. I guess individually...
Just because you know it's over. You just want to get it done, you know? That's what it is.
That's it? It could be.
Literally. You just like, this should be GG by now. We've had a pretty silly round. We've given a few too many away towards the end. It was barely a game when we were 10-0 up. Let's just get this over with. So yeah, when EG put up some resistance, you have some rounds you probably should have won. I can understand when they get frustrated. It's purely just for that reason. Let's just get on with it.
Imagine if they lose because they started to tilt because they wanted to win even more. And talk about suffering from success.
Yeah, well,
it's too much.
It's going to be 14-7 after this one. They'll be slowing it down. A missed orb shot might lead to a kill or two here. There's the first. Hunter looking for a double deagle if possible, but just Nico remains. Some damage inflicted towards Junior and automatic. Maybe he can get a kill there, but only got the Glock in hand. So, oh, okay.
Good shot.
Nice shot, indeed.
Briefly considered burst fire.
Never do that.
It really is not a high percentage chance, but
it's not a thing.
It's been done in the past.
Oh, that's a kill actually.
Always looking for it. Try to. Wolf's gonna be to hunt him down. 7 rounds, Henry. Up to 7. What do we make of it? How long before real frustration kicks in? Not frustration that you haven't won yet, but frustration that you can't close the game.
That could still be a real possibility. This one's not done. It's not over until we reach 16 at the top, and there's still a couple of rounds to go before we're there. They haven't even alleviated the pressure of guaranteeing overtime as of yet. CT side is the pick of EG. They've been given an inch. Can they take a mile? That's the question. Monacy trying to crack things open, looking for that opening frag if possible. Ships in the night. They pass each other in the smoke. Trading out kills on either side. George will hold strong. The turret on top of the car here. Not falling back. Does significant damage towards Nico, who's sat in the smoke right now, looking for that one way. And it's an absolute bloodbath here, but it's G2 coming out on top, looking to post map point. Junior, he'll remain. So many kills across the map. A frantic round, but one G2 capitalize upon, and it looks like we might be done here after all.
Kind of approach where they're just throwing bodies at top banana, you know, really suggesting that they just feel so strongly that they're going to be able to outcompete EG in those kind of fights, because tactically it's not really necessarily that deep. But again, Nico, even getting shot inside of the smoke, he's so sure that 1 second of opportunity and he's going to get the kill up there, and they just keep trading in their favor. Junior with no chance, and he's realized that long ago. So going to be 15 on the side of G2, and EG now in a position where they would need to win 8 in a row to even get it into overtime.
Yeah, it's not an ideal position, no one's saying that. But G2, a convincing finish there. 3 players survive. Bit of a brawl. Big numbers up towards Banana. Trade out the kills. Wait for those reactions to come through. Let's have a look at the initial frag. There was George, like we said, who was holding strong, denying access the best he could, but we had JKS patrolling the extremities, hitting some bangers. Hex can't believe it.
He actually did typed
FU again, didn't he? I think it was FU. I don't think.
Did he?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, there it is right there.
Oh, beautiful. I like it. That's. I feel like if you time that, it's almost showing even more respect.
JKS did say, haha, was lucky. So he's an honorable man.
Wow.
You got to respect that.
Yeah. Being a gentleman about it.
Humble JKS.
I would have typed easy. I think that's the
easy GG.
Yeah, that's the best, one of the best replies you can really give.
Well, it's going to have to be a hell of a reply now from EG, as they'll need 8 rounds in a row, as you mentioned. But you know what? First map of the series hasn't gone in their favor. We do have Nuke up next, a pick of G2. But time will tell. Maybe we've got a couple more rounds. A few more twists and turns yet before we have to swap the map over. EG will have a buy at least. A strong one at that with the Junior AWP. As you can see, it's positioned towards a B bomb site, and that might get a lot of attention sooner rather than later. We're seeing every member of G2 start to coordinate themselves back towards B. I think just a textbook execution to close things out, and there's just a couple of smokes, Molotov and new boxes, flashes over. Jobs are good, and there's 4 players towards A, so it's the right call.
Yeah, this is going to be a really, really good call for the side of G2. So I think Walker's identified something's up, even with the flash there in his eyes. JKC just spotted the outline of that player in construction, and that's enough to get the kill. And they know that he's out there, but that doesn't really help them so much. They still have to get close. JKS doing work now. More nades are being thrown in. Final one from G2, so at least they can burn him out. But they're in a 4 versus 3 to try and hold on to the map.
Doesn't look good, I'm afraid. This retake would be magnificent if they pull it off, but speaking of magnificent, G2's performance here in Inferno. Sure, they let them in a little bit here, but a comprehensive victory. It will be a 16-7 scoreline. Everyone turns up today. Picking up their opponent's pick of Inferno here. EG, at least they had a response, Anders. It wasn't a complete blowout.
Yeah, you're right. They definitely showed something. They came to life a little bit. It might have been too late, but be curious to see if they can keep it going. Definitely a sizable difference between the two teams. G2, they look unstoppable.
Hello everybody and welcome to Skin Guesser by CS Money. I'm joined by Astralis and FaZe Clan today. We asked the community some questions ahead of the start of the fall groups, and now it's your guys' job to guess the answers of the fans. Each correct answer is worth 100 points. Each incorrect answer is worth 50 points, as in a negative 50. If you get 2 incorrect answers, you then switch control of the question to the other team. Whoever gets the 8th and final answer gets an additional 100 points. Astralis, you guys are gonna start. Question number 1. What is the best AK skin?
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
Oh wait, just need to fill them out?
You gotta fill all 8.
Oh, okay, okay.
Yeah, you're
Fire
gonna have to do the whole 8. Fire Serpent.
Case happens.
Both correct.
Neon Rider.
Neon Rider is the skin that starts with an N.
Asimov.
Asimov, that's 5.
Okay, we're gonna
Good
pass.
I like that.
So B is Bloodsport.
Correct.
And V is Vulcan.
Correct.
Redline.
Correct.
There we go, Finn! You're back!
All right, nicely done. Okay, so FaZe, get ready for your second question. What is the best team sticker with an animal on it?
First one, Furia.
Furia, correct.
Vitality, the B.
A bee is not an animal. I would say Virtus.pro.
Correct.
We play against so many teams, how the f do we not know, man?
What is team?
Is Team Liquid.
Team Liquid is correct.
I Buy Power as well.
I Buy Power is correct.
Mouse.
Correct.
Is it? Yeah, you're
It is
right.
a
Yeah,
mouse.
yeah.
It is a mouse.
It's mouse box.
Are you guys done?
You wanna pass it, no?
Astralis, the floor is yours.
I would say Copenhagen Wolves.
Copenhagen Wolves is correct.
I played there.
And, and then I would say North.
North is also correct. Okay, I'm gonna have to address this.
No.
It's the definition around animal. What is the best team sticker with a creature on it?
I deserve my chance. I deserve my chance. Bro, I deserve my chance to guess.
You guys got an answer?
Dignitas.
Correct. Last round of the game. We asked the viewers, name a skin you would give to your friend. You don't want the most popular answer, straight up. FaZe, you can choose whether you start or close.
We will start.
So,
Asimov.
with that correct answer, Astralis, it is your turn.
Wild Lotus.
Wild Lotus is correct.
The Gamma Doppler.
Incorrect. Negative 50 points.
Gut Knife.
Astralis says Gut Knife with a chance to close the gap, with a chance to steal the win.
But it's wrong.
Incorrect answer. It's a good effort.
Almost.
But congratulations, FaZe. You guys have won. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining me in the CS Money segment.
Where's the trophy?
There's actually something.
Congratulations, Finn. You are now the primary opper.
Thank you. I'm back, guys.
You've been promoted.
Going back to years 2008.
I mean, what we focus mostly on is just getting the game fired up. The communication has to be on point from the very beginning. We don't want any rounds to slip away where we had advantage. So we just want to make sure that we just go into the game focused on maximum, I would say, which I think maybe we lacked a bit versus FaZe. So just everyone needs to step up, and even though this may not be the most important tournament for us, but we just have to get back into shape as soon as possible, because to be honest, it's not looking good for IM Cologne so far. So we just have to step up, and now we have those 2 games, if we win today, of course, to show up and to improve on for the next event as well.
So interesting you mentioned I Am Cologne here. Are you already at a position where you're worried that you might not be in shape for it, that you've not progressed as much as you wanted since coming back?
I mean, the results are showing that way. We definitely lack, I wouldn't say a lot of things, but we definitely lack some of the very important things on the server, and that's what we are trying to work on. I mean, it can happen that even that we maybe don't qualify here, maybe win against EG, and then maybe we lose to Navi. I mean, we can still have a deep run in I Am Cologne. We still have a couple of days to reflect on what happened, but it is very important for us to win the next 2 games in order to feel confident for the I Am Cologne.
Well, so far, I think Nico can be pretty content with what he delivered on map number 1. G2 on fire, EG unable to extinguish the flames, particularly after a 10-0 start on their opponent's map pick for G2.
Yeah, all lines on green for G2, and I actually really appreciate what you heard from Nico.
Yeah.
That is how I want G2 to look at this. I feel like the easy, lazy way out is to say, you know, it's just a boot camp. We're just here to getting gear, getting shape. It's gonna be all right. What matters is next. No, if you're G2, you take this moment as an opportunity to farm the hell out of everybody, get some confidence, roll into the next event with that under your hood. So in that regard, the map went exactly how it was supposed to, destroying them in the first few rounds. Then we get a little bit more relaxed, let's be honest. Few mistakes here and there, but still very much in control.
Is Nico keeping himself and his team up to a very high standard?
That's good.
He's not okay with losing to FaZe. He's not okay with being in a scenario right now where they have to beat EG and then beat Navi in order to even make it into the Royal Arena. So yes, I fully agree. Now on the server, of course, in this game, Nico was all over the place. On the CT side, he was being flashed out banana. He was taking kills in Arch. He was all over the map, sort of. It was too easy for Nico. And this is one of those games where he gets to farm his stats. He gets to get confident, and it's a dangerous place to be if you're EG.
It's good that G2 can get some confidence under their belts, particularly with Nico echoing that sentiment of going into Cologne. That's where he wants the team to really be ignited. This is where they need to start that fire.
The thing is, if G2 were beating a prominent team, let's say they beat FaZe or something like that, and Nico had a great game, I think that's confidence he himself even believes in. I think for G2 to beat EG the way they did right here, for Nico to drop 27 kills, I don't even think he's getting that much more confidence. It's sort of like false confidence in a sense that he knows that he's supposed to do this, and it's not even a surprise. So I guess it's a dangerous game to play in that regard, but it is sort of like easy confidence, let's put it that way.
If anything, I think it's a good training to stay disciplined and focused, even though you feel like the individuals are popping off. That's how I would see it. If I was in charge in G2, I would say, hey, listen, obviously you guys are better than them. Obviously you're going to find yourself in a situation where you have the advantage, but use it as a training camp. Stay on point, stay focused, don't give away your position, stay in the game so that it becomes automatic and not something you have to work on all the time. And yes, they had a few rounds that they allowed EG to come back here, but let's not make something out of nothing. Like, it was an easy game.
Yeah, for basically the entirety of the first half, G2 were basically dictating the pace. It took 11 rounds for EG to even get a bomb plant on that.
Yeah, and that's the disappointing part for EG, because I think we came into the game all expecting that G2 were going to win, but we also did ask EG to make the game competitive just a little bit, or in certain periods of the game, you know, win a couple of rounds in a row, apply pressure, get the money under control, but there was never any sort of pressure applied by EG. So it is disappointing for them to lose in this fashion. There's no doubt about it.
Well, from Money to Muncie, he had a great start to this particular map, and I believe Mahone has a particular nerdy nugget to be diving into.
If you know anything about Monasy, you know he has a bunch of tricks up his sleeve, so I want to show one of them that he used today. And this is not the first time he's used it, but if it's the first time that you've seen Monasy play on Inferno, this might be new for you. So first starts off with this smoke here. Now this smoke lands towards the bottom of middle, and what this smoke typically does is it simply just cuts off Cheese from being able to run up mid too quickly. But the key thing here is actually Monacy's nade that he uses that lands behind the smoke. Now, with this nade landing behind the smoke, what it does is it actually kicks up all this dust here from this top side. It kicks up dust from the ground, and what that does is it actually creates a bit of a one-way for Monacy, because if you look at this from his point of view, you can see that with all that dust, he can actually see the silhouettes of all the buildings. He can actually see through the smoke. And most importantly, when a player actually walks through it right here in this moment, he can actually see when there's somebody there. That's what allows him to find this kill onto Hex. Very easy kill, completely unsuspecting. You'll see that from the T-side point of view, there's almost no way to counter this, because with the nade landing right here, you can't see the CT on the other side. So cool trick here from Monacy, and this isn't necessarily something that you'd be able to see on the broadcast with the X-ray on. This is something for you guys to take at home, try it out, let me know how it goes.
That is a dirty, and naughty nugget, I would say, right there.
It is like
the
your
fact that you
favorite
put a
kind of
nade
nugget.
behind that and you screw the game in that sense and you get a kill based off it, that is not okay, man. That's not cool.
I'm
That's
sitting
spicy.
there. We should use that. We should use that in our games.
Of course we should.
Let's
Of course
learn
we
that.
should, yeah.
Tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow on the stream,
Straight up.
you'll
What a
see it
nerd.
there.
Straight up.
Thank you very much. Coach Danny, I guess.
Coach
he's now
Danny,
calling
indeed.
himself as. Manassi was an interesting one in this map, though, because we were like, oh my lord, if you've got Manassi in your fantasy team, you're farming on that first half. He did let the foot off the gas a little bit in the
I feel
second.
like
Didn't matter, though.
Manassi Pickers are in shambles right now. Going from 14-0 in the first half, you feel everything is great. He's going to rack up all the fantasy points you possibly can imagine, even with this nice little nade play. But he finished with 16 kills and 12 deaths. So what you said, Matthew, is that you need to stay the course. You need to stay online. Well, Manassi had a fantastic start, but maybe he got a bit too overconfident or just fell out of the game. Who knows? It didn't have any impact on the game itself, but for Manassi, it's of course sad that he couldn't keep up the streak.
Yeah, he slowed down faster than Bitcoin. That was crazy, man. He was really to the moon and then suddenly, not anymore. But listen, the impact he had at the very beginning is what they needed. G2 just needed him to catch on fire a little bit. Just make sure that you remind EG very solemnly that, listen, we're not playing in the same category. I'm just here to remind it to you guys. It's 10-0. And once you've done the damage psychologically, you can relax a little bit, close it whenever you have. He'd done enough. He'd done enough. It's all right.
I know we were hoping for another exponential Manassi rating.
I thought we would be there. Of course.
We've got another map, though. Obviously, and this one's going to be G2's pick. It's going to be Nuke. Things aren't looking any brighter for EG, sadly.
No, EG start on the CT side, so there we go. We got something to work
Yeah?
with. That makes the playing field a little bit more even.
How many
I'd
rounds
argue.
do they need on that CT side, then?
9 to have a chance of making the game competitive and potentially even win the map. 8 I can live with. Anything below 6, I'm out.
I thought Jacob was going to say they need 9 to make it to double digit. I'm like, oh my god, please, come on. That's a bit mean, you know?
Yeah, why do you think G2 then brought Nuke into the equation? Is it kind of tactical element? Do you feel like they're just
Why not?
punishing EG? Yeah.
But first of all, they're an excellent Nuke team. Like,
Yeah.
Let's just put it out there. There's no doubt about it. That was one of the maps in which they had this incredible streak you were talking about as well. They were unplayable at a time, and it's a map where their T side is extremely strong, stronger than the mean, overall stronger than the average. And I believe that with the individual quality they have, if you're Hooksy, you can basically pick any card out of the deck, and it's probably going to work, and you're going to have a grand old time.
Is it smelling like a G2-0 then, Jacob?
Yes, it is.
It is going to
Yes,
be a
it is.
2-0. Like, I can't see a world where that's not happening. But as I said before, I would like EG to apply a bit of pressure. I would like Junior to roam around with the AWP and just give us some sense of hope for the future.
Well, where there is a will, there is a way. But let's see how much of a will EG have to run at this one back. It's going to be an uphill battle as we come on to Nuke, the pick of G2 in this series. We're diving into it in just a few.
So good. to be there for you, to fucking make history.
If you have a dream and you give everything for the dream, see, it's happening. We don't play a final, we win it. Let's get this fucking trophy together.
Nothing competes with a major. It's our Super Bowl. It's our World Cup. The pressure comes from the implication of what this event means.
There has never been a clearer closing door for the end of a game. You're never going to get another chance. It's now or never.
The dream is so close.
This is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for 10 years.
When these are monkey, do it. You have to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title, that's just the ultimate goal. Anything is possible.
Can he step up when called upon?
Oh, yes he can! I wake up every morning to win. I work to win. And I live to win. We don't it, we stay together and we fuck them.
Hver hele fucking tiden.
Who knows what the hell's gonna happen?
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're having a good weekend. Thank you for spending your Saturday with us as we're bringing the second map between Evil Geniuses and G2. And there's not the most exciting first map. The pick, RBG collapsed. Inferno wasn't a good showing for them, but we're moving things on. We're going to be pushing forward here, and maybe, just maybe, we'll get to double digits.
Definitely EG not having the best weekend so far. I would probably venture to say it's been a bit of a beating for them, but I don't think it's going to get any easier, unfortunately. Nuke coming up as a second map. It's hard to see how they're going to be able to do much on this one.
Yeah, if their pick was the disaster we saw, I have no idea what Nuke's going to entail here. At least they get the CT start, I suppose, so that will be something for them, considering it's a pick of G2. But yeah, outclassed in almost every single way there. 10-0 up G2 to kick things off in this series. It's not looking good, but there were some signs of life. They weren't completely eradicated there in the first showing. They managed to get 4 rounds towards the end of the first half after such a difficult start there, and some impressive rounds in the second as well. But overall, G2, a comfortable finish. We're expecting more of the same here. If you're not aware, this stage of the tournament, the knockout stages, losing this series mean you are going to the showdown ambers. Now, no one wants to be there, do they?
Really don't. Now we're just about getting live. I think we're waiting for the last couple of players to ready on up, but you should, in the meantime, head on over to Blast.tv. We vote for the Mask MVP. You need to do that because there are a lot of potential candidates out there. Maybe one of them might even be, you know, in the game right now. Something like Nico, something like Modesty, maybe. Who knows? But either way, definitely go cast your vote.
Well, Modesty was definitely in that conversation in the first half of Inferno. He was, what, like 12-0? I think he got 15 kills in the first half, and then in the second got a single kill.
Yeah.
So he fell off there, but Nico managed to get 27 frags total. He had a world-class performance, as you might expect, and we'll see if they can keep it up. It looks like we are ready to go, ladies and gentlemen. EG taking on G2. Tournament life on the line here. Second map will be Nuke, the pick of G2, and looks like we are ready to jump into the action. Hooksy's boys are prepared to close things out here. A strong showing on the T side would be very welcomed indeed. They've got a P250 in the hands of Nico. He's got Kevlar as well, a smoke for Hunter, and a flash to boot as get ready to get into the action. JKS on your screen right now had a very strong showing himself.
Yes.
Surely
did.
At 2-0 Anders. You picked EG as your team to win. Any hope left?
There wasn't even much hope to lose to begin with.
Right, fair enough.
It's so hard to see how this is going to be working out because somebody like Nico on the T side of this map, but he's out in the yard. Once he gets the AK, who from EG is going to be able to stop him? Most teams, even world-class teams, will sometimes or very often lose an entire nuke map just to Nico running wild in the yard. And at the present moment, EG, they don't look like they have the firepower at all to see if they can stem the tide. But we'll see. It's a little bit of a slow start here as they are expecting maybe someone to be there. Want to put the P250 use at range. We'll see if he can find a headshot here against George, who's trying to make himself hard to find. There's a couple of shots ringing out, and Nico will open it up.
Well, that's the way to kick things off. Outside pressure, yields an opening frag, and Hooksy controlling that lobby. Good for a trade. This is an important frag now. JKS comes out on top. Good for a couple, and indeed picked up the round there. Didn't have to break much of a sweat. G2 with a couple of outside smokes. The flashbang to peek towards heaven. And the P250 doing its job, finding that opening kill. Forces out a reaction from EG. They try to take lobby control, but Hooksy waiting for them. JKS as well, patrolling the flanks. And a pretty convincing finish here. Nico, it just seemed like he knew that shot was going to connect eventually.
I think he has so much trust in himself for stuff like that that I don't think it ever crosses his mind that maybe it could go the other way. If anything, he's probably disappointed that it took 3 or 4 shots. He's like, why wasn't it just the first one, you know?
So, a simple outside smoke. Crossing 4 players over towards Secret. Junior will spam some bullets from the USP. Nothing really connects. HE could actually be quite promising here. If he can time it well, that's significant damage.
Oh yeah, with the deagle on top? Or if they actually got that, or maybe one more deagle shot, it could have dropped them very low, but Hunter is running wild with it down there. Double Mac 10 kill for him will really open up the bomb side, but I don't know, there was a real promise there. They could have worked out for them. They could have maybe had a couple of kills and maybe turned it into a 4 versus 3 in their favor.
Yeah, nice idea. The HE lands about 75 damage, but unfortunately unable to find consecutive kills, just the one. Hooksy goes down, Hunter picks up the pieces with the Mac 10, and it's Junior and Hext who will be saving a deagle and a scout. But that's about it. 3-0 looking likely. That was the force buy.
Yeah, there's nothing really to say. I mean, almost like on Inferno, right? We're left with in this uncomfortable position where until EG show us something, it's hard to say anything other than G2 are doing what they should be doing, and they're looking leagues ahead of what EG are able to bring to the table. So there isn't, I don't think it goes much deeper than that for now.
Yeah, here's the replay of the kills from Hunter. Very efficient take of lower. Molotov and smoke down towards Ram, bomb planted. Job done. Looking for the cleanest of starts here. The 3-0 on the T side of Nuke would be a welcome addition to their campaign here in the first knockout stage. Now blast full groups. We are going to see JKS try and get himself down towards the vents if possible. Perfectly done. That could be an early plant already. We'll see. It's Nico that will go down quickly, and the bomb is being planted.
Yeah, they're going to be straight on it. So even losing the AK, and it's being picked up by automatic. Getting down below, again, with no kit or anything else, not really going to be happening. But they can try and do some more damage. They can try and get some more back. And at least that will be successful for now. Modesty is also going to be dropping. So a second AK getting picked up. Hunter looking for them.
Yeah, doesn't want to give too much up here. Go for the hunt. Make sure they don't save the AK short. All right, smoke things. Makes things a little bit more complicated, though, for him. So this is not a bad outcome, all things considered. You weren't ever going to win the round, but saving 2 AKs, that's going to help out a lot.
Yeah, that's pretty respectable. Got to try and optimize, especially when you're the underdog in this particular matchup. You should try and optimize every single round, and getting 2 AKs will definitely help out. 4th round coming up. G2 so far just doing what they should be doing, really.
Just to note as well, Junior will discard the scout and upgrade to the AWP.
Okay.
Every round counts at this point. They don't really have the luxury to experiment with the lesser weaponry. Need to win these rounds. Can't take any risks. Yeah, this first gun round will set the tone as to whether they can stand a chance here. Lovely shot to open things up.
That one connects. That looks so crisp. Well done. 4 versus 5. Hooksy trying to take over the ramp on his own. And he's actually making ways down below. That could put some pressure on Automatic, who's all the way on the other side, looking to step up Secret. But eventually, either somebody has to get down the vent, or Automatic has to come back and do a little bit of work, because having Hooksy down there is just uncomfortable, isn't it? 4 versus 5. And actually, he's going to go back and check. He's not quite sure. Bomb is making its way back towards the lobby, so might just join up with Hooksy after a long wait.
Yeah, it would make sense. Go for a lower execution of sorts. It's the only part of the map that's under their remits. Might as well see if they get a bomb planted here. Junior doesn't want to overstep the mark. Throws a smoke up to his teammate. It's a little bit awkward, but he gets it in the end.
Yeah, they're really trusting in their system here, EG. They're saying, we're not going to rotate anyone else down. Obviously, for Hooksy to make it forward, he has to open the door, shoot out the windows. They know that he hasn't done that, but still, you're giving them a lot of chances here to get a bomb plant in a 4-on-5. Now, Automatic is at least being joined. 2 more down the vent, and they're going to know bomb being planted on the other side with just 23 seconds left. But this retake will not necessarily be easy either.
Certainly not, Anders. They've done very well to get this clean plant down. Automatic will bring it back to a 5-on-3. Huge advantage here, but a lot of work to be done.
There's a Molotov still on JKS. If he doesn't die here, he could win the whole round from this position. Oh, nice find. Walker's going to be able to pick it up. Bit of a crossfire. Leaves Modesty 1 versus 4, and he is hunted down. They have kits and everything else. An overall fine job on the retake, and maybe proving that they should have trusted in that position in the beginning. They knew they'd given up ramp, and they were happy to just hold outside and hold everywhere else.
Well, there we have it. It all started with this wonderful shot there. Walker was showing how favorable it can be to have the AK-47 on the CT side, saving that weapon over, have the potential of the one-tap, and it will be the opening round found for EG. A very promising one as well. 3 AKs now within their arsenal as we enter round number 5. All for Junior still. Money's still pretty strong for G2, but starting to come under question here as we see the same outside smokes deployed. CT's willing to fight here. We've got Automatic trying to get towards Secret, but he's so flashed.
So flashed and almost got stuck on that handrail. That would have been a nightmare if they actually would have turned the corner against him. He still might be in a little bit of trouble, but actually look at this. Instead of using the wall to go down Secret, they're going to go and investigate into the garage, and that does make it a bit interesting. 5th round, Automatic. A little bit out in the open. This is dangerous. And the spray not going to be working out in his favor. Junior has no idea. He never suspected that they were that deep in on the map.
And why would he? Automatic playing a dangerous game outside. Arguably should have been his kill. The timing looked to be in his favor. But a 5-on-3. Not a complete death sentence here. They can still maybe recover this round. It's not looking good. 45 seconds. Hunter holding towards Garage. In terms of the upper hold, we've got George at the CT vent. Hex in the rafters, who could be under some scrutiny here. It's Hooksy. We're going to take him down first, and that should be a... Once you've been discovered like that, even if you got one, you're going to be traded out. George, great effort. About all he was worth. And just a formality here, coming up the ladder. Nico finds that final frag, 4-1, and they keep 3 players alive as well. Fortunately, EG managing to save those AKs in the previous rounds. Have a convincing win before. They're 4-1 down. Bit of a reset, but they do have a buy available. That was the kill.
Yeah, it
kind of decides the round at that point because everything just collapses. Junior's got no information as to how close they are. And Automatic, although he did 85 damage. Yeah, Junior had no information.
Yeah, and might have even had whatever the opposite of information is because of where Automatic died. He might have got the false information, right? Fake news outside. He's probably thinking that Monacy might have been the most forward player, so that's why he's stepping out that far.
Just a note as well, coached Axe behind them. Malek still part of the coaching squad, not head coach anymore. He kind of helps with the kind of bigger picture stuff, the macro game. He runs workshops with the team, works on specific problems. So just to know, he's still part of the team, but Axe is the coach behind EG these days. Got his work cut out for him here, I'm afraid.
Yeah, no question about it. It's probably very hard to prepare for something like this because, I mean, you can plan a lot of strategies, but at the end of the day, you need a way to open up some of the rounds to actually execute the strategies. If you fall flat at the opening sequence, if you just get one tapped by Nico or somebody else, it's very hard to actually get into the round. So we'll see if they have a plan. I mean, 4-1. It's remember, was it 10-0 on Inferno to begin with?
It was 10-0.
So just seeing EG a little bit more on the board. I think it's good.
So we've got Hooksy. He's down lower already. Now, that makes things very uncomfortable. I don't think they'll even go down towards lower. They're just trying to force a rotation, which has happened, and attack the upper bomb side. Hooksy will actually open things up, and it's Hex to mow them down. Double kill towards the squeaky door position. He hasn't done yet. Hat-trick in total, leaving Nico in a 3 versus 1 now. We all know how powerful Nico can be in these sort of positions. Goes to the fake plant, and no one strikes. Slows it right down here.
With this much time left, he could be dangerous, but a nice position. Huge off angle, hard to clear, even though it looked like he had the crosshair in the right position. Yeah, and, you know, smart. I'm happy to see that nobody from EG was rushing up on that fake plant. Like, there's no real stress on them. That's the kind of protocol you like to see, because no reason to give Nico the opening. Hex, though, what a round. 3 kills.
Huge. First
one was a bit easier. It was low Hooksy coming up out of the vents, but then the rest of them were absolutely fine.
Well, it was a lovely start from G2, getting Hooksy down in towards the vents, trying to reach the upper bomb side, but Hex shut down the hopes and dreams, and he isn't slowing down for anyone. He gets lobby control, a ton of information, but what do they do with it now? 3 players for G2 down in towards lower. Nico already patrolling the vents. They've got the in-game leader ready and waiting with the AK-47. Does he just open the door, Surrounders?
Huge shot from Junior on the other side. That's going to help out a little bit, but they're going to be careful Walco doesn't get shot in the back. It's not that far away. The silo, I think, helping him out for the minute, and Hex will find a kill. This defense, it's once again coming together nicely. Hunter's going to get shot down. EG about to find a 3rd round here.
Yeah, this is actually a very nice response. The lower take attempted once more. Well, they had every advantage going in their favor as well, but not out of the woods just yet. Modesty will pull a frag back. That's automatic found. And we've got JKS elsewhere towards upper. He was trying to backstab him towards the upper bomb side. Doesn't happen. And that should be the final frag for George. No problem. 2 in a row for EG as they bring themselves one step closer to tying things up. 4-3. Money actually broken now on the G2 side. So with $2,000 per player, it's not even a half buy. This is full eco territory. It was Junior, as you mentioned, getting the info. They had tried to drop down lower once again. He was ready on the rotations here. JKS shut down. Great awareness, good finish. EG on their feet, Anders.
As they should be. I'm really impressed. It's very hard to play the CT side of Nuke, and you know, holding those positions, realizing where the weaknesses are, and not letting any T slip through. They're rotating down B really well to stop any bomb plant from even going off. I like all of it right now. Bit of a surprise, to be honest, given how things were playing out on Inferno, but a welcome one, I would say. EG, they're going to be tying up the game, make it 4-4 in their favor. They got to keep everybody alive.
Tactical timeout. 4-4. AK is recovered on the CT side, all for Junior. Marnie starting to rack up as well, and G2 will use their first tactical pause here. Now, they do not have the luxury of a Monity AWP or be AKs across the board. Starting to slow down here. 3 rounds in a row for the North Americans. Tournament life on the line. Nothing to lose. No one expected them to do anything with this game today. Inferno wasn't a great showing. Couldn't really get off the mark. 10-0 down. Managed to recover somewhat. Warm up, if you will. And are actually making a pretty good go of it here in the second.
Yeah, they are. And I mean, it does seem like that was a bit of a warm-up type situation for them, because it's kind of continued into this map. Always good evidence that something like that was going on. I was advertising Nico in the yard earlier as like a big threat, but I still haven't really seen it.
Sure.
I want to see more of that. Dink onto automatic. I'm not even sure where that was from.
I think Squeaky Door JKS. I think him just spamming through. Stray bullet. Catches the noggin of automatic. But still, alive and kicking, 30 HP. His Monity, like we said, no orb this time. Dissecting the outer area. 2 comrades behind him as well. They've got some aggro coming. Squeaky Door, you're going to find automatic, low HP. So just trying to play a headshot angle, steal a kill away. Retreat if possible.
I mean, you can call this a crossfire, but not really. Still a good shot. George going to pick up Hooksy as well. 4 versus 3. Oh, never mind. JKS. It is a classic setup. You leave one guy in lobby and the rest of them are pushing secret, and It just is so helpful to have that one player there, especially once the bomb goes down. 3 versus 3 here, Henry, and looks like there might just be a bomb plan. Ooh, Hunter.
He could have got that down. But JKS, perfect positioning in towards the lobby. Walker has been baited out. I don't even have to go towards lower anymore. Hexed.
They could be making a mistake, though. If they go upper instead, Hexed and Mini, Junior not that far away with the AWP, this could get real interesting, yet they're not ready for it. JKS is going to get shot in the back, and now we're down to 16 seconds. Junior finding a stray Nico out in the open, and now it's a 1 versus 1. At least Hunter knows, and he's going to be able to get the bomb plant right away. But Junior, how quick can he be to get there? Door closed in front. Hunter would love to clutch this one. Don't want to give EG the lead.
Well, it's 3 rounds in a row here for EG. A 1 versus 1. Junior has the kit. A flashbang as well. Shoots out the window, but he's going back towards the double doors. Works out for him. What a maneuver that is. Ice cold here from Junior. 4 in a row now, and that's a significant round. EG taking the lead for the first time in this series. 2 kills in total, and a nice little move there as well. Just shooting out the window, sowing the seeds of doubt into your opponent. You're not quite sure he's going to finish things up.
Yeah. And
he must have hit the quick scope. I'm guessing it must have been a very fast shot when he opens the door here. Oh, you can see it was hook, line, and sinker. Hunter looking directly towards the window. Yeah, what are you doing, Hunter? There is a door. There's a door there. Gotta watch out for them. They'll get you.
It's very helpful information. But, you know, the man is not wrong. There is a door.
There is a door there.
Oh,
headshot there.
Yeah, this is a problem. JKS on the bomb site, wreaking a little bit of havoc, but he's going to get slowed down finally. Nico, 1 versus 3. Exactly the kind of round where you really have to communicate if you're on the CT side here. You give him the space, you give him the room to work with, or if you're a little bit too aggressive, he can win these rounds all day. You don't want to be doing that. You want to set it up so you can always trade him out. And, well, Walker's going to be fighting him, so never even comes into question. A 2-round lead, Henry. You starting to feel nervous in your prediction?
I wouldn't say nervous. We've still got a map under our belts here.
Keep in mind how smart I'm going to be.
I mean, yeah, if this map goes in their favor, we get to Mirage, maybe. I just don't know. I think there's too much to do here. Right now, it's just a competitive game. They haven't won the half yet. If they win the half, Anders, maybe we can have that conversation. I don't think that's going to happen, I'll be honest with you.
All right.
But you never know. This is about as good as it could be going with the context of this matchup. Faster pace towards upper. JKS trying to scramble down the vents. Takes a lot of damage en route. Holds at the vent for now. Spam coming through. A barrage of bullets flung in his direction. Trying to get the hell out of there. He will retreat towards the squeaky room.
Yeah, George, I think, burning alive. It took a bit of damage, unfortunately. Still a 5-on-5. Well, look at this little adventure. Junior, I don't think they're ready for it. Monacy, is he going to get caught? Hunter instead with the nade in hand, and that's not what they were looking for. G2, an early casualty here.
Liking this. EG are looking quite dangerous. Quite active. You can see G2 had their feathers ruffled somewhat. Outside for now. 1 minute on the clock. JKS still towards that squeaky door. Always a nuisance.
Yeah, he is hunting for something. Nico. Just try and sandwich him in with JKS on the other side. See if there's going to be a way to set that up. JKS does have a flashbang, but I don't know if you want to try and throw it in there. It seems very, very risky to attempt. Automatic, double spray down. Pistol comes out. Finally, JKS gets put into the mix, but there's only 25 seconds. It's a shutdown here. Walker going to get the last kill. They are up 7-4 at the moment.
Really nice round from EG. Solid stuff from Automatic as well. Huge double kill towards that main entrance. Looked like he was only good for 1.
Here's a kind of analysis that get brought out sometimes when you have really uneven matches.
Okay.
You'll get somebody saying something along the lines of, well, G2 have no real incentive to try and use their full strat book. If they can get by just doing a lot of default stuff and still win, then they're not revealing anything for later on. Is that just pure copium, do you think? Or could there be something to it?
I mean, it depends what you mean. Like, you mean like they will save a specific execution or a War of Smokes variation? I don't think so. I don't think it goes that deep. I don't think there'll be anything they'll be particularly saving, like maybe with Cologne around the corner. They might have some pocket strats they might want to hold on to, but I don't know.
If I was the G2 PR agent, that's what I'd be typing up right now.
Exactly.
I'd be saying, you know,
well, to be fair, they won the first map, no problem. They haven't lost this one yet, Anders, so we'll let them at least play the map first before the statement needs to be produced.
Very generous, Henry. I appreciate that. George, good spray down. Junior put to the test. I think both him and George have been hitting some pretty good shots throughout this one, so that's encouraging. Walko, a little bit of a spray down, pulls out the pistol, but Hunter will be able to wreck him with the Tech-9 and might get another kill here, but probably that should be the end of it, and it's taken a little bit too long. Junior's going to live through the round with a triple kill, even shooting the corpse of Hunter at the end. We like that. 8-4.
Looking a little stressed now. This is where EG have managed to string together, what, 7 rounds in a row after being down 4-1. So yeah, this is not what I expected. This is quite a flat-looking G2 now. Came out of the trap red hot. Got that pistol, no problem. First gun round went against him, but didn't think we'd be finding ourselves here. The potential for a third map is ever looming. As we get into round 13 here, Junior has been excellent. Putting on a bit of a masterclass to the AWP. Very active, aggressive, and continues to find shots here. Takes out Nika to open things up, but not before he can find automatic, so it's still an even 4-4. Oh, huge gap.
Yeah, there really is. Oh, but he was just unscoped and he misses the follow-up. That needs to be a kill every single time. At least they're going to get the information, but could have easily been a 4 versus 3. Still thinking about this B bomb side, but I feel like even when they get down there, G2, and get the bomb plant, EG are proving that their rotations to the B bomb side are good and quick, and their retakes are pretty good. I don't know if it's the more likely option at the moment. Now you got all this outside control. That probably can manufacture a round.
CT's now realizing it's probably not going to be a lower attack. Starting to push through Secret. Monity aware of that prospect. It's got a nice position to deal with this. That's if they commit, though. They might just hold the steps.
It looks like they want to keep going. They really want to find out. Patient play. There's only 34 seconds as Monty's getting that kill, so hard for Monty to stick around and actually just watch that angle. And I got this, the bomb, it drops down as well. Hexty knows he's going to be sneaking right up the ladder. And Hooksy, he's down and out. Hex with the finish, but obviously the bomb being dropped out there. Walker getting the other 2 kills. That's huge, and that's 9-4. It's a 5-round lead for EG.
After being down 10-0 on the opening map of Inferno, this is pretty remarkable. Hats off to EG. A great team performance here. Walko with the stroke of genius. Modesty was even expecting a second player there. He drops the Molotov as a protocol to defend himself. But Walko pushes through, gets a double kill, funnels him in towards Hext, and he can't believe his luck. Catches a player on the ladder.
He's screaming at
another double spray down. The yelling has begun. The mind games are always a lot of fun when Hex is on the server, and the dying rounds here. EG looking good for double digits.
I'm a huge fan. Great job, Hex. Keep it up. Junior gonna get flashed. Automatic did take a lot of damage, and I think needlessly so running through the flames. It wasn't really even required. Hex is gonna be going down, so maybe they can shut him up for a round or 2 here. 4 versus 3, though, and they still only have the pistols. They're not anywhere near a bomb plant yet. EG looking for 10 rounds on their opening here on Nuke.
Yeah, can you believe it?
What a shock.
On their opponent's pick as well. After being blown out of the water. It looked like this would just be a formality. G2, another chance to flex their CSGO prowess, but Monacy still doing that for now. It's a lovely shot. Maybe there is something to be said here. Looking to deny double digits if possible. Great Molotov. Makes things very uncomfortable in the vents.
And the difference between G2 having 4 or 5 or maybe even 6 rounds, I think, is massive.
Oh, yeah.
They're still such a good team that you want to keep them as low as you possibly can. Just keep them at 4 rounds, if at all possible.
What a flash.
It's a shame that no one's there to follow it up. Bomb is ticked quite far already, and it feels like EG they want to go, it's going to have to be the fastest retake of all time. They are really running this clock down low, but they're still moving in the right direction. AKs have been picked up back again. Monacy and Nico will make sure this round is not even close as they get a couple of kills each towards the end. So a 5th round for G2, and with just pistols.
Yeah. And if you're EG, you might as well go for that, just to know it's the final round up next. They had more than enough money to buy up into this round, so it wasn't like that was a mistake or anything. But this is where it all started. I dare say G2 needed one of these rounds to fall in their favor. Things were starting to spiral. What was that, like 9 rounds in a row, I think? Yeah, it was 9 in a row. EG managing to build up quite an impressive tally of rounds. We'll see if they can close out this final one and get the double digits. Once again, JKS lurking outside this squeaky door. Player will drop down towards the fence next to him. And obviously aware of the possibility of Justin's position. Gonna check it out now, but beats him to the punch. George has been removed from the equation. That might be the cue to enter the upper bomb side right here, right now.
Important shot for Junior to try and help out his teammate down below. Next, yeah, he's going to get that M4 out in time. This is looking so good. Monacy getting shot at the back. It's automatic with the double, leaving Nico. And we've said it a couple of times that he could do these, but he hasn't really ever got off the ground. Every time in these 1vx scenarios, Nico is just getting bodied by the first player that comes his way. It'd be one hell of a clutch if he could. 1 versus 4, and he gets the first, gets him going. Does get the tag on the Hex, but it is not enough, Henry. 10-5 in the first half. And G2, they're being put under a lot of pressure right now.
This is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for 10 years.
Nothing competes with a major. It's our Super Bowl. It's our World Cup.
The fans are calling for a blast major.
The pressure comes from the implication of what this event means.
There has never been a clearer closing door for the end of a game. You're never going to get another chance. It's now or never.
Heroic should make the final, and same for Vitality.
You need to give everything all the time. All the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
This is the legacy-defining moment.
Anything is possible.
I wake up every morning to win. I work to win. I live to win.
Who knows what the hell's gonna happen?
Two more outside crossing.
Dude, let someone drop vent.
I'll pick up mid.
Door counter.
Door
and lower.
I could probably walk out door after.
Yeah, top push dead. That's the ramp.
One more.
One more top, one more top. And Opa.
Just play this. I'm baiting you, okay?
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine.
Hex is A player, guys, and Opa is alive.
You should do something, guys. I'm gonna walk out door. Give me a second.
We're dead.
Nice.
That was small guy. They're just gonna commit lower. Back lobby.
Back lobby, back lobby.
Back lobby in the vent. In the vent. He can go lower.
Lower. What the? What are you doing? There's a door!
There is a door indeed, and EG are back on their feet after going down 0-10 on Inferno. They answer back with a 10-5 lead on their opponent's pick of Nuke. Anders, this is admirable, to say the very least. They've done a great job here. There's actually a chance it could take us to a third map.
Sure is. I don't disagree. 10-5, yeah. And if memory serves, you actually have to hold the door. I believe that was, important lesson from Game of Thrones.
Yeah, it's a good point.
We'll see. Junior, up close. Want to see on the other side with the dualies. We do have a set on JKS. G2. It'd be quite embarrassing, I feel like, if they lose this one, especially as their map pick. They are playing EG, that seem to be one of the, if not the weakest team in the tournament. So I'm sure they would love to close this, make it a 2-0 victory. And so far, so good. Junior with the opening. JKS is going to get traded as well. That's what you like to see. EG, if they can win this pistol round, they actually could go a really long way.
I think they've already won it. It's the bomb's going down. They've got the man advantage. It comes down to this frag, really. And it's automatic. Picks it up, no problem whatsoever. Nico and Hooksy, I don't even think you go for it. You might just be saving Kevlar.
Yeah, they are not maneuvering anywhere near any bomb sites here. No kit for any wild defusers either, in case someone was thinking about it. Gonna be a full cleanup. Only Hexed going down. And 11-5. I'm really curious. I'm so curious about the mental state of G2. Are they still fine with it? Do they recognize that there's a whole third map? Is it all good? Or are they beginning to tilt? That tilt is... Can bring down
this
teams.
is where EG are the most dangerous. Tournament life on the line, nothing to lose. They're winning every single round. They're starting to yell. It's getting under your skin. You're getting frustrated.
Yeah.
This is where things could actually get a little bit problematic for GT. The wheels could fall off. So they are going to force buy in the second round here of the second half. CZ's 5-7s. A scout for Monacy. Be a very powerful force buy. And in terms of control, they've pushed in towards the trophy room. JKS and Nico with control of lobby. Hex patrolling from T-spawn.
I only just noticed Hooksy's scoreline. That does... It's a bit frustrating, I'm sure. It's 2-15, Henry.
No way. 2-15.
Well, I wasn't making it up. I wasn't trying to throw him under the bus.
I had to go double check it. Yeah, that's... the problem is, he's had such a quiet tournament.
True.
Every single map seems to be going down that sort of fashion, like an 18-20, for example. Like, it does become a problem after a while, I suppose. Like, it's difficult to imagine a world where you can consistently win championships.
Yes.
With a player that's
yeah, and it's not really...
up.
It's obviously not to pile on, but it is, like you said, we've noticed it a couple of times throughout the tournament. Definitely, eventually, you have to assume it's going to be a little bit of an issue. Hexed with the Mac-10 going to be finding Hooksy this time with his back turn. Then a scout up close. Hex just cleaning it up right now. Third kill, jumping through, looking for the quad. If he had the bullets, he would have had it already. But I suppose the Glock will get the job done. That's a quad. Nico's out here, and he does have head armor, so he should be able to win this fight against Hex, who is at 37 health. I think Hex realizing as well. But there is a potential for an ace. Not out of the question, depending on where Nico goes. Looks like he's got the right crossfire. Yeah, he's pre-aimed it. Easy tap away. So ace has been denied, but the round is theirs.
It certainly is, Anders. A pretty convincing round. Nico might steal one away here at Saber Galil, but they won't be buying going forward. This is EG with all the opportunities in the world. This will be their first map win in the tournament as well. Bear that in mind. A beautiful shot from Nico. 15 kills to his name.
It's actually their first map win as well, DG. I kind of lost track of that.
Yeah, they did not have a great run in the tournament. And bear in mind, like, Of course they weren't going to. Like, in terms of the names and company they have here, it was always going to be a very difficult ride. It started with Vitality, with all the hype behind them. It was an opening game of the tournament as well. They got blown out of the water.
Yeah.
They got like 7 rounds, 8 rounds on both maps. Then they played NIP, 0-2 there as well. But they should have won the first map. I think they had a 15-10 lead on the opening map of the series, which they should have put away. That didn't work out for them, but it was close. And this is remarkable, really. You've just been owned on the first map of Inferno, but you kept your heads held high. They kept fighting back. They managed to get 4 rounds after suffering a 0-10 deficit. Got warmed up. And G2 started to drop off. You could see they were a little bit frustrated. They couldn't just close out the game quickly.
Yeah.
And I think that's kind of transitioned over here to Nuke a little bit. As EG have been the better team here. They've looked rock solid. And
yes,
yeah, when you've got players down at 2 and 16, it suggests that they're having a hard time dealing with some of the firepower of their opposition.
Yeah, and I was going to say, I mean, in terms of the kills, EG obviously really far ahead at the moment, but again, those CT side rotations are really impressive. I think it's one of the hardest things to do on any map, is just not leaving gaps in your defense on Nuke. Nice shots from Nico, but he can't stand up to the Mac 10. So still a 2 versus 3. Hooksy and m0NESY. m0NESY sneaking in, but he just gets completely timed by George. Leaves Hooksy with the USP. More suffering might be incoming. Yeah, he's trying to see if he could do it here. Would love to pick up something, anything to fight with. It's going to be 13 on the side of EG as Hooksy goes down at the end.
13-5. We were discussing this in between the first map. I didn't think there'd be a world where we'd go to a third. It'd be kind of like comical at this stage, considering how the first map went. It was just just waiting for it to close out.
Yes.
But here we are, 13-5 for EG. We've got a pause, I think, a technical one as well, as they discuss their upcoming round here. In terms of the buy, we can have a look at that. Bit of a spoiler. M4s across the board pretty much. m0NESY AWP as well. Utility's okay. JKS was just a single smoke. But he's got a little bit of residual cash. We're buying up further utility here.
To be honest, no matter what the scoreline is, even at 13-5, I want a version of G2 that can bootstrap this kind of a game and just get back on top. Like, get excited about everything again. That you have some of the most impressive players in the game on this lineup. You absolutely should be able to find a way to have more of an impact. You see why with a shot like that from m0NESY. Great flick. Can he get some backup? I think he can indeed. Nico's going to be taking down George, who I think was trying to jump on top, but he gets automatic up on top of the hut as well, or the silo. So that's it. That should be the source of always having a dangerous G2, right? This should always be like this.
Well, that's a much more compelling round for them. m0NESY taking matters into his own hands. A flash outside, get towards T-Red. Finds the opening frag. They try and encroach on his position, but he's got the bodyguard of Nico mowing down multiple members towards that silo position as well. And that's round over. They might as well see if they can make it expensive. Just get under the skin further of G2. Bleed out the clock. See if anyone will overstep the mark. But we're going to have a long way ahead of us, because G2 can't really justify hunting right now. They don't have any money whatsoever.
Yeah, they're just going to be relaxing. Good start.
Second kill must have been nice. Yeah, good little flick up.
Just the awareness of knowing. I always think of those two things as being on opposite sides of the same spectrum, right? Like you can either get a really fast flick to make up for the fact that your crosshair wasn't in the right position, or you can just have your crosshair in the right position to begin with, and you know either one is a separate skill in a way. Just reading where that next fight's going to be coming. But it will be another round. G2. 6.
A clean one. Yeah, they needed that. This was starting to spiral. Sometimes Counter-Strike just doesn't make sense. They play their opponent's map, completely own them. Wasn't ever really a moment where we thought EG could win. Move over to their pick. The wheels have fallen off. They're 13-6 down. EG looks stronger than ever. It's difficult to really analyze that one, you know?
Yeah, I agree, but it's also at the same time, it's hard not to be concerned for G2 if I'm watching this. I can't help but think.
I think EG have played a very good game. You can see they've thrown caution to the wind now, and kind of the nerves have been shook off after getting rumbled on that first map. Like, they've looked good. to be honest. But yeah, you are right. This is alarming for G2. One of the few teams that didn't make a roster change during roster mania. And Junior once again getting the best of Monacy here. Opening pick for him.
And a great bait.
Yeah.
He just showed the shoulder of one of his teammates. They know that he wants to swing for it. And they're ready. It doesn't even take that much. Okay. Not that much money in the bank of G2. They have to keep this alive. If they're dreaming of the comeback to deny the third map, they got to keep this going right now. NiKo putting a little bit of pressure. It's JKS on the other side to find Walco, and Automatic is practically dead. He's trying his best with the AK. He's going to get taken down, and it's back into a 3-on-3 at the very least.
It's on a knife's edge, though. EG can definitely win this round, and that would be 14-6. Potentially the map. As Junior has looked red hot in these last few rounds, smoking off towards main. Taking some vision away. Segregating his CT defense. It's Hunter. He will have to play alone now towards that garage position. The bomb's actually in towards ramp. So maybe a lower finish here with Junior going down secret steps.
Hoaxy actually already went down the vent, so at least he's going to be near enough by to hear what's going on down there. Now they're going to definitely know Hoaxy, right time, right place, just needs the first kill. Nice dink onto Junior will put him at a little bit more of a defensive position. Just 10 seconds left here, and Hoaxy sneaking in. The spray is good. The smoke is up, but still, he's cleared a little bit of a path to get back into it. Junior's going to get caught on the other side, and now it's George. 1 versus 2 here. This would be a fantastic clutch for him if he can actually do it. He's just got the Galil and is sneaking back towards the round. I don't think they realize this. He might have slipped the net here, Henry.
Maybe. He has no utility, but he's got a headshot available to him. Hoaxy will be dropped first, and a 1v1 ensues. JKS up against him now. No kit available. Has to go for the clean kill here. Touches the bomb. You can see this is very difficult. Agonizing for JKS. Does he have it? I don't think he does. I don't think he does, Anders.
George, yeah, he was frustrated.
You can see, yeah, he had to work really hard for that. They haven't had many individual highlights of this event. They haven't won many rounds, so sure, not the prettiest finish, not the heroic way you let to close things out and get the headshot, but you win the round. You managed to win out a massive clutch, and as I said, if they win that round, it's 14-6. That could break the back of G2, and Hoaxy, he's had a really rough game to say the least there. He gets his 3rd kill. He gets a player that wasn't planting, though, and he actually makes arguably the correct move, waits for his teammates to rotate in, but then goes down without any trade potential to the ramp player. And 1 round away here from map point. EG touching distance of glory. Their first map in the tournament is NiKo that denies access of up. Walker goes down and maybe towards ramp as well. They'll try and recover the situation here. Nice nade.
Yeah, that's going to really soften him up on the other side. Okay. NiKo was very flashed in that moment, but he did a fine job anyway. I think you also saw, I think he got the kill and he was looking at his teammate's monitor, which is always a nice feature of being on LAN. You can confirm whether or not you got the kill even if you're flashed by just looking. You don't have to ask a teammate.
Feature of LAN, yeah.
Yeah.
Last update, they brought that in for us.
People forget sometimes, you know? You're used to playing Counter-Strike Online at home.
It's
you didn't even think about him. I don't know. I rarely play Counter-Strike on LAN, obviously, but the difference in 1.6 between LAN and online was astronomical.
Oh, yeah.
It
still is. Like ping, we don't even really kind of talk about online results.
True.
With much high regard, right? Like it's kind of just something that has to happen sometimes. But regardless, we are on LAN. EG backs to the wall here in this particular round. 4 players waiting towards the squeaky door. Big grenade lands at their front door. And will be Hoaxy mowing them down. Finding some success here. All that's left to be done is try and plant the bomb towards lower. And I dare say he's probably done enough, but looking for the kill instead. Monacy will be waiting for him. So another successful round there for G2. They deny map point. 4 of them will survive into the next. And the money's pretty broken for EG. So still a lot of work to be done, but denying at least map point for now. Hoaxy with a much better showing here. Double kill. Probably his first multi-frag into the map.
If you're EG, the goal must be to end this very, very soon. They have a massive round lead, but I don't think that's really what matters. What matters is not allowing some of the star players on G2 to wake up. NiKo clearly already is. He's top fragging in the server. He's got 21 kills.
He got 27 in the first map as well. Like, he's absolutely fine.
But if even one more player joins him, you could end up losing the 16-14, and that would be a real nightmare, wouldn't it? Hunter, a little bit of a spray, bomb down in the sight, and Nico and Mini looking to get closer, step by step. It's m0NESY taking down Volko, and I don't think he can pick up that bomb again, unfortunately.
Yeah, I think he might be onto something there. Just waiting for a potential mistake here. Junior will try and thread the needle. Get a run and gun kill with the Tech 9, but it's unlikely. m0NESY encroaching on his position now. This feels like a matter of time before he's dropped. And indeed, the shot connects. Nice finish there for m0NESY. Taking it round by round. That was the force buy, bear in mind, from EG. Only had about $1,900 per player, so yeah, they've got a nice buffer of rounds. Went for it, trying to steal one away, didn't work out. And now the game really begins here. Sure, EG only need a couple more, but these are difficult rounds to find against G2, who have stabilized financially. They've got everything they need now. To find 2 T rounds on Nuke, it's going to be a tall order. It won't start here, as this is the full eco. 14-9 pretty much locked in.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think this is necessarily going to be easy. One of the benefits, obviously, of having this kind of a round lead is that as an in-game leader on the EG side, or as a coach, you can call a timeout. You can try and throw away a wild round if you want to. They just kind of did with a half buy there, but yeah, you have options to go through before you really run out of ideas. But again, the momentum is quickly going to be draining, I think, on the side of EG, and it's going to be picking up on the side of G2 in return. So you can't keep this going. End the game now, or potentially suffer a full G2 comeback. We know they can. Junior and Automatic left here. Obviously, this is a round where we're not expecting to do much of anything, but
I would still call G2 the favorites to win this map. As mad as that sounds, with the huge scoreline, like, these are difficult rounds to find. Even if they get number 15, like,
yeah,
EG are not an experienced team. They're against one of the world's best here. Finding those difficult rounds.
Yeah, I can't even really argue against it.
Yeah, like, I would still say it's not even that controversial of a take. Just to say G2 will probably work this one out. But you never know. EG, scrappy team, tenacious today. Showing some good character. Bouncing back from what was a disastrous start.
Yes.
And here we go. Another chance to find map points. We'll see if it's possible. Some compromises. Concessions to be made. Galil's for Georgia and Walco. And a fancy footwork from m0NESY as he negates the smokes. Gets himself in towards Secret. It's a classic position for him. And you'll probably see why. An actual rare miss. Okay, now these are the opportunities where they could find the map point here.
Where did the bullet go?
Don't know.
If we can get the replay. Did he shoot like right next to his ankle or something? I just don't know what happened there. Hunter's gonna get a free one, yeah. That's huge. I think they're still... They've got Junior working the lower part of the map, so there might be a little bit of pressure applied here. Still got a minute left on the clock, so it's still really early on in the round still. G2 using a fair few of their grenades to slow this one down, but not quite all of them. They don't have a smoke left, which is real concerning. If there is going to be a bomb plant down below at some point, just lacking the smokes is never a fun time. Hex is going to get a kill, but they're going to try and see if they can punish him for it, and they will. Hooksy, good shot, and a 3-on-3.
A 3-on-3, an important one at that. We'll go down towards lower here. EG with a decent amount of utility. Molotov, smokes, flashes. They've got to get through JKS. 13 kills to his name. We'll need a couple here to confirm the round. First one is no problem whatsoever. The second is going to be the bomb carrier. Can't find him. That should be C4 being planted in, no problem. Down to Hooksy. Can't deny.
We just, I think, saw him, unfortunately, for Walker. I think the smoke was a little bit light on that side, so Nico catching a boot, and that's all he needs. And now the defuse is happening. Junior, you got one shot if you want to make it through the win. No, he doesn't, but it's too late. Defuse already happening. Hooksy getting a little bit more on the scoreboard now, and G2 getting up to 10.
Big kill from Hooksy to close things out there as well. Very important round, of course, but the fact he denies the AWP being safe going forward, because they can still buy into this one. They got $4,000 per player. Junior will have to join them, means no AWP, and he has been a thorn in their side. He's been finding remarkable picks. So just to note that, from Hooksy, the man who's been struggling, 7-19 right now, he's starting to come online. And all they need to do is win this map. It doesn't matter how many frags he gets. Half buy for the North Americans. Looking to pick up the pace as they push through the squeaky door. They've actually broken through. There's no miscommunication going on. Hooks, he's lucky to get away with that one, Anders.
Yeah, he is. That could have gone horribly wrong, but he's going to get more through the smoke. Even handing enough grenades at the moment.
Yeah, chill, Nico.
Yeah, it's not worth it, is it?
No need to run after them.
Bombs picked up once again on Walco, but I don't know if they can even find the site at the moment. A little execute. Hunter with a good return. Yeah, and I agree. Just slow it down if you're on. You're still not really at the comeback stage for G2, so don't get too carried away. Just follow this one through. It's got to be the plan. I like this position.
Yeah, same. It's an old school one. It's the kind of position you just don't check anymore because it doesn't feel like a strong one, but every now and then, just like that, it's perfect, and it might be enough to find the map point. All of a sudden, the round falls apart. Automatic smoking off towards Squeaky Door. They might have the advantage here. They've got a couple of rifles, Anders.
Some good grenades on JKS, but yeah, this is a bit disastrous. It was a 2-on-4 Henry, and now we're back into a 2-on-2. m0NESY has to retake with the AWP, which he might not necessarily be against, but one missed opportunity here, and it's going to go horribly wrong. Now, Automatic is low on health, so is Walco, to be honest, so it's not going to be easy. Molotov down on the one side, and G2 hunting for it. Grenade down. Walco drops even lower. Flash to set it up. They've got all the grenades, but not the kills they need. Automatic comes swinging for them. A triple, and EG at 15.
I can't believe it. A 4-on-2, and they steal the round away. EG now have 5 opportunities. And it all started here. We said it's a position often overlooked in the mid stages. And for good reason. Why would anyone ever be there? And it leads to an upper plant. A 2-on-2 and Automatic closes it out. That is massive and they know it. Third map looking likely. As it will be G2 to take a tactical timeout now. 5 rounds to put this one to bed. On the T side of Nuke on their opponent's pick.
I think you correctly identified it. Even as Nico fell back, there was some element of stress in the team. It's like there were a lot of movement around, no overall grand call to slow down that 2 versus 4, and they just kept dropping players and losing positions.
Yeah, it was a little bit of a chaotic situation. Very active on the CT side. Everyone is looking to close it out potentially. Could have stuck together in the buddy system, but it's all thrown away now. It will have to be the perfect game to take us to overtime. 5 in a row for G2. They've got cash at least, and it all starts here. Round number 26, and EG, I don't think anyone expected them to pick up a map today. But bear in mind, they had a 15-10 lead against NIP as well, Anders, and they squandered the opportunity. They went to overtime, and they didn't win the map.
You are right. What a nightmare that would be if it unfolded in the same exact fashion.
Could happen. No, like I said, I finding that round 16, like they won the previous one, sure, but that's a 4-on-2 with some wacky moments with...
Yeah. Sometimes that's all it takes. Maybe a wacky moment, another one for EG, and they can actually see this one through. Automatic and George both dropping quite low at the start of this round. Still a 5-on-5. Junior thinking about coming back out for it. That's risky. They have the bomb down here towards Secret, so... Looks like G2 are kind of starting to think about rotating down. There's still a minute on the clock now. We'll see if EG can come up with a plan to infiltrate one or the other bomb site. I don't think they've made up their minds yet. I don't think they know for sure. Even though if 3 of them are down, they could still go back up the vent even if they wanted to. You can see they're tiptoeing around here. Oh. What a position given what they're doing.
Here we go. On a knife's edge, lots of damage received, but some positional control. But speaking of which, Nico will strike from CT spawn. Finds Automatic, and with 20 seconds remaining, this looks like a desperate attempt down towards lower. JKS not expecting it, though. First kill found, and this one could fall apart once again. Can they close it out here?
Oh, missed shot. No chance for the no-scope by the 10 seconds. The Walco controlling the rotation. Nico gets a shot on one, but the bomb, it is planted. They're going to find Walco up there, and Hex goes down. So George and Junior, 2 versus 3. But with a bomb plant, double orb as well. Nico burns almost all the way down. How did he drop so low? Against the orbit might not even make a difference, but Still, how do you find this? They're both set up on the same side. Will you check for both, or will you kill one and forget the other? That's the big question right now for G2. They might realize Nico with a shot, and they see the feet. They know Junior's there, and I think they can lock him out. I don't think he can stop this any longer. They're already on the defuse. Great retake. Nico with the quad kill. He'll keep the dream alive for them a little while longer.
All the nightmare Anders, considering how uncomfortable they've looked in the last few rounds, and G2 just about making that one work. It took some great positioning there from Nico, but he gets the job done. The lion's share of the frags fall in his favor. Junior and the 1 versus 3 had a slight chance of winning it, but no, completely denied. And we get it to round number 27 here. 4 in a row now required for G2 for overtime. Can't let this happen again, EG. It can't go to overtime, and that's where you lose it. We'll see as they take a lot of damage en route.
I would have loved to have seen what would have happened if EG had tried to hide the fact that there were 2 there instead of both peeking the double doors, but I guess we'll never know. Wanna see. He's been playing pretty well. He's also missed a couple of shots that he shouldn't have, but not going to be that one. Nico also finding his 29th kill. Henry outside, and it's a 5 versus 3. He is once again determined to drag this team kicking and screaming to the finishing line, which is not the first time we've seen that out of Nico.
No, you can't be mad with his contributions today. 27 kills in the first map, which is a complete blowout in their favor. And now keeping the same world-class form to keep the dream alive. The 2-0 dream with 29 kills. Honestly believe him with 20, so you can't say the stars didn't show up here. The other players absent. As we see JKS now defending towards the ramp. How the hell has that one fallen apart? Nico having to deliver once again and rescue them out of every single scenario, Anders. That's another beautiful sequence, and that should be job done.
He's doing so much work. Without him, they've already lost this map quite a while ago. Hooksy getting a chime. He's up
He just
to 11.
got 3 kills, and he's still shaking his head like, lads, come on. I can't kill everyone every round.
Or can I?
Or can maybe I can. Because he gets 1 outside, 3 towards ramp. And it's just like, yeah, boys, I can't give all every single round. Like, I know I'm having a great game, a great series.
Just give me something to work with.
But like, if you join me in the fragging, you never know. We might be able to do this. But they still continue to push forward. 2 in a row. As we mentioned, it has to be the perfect game now. And with the money and around $3,000 per player, I'll tell a lie, maybe about 4,000. I think a half buy is still in order here. They still have a slight buffer of rounds. It's be 15-13 if they give it up. But yeah, for my money, it should be the Tech9s and Deagles once again. You do not want to be forcing into a round where you've got a couple of players on $3,000.
True. It might even be beneficial to have a really quick round with the Tech9s. The way that G2 are playing right now, you could do it.
Those are the couple of rounds they've had in this second half since the pistol have been with the Tech9s. They surprised us in that 4 versus 2. You can go off the leash, be a bit more creative, allow your individual to see what they can make of the round. And we have got a bit more of an eco here, I'd say, rather than the half-buy. You can see Walker with the Glock, no Kevlar. Same story for Junior, but he's got a Deagle instead. Saving up for the AWP going forward. Now, can they get the bomb down here? Nico will be flashing himself in. Got vision on the cross for now, but they'll take care of that. Speculative spam. Only 1 bullet connects, and maybe he can make up for it. There it is, George.
That's the bomb.
Oh, that's frustrating.
Come back and pick it up. It's not ideal, is it? Oh my God.
He's had enough.
Come on.
He's officially had enough. Everyone is in trouble now. He's not going to miss.
How do you defeat that? How do you win against someone who's getting the 2 opening kills through a smoke? He's everywhere, hunting him down. It's another quad kill as he lands on 35 kills.
Bloody Nora. He's not even smiling about it. He's pissed off and getting 35 kills. I've never seen anything like it. Not even a wry smile. I like it. Business as usual for the Terminator. 35 kills. Just wants to get this one done. Forget about it. Find that 2-0 as we might take another tactical timeout here. Apparently not. We're back into the action. No AWP for Junior. But Monacy will join Nika this time. He makes his way towards Secret. Tucks himself in.
Somebody on that EG side has to step up and kill Nico. Just 1 round where you put him out of the round.
35 and 16. Bloody hell. How does he always post these sort of insane numbers?
I don't know, but it does make it... I feel like, again, it's not really a recipe for winning whole tournaments. It's so hard to do this kind of thing where it's reliant on him to do this.
Well, no, yeah, this is a game where
but it's
one of the world's best rivals are 35 and he still might lose.
Yeah.
That says a lot about the team, doesn't it? Just like what's going on here.
It really does.
Oh, he's gone. They found him.
They throw the grenades, they throw the flashbangs, and they send Automatic out to hunt him down. Is that enough to win the map?
Well, after Complexity were knocked out of the tournament yesterday, we thought the hopes and dreams in North America were done, Anders. But who would have thought a plucky team named Evil Geniuses would be the first to take a map off the European representation here?
Yeah.
EG 15-13, 5-on-4. And they found the all-important kill of the danger man himself, Nico, removed from the equation with 35 kills to his name.
They're bringing the bomb down lower. 30 seconds. I don't think they're going to change their minds here. Automatic going to be found. That actually might throw them off a little bit. No, they're going to realize 20 seconds as they start to get back down. 3 already down below. Hooksy's up on top, but he's going to join them momentarily. But it will be a bomb plant, Henry, and it will be a 4-on-4 in the after plan. Maybe a quick kill here. If there is a chance with the... Oh, the smoke is up, so Monacy can't even see anything at all.
This is a difficult retake. He might even favor EG here. Could be the final round. 4-on-4, Hooksy to lead the charge, closes the door, there is a hole in it. George trying to capitalize, and I think they've done enough here, Anders. They might be taking us to a third map. Hexed on top of the bomb site. Raining down bullets from above, 2 versus 1. Hunter with no HP. No time, and EG have done it. They take the second map, 16-13, stealing it away from G2, converting the 15-10 advantage and finding their first map in the tournament. What a great showing.
It truly was, and it turns out 35 kills just is not enough somehow. You needed more, Nico. It's unbelievable to see. We will get a third map to see how this goes.
If I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know?
Who do I pick if I have unlimited money and I'm an owner? Myself, because I'm gonna still playing, of course. Then I will take Simple with me. And then I will take Zyvu as third guy, as a rifle. Because I know that he likes to play with a rifle as well, and then he's, like, we saw the clips with him. Then I will need an IGL. I will take Alexi, my teammate. And then I need one more guy. I will go with get right to the beginning of the contest whenever he was owning, like in the good lurker. Firstly, I have to pick Forest. My former teammate, I love him. I think he's a great player and one of the goats of CS. Device, because of course I think he's a great player. We just have to stack these teams. I'm picking Zyvu as well. I think we need to have some other players as well. In-game leader. I think then we have to pick Carrigan. Also been at the top of the game as an in-game leader for like since CSGO came out basically. And our last player, I mean, you just have to go simple as well. Like, go five amazing players, and you just have to win, I guess. I can be an analyst, get a good coach, and I can just be an analyst and help them with the small stuff.
Right. If I had unlimited money and I can choose 5 players, I would choose Zywu, Nico, Exile. I'd probably choose Twist, and I'd probably choose Rops. Those are my 5 players. Those are the 5 goods. I think if I was on that team, I'd be the water boy. I would just bring them water with electrolytes every day, you know?
Say myself, Fallen, Fur, Twist, and Stewie. Those are players that I enjoyed playing around. And I think a lot of them are super talented. Fallen, you know, he was a wise professor, in-game leader. And like I said, Fur, a player that I looked up to in terms of his play style and his personality and somewhat. And, you know, Twist, my fellow Canadian, my good friend. And, you know, Stewie, him and I had a lot of good memories, and I believe he was like one of the more smarter and intelligent players I ever played with, and he taught me a lot about the game. So yeah, he was those would be my 5 or my 4. You know, I included myself in there. So
go-to answer would probably just be 2018-19 Astralis with that level. I think that it was very special to be a part of that team. If I had to do a little more current one, I would maybe take Blame F, I would take Stair, I would take Magisk as well. Yeah, and then I think maybe pick Yabi from Heroic and then me. I think that would be really crazy. You gotta go with Sonic as the coach as well.
Prime Caldera, I'm gonna pick Zywu as a rifler. Simple on the op,
then Kerrigan as the IGL, and then I'm gonna pick Brain as the entry. And the coach is gonna be Gary from Furia. And I'm just the owner. I'm just there with the money.
Want to be there for you. To fucking make history.
There has never been a clearer closing door for the end of a game.
The dream is so close.
This is the culmination of everything that we've been doing for 10 years.
Leaving Counter-Strike with the last major title, that's the ultimate goal.
Oh, yes, he can!
You have to give everything all the time. Every fucking day, every fucking game.
Man, EG keep their dreams alive, and what a way to do it in stealing away G2's map pick of Nuke No Less. And they do one better than you required on that CT side, Jacob. They get 10 rounds to start off a great campaign on this map.
Yeah, that's exactly what we wanted. Honestly, we wanted a competitive game. We wanted G2 to be put under pressure. EG did that. They didn't get off to a good start. I already thought when it was 4-1 in the first half, G2 is on the T side, it's over. EG has nothing to offer in this game, but then they put together this amazing streak of rounds where they close it out, and as you said, get 10 CT rounds. And from that point onwards, we knew that if EG were to win the second pistol, G2 could be in deep, deep trouble.
And boy, did we not see that one coming. You were talking about potential pressure on G2. We had no idea that EG could actually pull that one off and win a map in this series. But I think the theme for them was to turn around situations in which they were at disadvantage. They've done it so many times throughout the entire game. We can maybe start with round 13. That's an example on the CT side where timings play against G2. And I guarantee you guys at home, we're going to have plenty of these moments that we can dive into this game. EG were very good at seizing opportunities when they were presented to them. Here, it all starts with a little bit of skirmish happening here and there. It's a 1-for-1. Of course, we know how T-sided it favors here. m0NESY punishes the first wave of information, and then he even spots the second player. He anyway gonna falter through. He didn't have time to pull up this weapon. But now it was a 2v4, who just turned into a 2v2 in 10 seconds from Wolko, timing from Hex, and everything falls apart. Here, the information doesn't get through, and JKS dies. It was a cosmetic 4v2 that Wolko turned around in 2 seconds. And then when these kills happen, you feel like G2 lose track of the map. Hex comes from behind, closes it.
It's incredible to see EG have the resilience to be staying in this one, particularly after the performance on that first map, and also with Nico posting up 35 freaking
put it back again.
frags.
Just put it up. Let it soak in. Like coming in, let's do the stats.
He must be heartbroken.
It's unacceptable. Let's be completely honest. It's unacceptable. You have Nico dropping 35 kills, and he was doing everything he could, both on the T side and on the CT side as well. Look at the position he's playing. He shot down Yard round after round after round. He was involved in retakes, he was involved in clutches, he was involved in everything, and yet G2 couldn't pull it over the finish line. I don't want to highlight, players and say it's your fault, but there was 2 players from G2 who should be almost ashamed of their performance. When G2 were down 14-6, I believe, HooXi was 2-18. 2-18 on the scoreboard. That's unacceptable. Now, it's not like Hunter was much better.
No, you're right.
Came alive. Hunter was 8-20, I believe, at that point. That's not good enough. Quality players, we talk about them, we praise them for being some of the best in the world at Counter-Strike, and they did absolutely nothing in this game.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned Hunter. For a while, I thought that HooXi's scoreline would kind of shield him for criticism, because we all have a tendency to just open the tab, look at HooXi down there with 23 ADR or whatever, and say, ha, it's on you again. The truth is, Hunter was very much disconnected as well, and he had, for my money, a couple of very damageable mistakes, costing mistakes, where he went for information gathering where he didn't have to. You could feel like he was a little bit uncomfortable in moments. And I mean, let's be honest, EG put G2 against the wall. It was 14-10 really quickly, or a scoreline over this line. And from that moment on, G2 just looked stressed a little bit. There were situations where their savoir-faire should be enough to handle them, but they still looked a little bit shaky.
Let's move on to the T-side campaign for EG, because, things really started to get underneath their feet. We move into round number 20, and we think, oh, maybe G2 are going to have the time to close out this 2v1. No, George absolutely punishes them in this one.
Yeah, there were a couple of players from EG who did great throughout this game, and I think EG as a whole was very good at winning rounds from a disadvantage, as Matthew said. You're in this position as well, you don't really have any control. I don't know why Nico is spamming through the wall, but he ends up dying through the fire right here. Had he stayed alive, I don't think we would have gotten into this situation. scene. Hooksy gets a kill, and you're still in a 2v2. You know where the bomb is, you know where the player is, and you now have a 2v1, and you have all the time in the world, but he gets into a good position.
The mistake that Hooksy does here, for my money, is losing track of his opponent and allowing him to reposition wherever he wants. I'm not saying Hooksy should have played that alone in a 1v2 situation. You can wait for your teammates, that's fine. But what you gotta do is at least cover some part of the map where you can ensure your teammate, listen, he's not to the right. I've been keeping an angle, he's not to the right, we can peek together. What happens in this 2v1? When they go out of window, Jorge is basically, why did I say Jorge? I went into a Spanish mode for half a second. Let's say George, let's remain with George. He went already to the right side, absolutely easy kill, and he plays the time, no problem. And that's a problem with information right there.
It's a direct consequence of Hooksy having the half he's having. Because had he had a good game where he trusted in his aim, he trusted in his abilities, he wouldn't allow George to get away in that position.
And then we move on to round 25, which, for my money, just the final nail in the coffin in this map.
It is the final nail in the coffin. It turned out to be, again, I don't know what's going on in this round, to be completely honest. It's a bit of a mess, back and forth. G2 are getting some decent openings right here. Hooksy gets one, then you look at these players that can't find the goddamn vents, and you're thinking to yourself, this team is about to beat G2. But look at what EG is doing right here. In a 4v2, G2 is stressing. Hunter, for some reason, is going to hunt out there for a kill. Automatic, just patiently waits. You have a guy coming up heaven. They have no idea. And all of a sudden, you have a 2v2 where they can plant the bomb and reposition because G2 are nowhere near the bomb site. Unacceptable. Now, well played by EG. I gotta give it to him. But for G2, come on.
No, I agree with you. I mean, once we get to the closure round, it's pretty much already decided, and I don't really care much about a 2v2. The problem that I have, and I wish we had a mic'd up moment for this specific round, because how can you lose track of the map so clearly and significantly when you are 4v2 against Pistol? How can you possibly get lost in the fog of war when you have so many bodies alive and you know where everyone is? There's no need. When Hunter goes for that hunt, as you pointed out, when he goes for that information, there's no need for it, by the way. There's absolutely no need to know if anyone is here. He dies. Why did they leave Cat completely open? Who did not relay that information? Why is there an open kill for the guy that's coming heaven? And then when these kills go back to back, the two last players, who, for my money, aren't necessarily doing a mistake, they look like fools. Once everybody else is dead, their position in the 2v2 look like fools, but they were never supposed to be there in the first place.
We've been focusing a lot on the negatives of G2, and I think that is rightly so, considering this is Nuke. This is a map we think that they should be really strong on, but let's focus on some positives from EG. Junior was a man you put into the ring ahead of this series, saying that was kind of your one shining light coming out of EG. He was consistent on this
I think he did tremendously well, especially in the first half on the CT side. He put a spinner into the work for G2. They couldn't really feel comfortable walking yard with Junior alive. He was great in some of the retakes as well. This clutch is a great example where he outplayed Hunter at a very important point in the game as well. He was all over the map, as you're going to see in these highlights, and he wasn't afraid of doing this. Aggressive plays in the middle of the round, maneuvering the smokes, getting sick kills, getting sick refracts. Junior had a really, really good showing, and that's what we love to see. We've seen in the past couple of months, his stats are backing it up. I feel like he's the one player within GD that can consistently show up, I guess, against the better teams.
Yeah, that was an excellent showing for him, and I like what you're talking about, his attitude, willing to put his life on the line, to take risks, to be outside, to be proactive. You kind of have to do that, right? If you give G2 that respect and you just assume that you're not going to win these 50-50 duels, so you give them the map control, it's over. They're going to eat you. So the fact that he was ready to put it all and be out there, take risks, really kudos to him.
Give some props to Automatic as well, the sole survivor from the previous EG squad. He was also putting up some numbers on this map too.
Yes, and I want to give credit to EG as a team. Sure, Automatic played well as well, but I think in some of these clutches, some of these rounds that we saw, they kept their cool. They played with experience. They knew that they were about to go down. They knew G2 was starting to heat up and they were coming into a comeback, but they kept their head cool. And I respect that for a team that, as we came into this game, said they have no business even being in a game against G2. So fact of the matter is that EG played way, way better than we expected, and G2, of course, dropped the ball. But overall, it's a great performance and it's a great win, and it's exactly what we wanted from EG. We didn't expect them to do anything here in this group stage, but now they're taking a map off G2, and they've done it in a way that gives us hope for the future.
And I think it's impressive because we heard from Junior coming into this game. He was asked, what one word describes your team? He said young. That's not exactly what we connote with experience as well. So the fact that they can keep their cool, and Henry pointed it out, they were in this exact same situation, different map albeit, against NIP, and it fell away from them, right?
Yeah, I liked how they actually closed it this time around and how they remained on the prowl even when they were in that position. Because I think one of the problems of young teams that are being put in advantageous position is to wait for the win to come to you. And this is literally the easiest way to mess it up. But you could see that they were still very much taking that map control. Nico in that last round is taking a huge risk by playing behind red. What do? They go immediately for him with that Molotov behind. Automatic, which we had the highlight reel, comes from his left, flanks him, gets the kill. This was an EG that was not afraid to take the risk to get to 16. You're going to lose round on the way there. That's all right. But if you just hope it to happen, chances are you're going to get a comeback against you.
And here's the reality check as well. We're moving into Mirage. We see that being the third map. We heard from Nico saying coming into this game, we just want to win these next 2 games, farm some confidence coming into Cologne. Almost at this point, it doesn't matter how Mirage is going to turn out. Surely G2 are favorites to win it, and I expect that to happen as well. But G2 will look back at this game and still be disappointed. This is not going to help them to be ready for Cologne. This is not going to help them to farm any confidence. This is only going to make them doubt themselves even more. So at this point, in my book, EG have already won the game in a sense that no matter what happens on Mirage, they get away with something positive. Whereas for G2, it doesn't really matter whether they win 16-0, 16-5, or 16-10. G2 have already lost this game.
That was exactly the point that I wanted to bring up. Nico was saying to James Banks before coming into this series, this was a series to build up their confidence going into what is one of the biggest events of the calendar year, where we demand G2 to make it to the playoffs at least.
I agree with you, but I think when you're in G2's jersey right now, you just have to accept that the context has changed, right? You're not doing it for the same reasons. First of all, you were going for confidence. You were trying to farm a little bit, moving into Cologne. That's not what's happening here. You've messed up. You've messed up. You lost your map pick. You've fumbled the bag on map number 2. Now you're just looking for a win. You have to reset, change your goal, change your objective. At this point in time, I don't care about their confidence. They just have to beat EG, move on, and then play the last round of the gauntlet. They still then will have an opportunity to have a great game against Na'Vi and maybe farm a little bit. You just have to recalibrate. You're not playing the same story right now.
Jacob, who are you looking at coming into Mirage then? I know there's been a lot of pressure on Hunter to be performing during this series. Is he the man that you're looking at, or are you expecting a Nico show and maybe Monacy to show up
I mean, Nico has been fantastic. The first 2 maps, it's been one of the, again, now I say it, one of the best Nico performances you can possibly get, but it is against EG, so on a cheap notice in that regard. Hunter on the T side has a lot of responsibility for G2. He's involved in taking mid control. He's involved in lurking window, etc., etc. So yes, it would be nice to see Hunter find some impact, if anything, for his confidence going into the game against Na'Vi tomorrow. But I don't really know what to say and what to expect right here. I expect G2 to win this game. I expect them to do it convincingly, and if not, I'm going to stay mad.
I would just like them to be a bit cleaner in these situations in which they have full control. That's what I want. Like, enough of losing these 2v4 situations, enough of looking like you're stressed out and you're playing with a fog of war that's on the entire map. Enough of that. Just show a little bit of control, remain calm, let them come to you. You're the better team, you have the better individuals. You have no need to put yourself at risk.
Well, EG pushed G2 to the brink, and now it will all be decided on that third and final map. That will be Mirage, and it's coming up after this break.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the third and final map. The pride of North America are on their feet. They've stolen the second map away against all odds. They've actually found their first of the tournament as well. We move on to Mirage Anders. Now G2, they've got a Nico that's finding 30+ kills every single round. They've got a Monesi that's looking like he's not missing a shot, but something's not quite right. Can EG knock them out of the tournament?
I mean, the truth is they can. I agree with what the desk is saying. It's probably unlikely. It probably will be G2 bouncing right back into this. But the fact that we're even here is a little bit ridiculous. So I'm up for anything in this stage. And, you know, credit to EG as well. We're talking about G2 and, you know, what might be wrong with them. And obviously something is wrong. But EG did play a really good game. You got to give them some praise for that, I would say.
Especially was lights out.
Yes.
He was everywhere on the map. He didn't miss a single shot. The flicks were beautiful. The clutches were exquisite. And G2 have got their work cut out for them. This isn't the open shot case we expected. As we go into the third and final map, nothing to lose at this point. Already impressed us with a map victory against one of the world's best. EG winning the knife round. We'll start on the CT side here in the dual elites of Hext. Looking to win the round. We've got a defuse kit for Walker and the smoke as well, which has been a massive part of this tournament, and is the smoke defuse kit combo. As we boost a player up, will be the aforementioned Hext. Julie's in hand.
Glad you pointed out, Henry, with the size. Something for people at home to really watch for, because especially in these pistol rounds, sometimes you don't even need the kills. You can just get the defuse. Sneaking through the middle is Nico. He's got the P250. He is a menace with this particular gun. So if he can find just one clean opening here, it could set everything up, but it's automatic. It goes the other way. He picks him up, looking for a second. It's Hunter down next. This is a disaster for G2. And Hex just sneaking in behind the flash. They have been shut down across the board.
Can you believe it? You can't ask for much more than that. Clean as you like. Automatic with 2 stunning frags. Hex holds strong towards B. They've got themselves a 5-on-2. Automatic with full mid control as well. They've not taken any damage yet, Anders. This is beautiful. JKS, Hooksy. Bomb available. A plan would be a victory at this stage. If they can even get the C4 down, some might consider that a win. And they are heading towards a correct position to do so.
Did Automatic not hit him in the middle? He's a little bit far back. I thought maybe he would have heard the running in T-spawn, but no one's moving, so I don't think they realize.
Guaranteed, potentially, yeah. So that's something. Maybe a bit more.
Surely not. No way. Glocks inside of the bomb site in a 2 versus 5 with almost nothing, well, nothing at all to work with. This should never be happening. You should lose this round every single time. Now, they are grouped up. I do like that part of it. And a little bit of a slow start here with the Glocks. They're not connecting. They need the headshots, and they need to be a lot quicker with it. Otherwise, they're going to get just chipped away at. They're already very low on health here. And remember, there is that kit in play, so it's going to be quick. And it will be automatic with the triple at the end of it. And EG to win the pistol.
With the plant down, though, not a complete disaster. They can buy up in the second round of Galil's if they so wish, but still, a very impressive result there from Evil Geniuses. Automatic with the precision to open things up. 2 lovely headshots. Funnels them in towards B, where Hex can push them back. Here's the replay. Perfectly done. Nico and Hunter removed. Flashbang on the dual elites as well. And, yeah, they got the plant down. It is significant, but there's still a lot of work to be done here. They will be buying up in the second round.
The peak from Hex, I think, reveals a nice bit of discipline from someone who's otherwise, you know, shouting a lot and being very aggressive at times.
The AWP is out second round, just to know.
Oh, that's true. That's very quick. Against a scout, who knows? But, you know, he gets flashed in, Hex, for that first kill, and he doesn't repeat. He doesn't stick around for more, you know, he had the dualies. He could have stuck around for more kills, but he's just happy with that one, make it a 2 versus 5 with that kill. So I'm glad to see that kind of discipline on EG. You need that if you want to beat a team like G2. Monacy is going to get the opening, and just the MP9 inside of the bomb site. Disastrous position to be in for George. He just can't do anything there.
Wow.
He's getting wrapped on.
We're seeing how significant that bomb plant was now, Anders. It's the AK striking first. As soon as they get a kill, they unload everything they've got on the A bomb site. Round over. So it did beg the question as to why the A bomb site was so open in the previous round. He had a 4 versus 2. I think a 5 versus 2.
Yeah, it was at the end.
He had no one there to even try and deny the open plan. And it's led into this. They even had the AWP in the second round. It gets nothing done. No choice but to save it, but at least they will do that. 2 rifles and the AWP.
pretty clean over and done with without even much of a chance for EG to fight back. So that's a bit disappointing, I suppose. But for G2, obviously, winning the second round, they're going to be celebrating that. 3 rifle saves on EG. I don't even think the AWP was revealed, so I guess in theory it could still be a bit of a shock.
That's a good point. I don't think it fired off a shot there. So here's how the opening frag came in. That was a Walco smoke. He was hoping to dish out that sort of treatment, but the gap eluded him. And we go round 3, but bear in mind, a significant save. They will certainly buy into this one. 3 rifles available, one of which is a junior AWP, and he's been playing great today. So here he comes in towards the connector.
Oh, he wants to go with it. I really respect this. I actually love this way of playing. Yeah, he knows the AWP has to have an impact, so he goes looking for it, and he's going to take down Hunter. I think that's really cool. Well played.
Yeah, he's got away with it scot-free. Bails on the mid position. Find the opening kill. He's actually back in towards B as well now. A drop off from utility.
Just on top.
Which?
Yeah, he wants to come through that one. Deagle. And a 5-7 as the pistol's in play. 5-7 a bit up closer. Gonna find the kill on JKS. They're letting go this round. George with a headshot on Modesty. And got to use the term disaster for EG, but it feels like it's come back against G2 now instead. Nico and Hooksy left 2 versus 4 with 50 seconds left. I don't even know how you bring this round back.
Well, it all started with a junior pick. A real masterstroke with that AWP. A slight chance they can make this one work, but the boost confirms the positioning of Hooksy. He'll be dropped. And just poor old Nico. P250 in hand.
Yeah, scout in his back pocket, I think. Well, he threw that away to go and pick this one up. Well, that's fair, I suppose. 20 seconds. He's got the bomb, but there's no way, right? The element of surprise with this little time left, even that's not going to make a difference. So you'll be happy to save the grenades and the Galil.
Well, that just goes to reinforce your points if they had no information the AWP was available for Junior, because he didn't fire off a shot in that second round. So, yeah, they didn't have the protocols in place to deal with his push towards top of middle. Opening frag found. 1D start connecting. They barely take any damage en route, as they'll take the lead once again, 2-1. Nico will save a Galil. A sigh of frustration there for sure. That's how it all started. Hunter had no idea this could be a possibility. This was great though. Walco with the 5-7. Set of his teammate George. Rock solid on the A bomb side. Lovely little boost as well to confirm the round.
Yeah.
They're not happy about it.
They are not happy.
We are going to get round 4 underway. And there is a buy available for G2. So, Galil for Nico, compromise utility to say the very least.
They do just look... I mean, even on the other maps, it just feels like there's not that much energy on this G2 team. As soon as anything goes away... I mean, we were joking about it even at the end of Inferno, which they were just outright winning. You still have this weird sense when you're watching them that they get frustrated very, very quickly. That they're not really enjoying the game. There's not a lot of celebration even when they're winning. It's just... it's hard to watch at the moment. 4th round here. And we'll see. EG definitely with the better buy overall. Looking at the grenades especially. But there is a chance for G2.
There is always a chance, Anders. And 5 on 5 for now. They've got 1 flash remaining, though. That is it. That's the entirety of their utility. And they're going back towards A, so a contact play, to say the very least. They've got a 4-1 setup. Monacy waiting to breach the connector. Walker up front. 3 CTs lying in way here. It's going to be a brawl of a round.
Yes, it will be. Up close, the nade landed way behind him. 2 kills, plenty enough, I think, for Walco to make sure they can just cement this defense. Oh, wait a minute. 24 seconds. They die very rapidly in the middle. Automatic and Hex, none of them could really find any kind of safe harbor. So maybe I spoke too soon. Nico gets grenaded down, but he's got a little bit of an avenue on top of the smoke. Gotta be careful he doesn't get spammed down on the other side. Junior with the AWP. He's ready and waiting. He's got the right idea. But Nico, he's so quick. They lose Monacy and George. No kit. 10 seconds against Nico. I don't think it's going to happen here. He could have died then, and that might have been the only chance that George is going to be having. He picks up the AWP to find another one and eventually make it a quad kill.
Nico doing it once again, Anders. 4 more kills. It looked like the round was done. It was, what, a 4-on-2 situation?
Yeah.
Right up until this moment. Nico striking with a double kill. That was a beautiful shot towards jungle as well. Picks up the AWP, knows it's a decent plan for him. And George, nothing he can say about it. They answer back with a force buy of their own and tie things up 2-2. Money in a compromised position, as you might expect. It's going to be the eco for EG. Nico is having to carry this series on his shoulders. 4 kills in the previous round. That was his entry into the map as well. Those were his first 4 frags, and manages to get the job done. And it has sent EG spiraling. Just a couple of HEs, a Desert Eagle, and nothing else purchased. So you would assume they need top and middle, but that's about it.
Saw a video the other day on the internet, Henry, with a tow truck that was towing a car, but the car had actually fallen off the truck, so it's just getting dragged on the street on like upside down, just getting dragged along the pavement. It's a little bit what it feels like. The kind of, you know, what Nico is like. He's just he'll get them there no matter what, you know. Try as best as you can.
Admirable attempt so far. He is doing God's work on the server today. Automatic will find a Desert Eagle headshot, but that might be all they find. Nothing else really invested into the round, just USPs remain. Mika confirms yet another kill here. 4-on-2. Should be all she wrote for this round. G2 have a chance to take the lead once again. Force by wars have come to an end. This is the eco. And if you are just joining us, this is an elimination game. Lose this one and you are taken to the showdown. Well, you'll have to fight it out. I don't think many people saw G2 being in that conversation, considering they're one of the few teams that left WrestleMania with no changes.
Yeah.
But being very up and down tournament for them. This game especially. Should have been an open shut case, and now here we are on the 3rd and final map. It's close, it's uncomfortable. Junior's playing very well. EG are looking like a well-rounded unit.
I feel like I'm sharing in that discomfort watching them. It is a bit awkward because it really feels like they should be winning, and yeah, just not the kind of presence on the server that you would normally expect. Monacy takes a bit of damage at the start here. EG managing to summon a buy in this round. It's not that bad. They have a kit on Hexed. And a couple of nades still left, in fact. Passing around some smokes. 3 of them at a minute and 20 seconds. Could still be worked with. But for G2, it looks like it's going to be 4 in the middle. JKS playing the Palace on the other side and could still be mobile to wrap around down towards the ramp. But yeah, this is a lot of mid-presence for G2. They can do almost anything they want with this round still.
Yeah, 4 players there in total. JKS towards spawn. They've confirmed complete connector control, and they will continue with their push here as well. Bomb down in middle. Hooksy towards that ladder room, and it's JKS rumbled. Walker not feeling comfortable, and will push in towards the A ramp and give them the man advantage.
There was a moment where Junior was flashed. I don't know if they could have seen him from down there, but either way, gonna be 5 versus 3. What a shot on Monacy. How does that even happen?
That's ridiculous. What a wallbang. 5 on 3. Junior doing it once again. They're gonna have to go in towards the B bomb side. Focusing towards Shaw. Hooksy and Hunter need to find multiple kills here. 20 seconds remain.
I don't like this. They're very, very speedy. They have to be. They're running out of time, but how do you check this bomb site? They're not even going to try. They just fake it up, but there's 2 people that could peek them. Bomb is dropped. It's actually fallen up there. So horrible turn of events. No one's died yet on EG either. And Nico, not even he can save this round. If nothing else, just because there's no time left in it any longer. It'll be a 3rd round for EG, and they just keep trading rounds back and forth. This is an excruciating start for a knockout game, Henry.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, really, and what a nice little active play from Walco. As you said, it was full mid control for G2. They had everything they needed, connector control, just about the brute J, but EG could feel it. They had nothing to work with there, pushing in towards the A ramp, finding a huge frag. Rumbles their setup. Junior repositioning as well. He doesn't seem to be missing a single bullet today. And we might be picking up the pace, and 3 players towards the B apartments with the bomb. Nico leading the charge. It won't be a rush. They have utility being assembled on the other side of the map as well. m0NESY and JKS wait patiently towards A. Bomb starting to scuttle through the underpass, and Hext has got a player right next to him. Nico gets nothing done.
Yeah. Bit of a risk taken from Nico. He really was hoping, I think, maybe he'd use the one-way near the edge of the window there. Could be very popular at times. Hunter's going to fall as well.
This was a force buy.
Yes.
Just to know. 5 on 3 now. Looking unlikely they'll even get a plan. HooXi with the bomb towards underpass. m0NESY and JKS alive otherwise, trying to find a pick, but why would you give them anything here? Great positioning once again yields yet another frag for Walco, who is really going above and beyond here. Nice shot from JKS, but it doesn't look like he's set up for much more, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, he would probably need to get at least one more kill. Maybe he could challenge Hext, and then HooXi could sneak in behind, but it's a whole series of events that have to go their way, not just 1 or 2 things. HooXi, I mean, fair play getting the bomb plant, right? It's going to help them down the stretch of it, but actually clutching this round, very, very tricky. 1 versus 4 as he does take down Hext. Sees them there in the market, but he's going to get sideswiped any second. There's automatic. He actually had the lineup for him as well, but the grenade just caught him first. I think otherwise he would have had the rifle out automatic there. So another good round this time going the way of EG, and they take the lead.
I don't know. This is getting wild. EG are looking pretty decent out there, Anders. They've got good reads as to what potential threats are coming their way. They were trying to set up Nico there for a classic 4-1 split. He gets the aggro towards B, he gets an opening pick, then everyone unloads on the other bomb side, but taking him down before he's even made his first move, that nullifies the round, and it's all over. 4-3.
Let's say I offered you, or to say I taught you production and we could change your prediction right now on the graphic, Henry. Would you
No.
switch to no?
No, I wouldn't. I'm not there yet. Not joining you in the insane asylum, but I'm still enjoying this from EG a lot. This is great, but speaking of greatness, that's a lovely little one-tap with the Desert Eagle. Only good for 1. m0NESY found out. Hext will compliment him with NS and chats, which is what you love to see, really.
It's not going to be me in the asylum if this goes wrong, Henry. It's going to be Nico.
Yeah, yeah, that's actually a good point. They will be eliminated from the tournament, down to the showdown, and that's another week of your life. You don't want to be contending for the Royal Arena.
Another week where you just can make no mistakes, which is, I mean, that's not what we think when we're associating with G2 right now. They're making a ton of mistakes all over the place.
Well, they can still bring this round back. It is an eco, but they've got to pick at least. Stranger things have happened. It would have to be something quite bizarre at this juncture for this round to fall apart, but you never know. Walco spots them, and that should be it.
That could have been one of them, right? If Hunter
exactly, that was the only real moment. If he gets a backstab there, takes down Junior's AWP, you never know. Nice shot from Nico.
They don't know about automatic, though, is the problem. So, yeah, they get the kill. They sneak through. They pick up a rifle. I don't think Nico spotted it either in all that jumping. Another bomb plant. I guess it's something to work with.
Yeah, they were buying regardless, but it's certainly a welcome plant. 3 players survive. 5-3. As Evil Genius is looking pretty handy on this 3rd and final map. I think before the tournament even started, everyone had wrote them off. Like, this is EG Black. This isn't even the blueprint, the memeable EG, right? This is the secondary team, the North Americans, now given the opportunity to represent the main squad. And before the series started, hadn't posted a map in the tournament so far.
Yeah.
So expectations were low. Now here they are, map under their belt. Up 2 rounds in the 3rd and final decided to knock out G2. Like, all things considered, with all that context, I think this is a pretty excellent showing.
Yeah, I mean, it really is. They were crushed on Inferno, especially the start. A 10-0 lead for G2 on the first map, and it just looked like it was all... I think you and I probably hit him. We were talking like it was all over. It's hard to come up with
nothing to talk about. When it gets to that 10-0 stage, where it's like they had 10 frags in total at 10-0.
Yeah.
And what can you talk about? There's not many notes.
There's nothing left.
But yeah, here we are. They've got the lead, but still a 4-4 as G2 will pull one back. It's a nice shot from JKS. m0NESY with the AWP watching towards connector. That's where the bomb will be positioned as well, if HooXi can find some control. Good flashbangs.
They were very slow on that peak there, George. That could have got him killed, but it was in time. Hext setting up the flash in the middle, and m0NESY could never get his eyes quite back. 50 seconds. Got to be careful, Hooksy, because if you die in the middle, he's already low on health. If he dies in the middle, it's the bomb that gets dropped in there, so you really want to make sure that doesn't happen. Sneaking through, but Junior's going to be able to catch Hunter, and that puts them in a lot of trouble here. 2 versus 3. Everyone has a kit. And EG, they're in position. They're near the bomb site. They didn't have to stop the bomb plant. That's not even necessary. Just wait it out. Make sure you go for the retake. Or just catch Hooksy at the corner. And now I think JKS, his luck has run out. 20 seconds. Yeah, he needs something like that. A quick spray. It's not going to happen. Hex will take him down instead. And EG, they get to 6 rounds. G2 are in so much trouble.
I can't believe it. Tactical timeout, one that might be required as well. This is a disaster, a full meltdown in the G2 camp. It was just a formality after the first one. 10-0 up. We felt like, well, it's not going to be the greatest game, but at least we have Liquid playing next. But no. EG came online. Second map. A different looking squad. Their opponent's pick of D-Nuke. And they've taken the win courtesy of a spectacular junior performance.
Yeah.
Great mid-round calls. And now, an admirable performance. And keeping G2 very honest here on Mirage. They are looking uncomfortable. As we go 6-3 down. A half buy up next. As we enter round number 10, G2. Deagles and Tech9s to work with here. It's looking likely to be 7-3 in favor of the North Americans.
Tons of small little details too. You know, Hex setting up the kill on Modesty in the middle with the flashbang over.
Yeah, true.
It doesn't have to be complicated. Sometimes you can just do that. You know,
like
count to 3 and go.
Here we go. A chant there, pouncing out of the apartments. Just need a quick 1 Deag. Easier said than done.
I mean,
Hooksy going to be set up by Nico. He's going to throw some flashes over. Going to try and suggest it's a B play.
Just
Hooksy can just get 1. That would be something, but not going to happen. Now they're very aware this could be a Palace pop. And you can see crosshairs directly on that position. They know exactly what's going on here. Automatic trying to present some trigger discipline. Actually costing the frag here. I don't think it'll cost them the round, but a plant potentially. That goes down. So not a completely wasted round, but this was the half buy where they might not find any kills. At least 1. Nico on the other side of the map. So a little bit of a B fake there. It gets them the plant. So with the loss bonus a maximum anyway, it doesn't really matter, but welcomed nonetheless.
Yeah, I think Nico ultimately, you know, not that I don't think he wasn't not participating in the round. He's just hoping that the A attack is more effective, and then he go for a flank. And honestly, if you're trying to win the round, that's how you have to do something like that.
Down towards connector, maybe he's got a deagle at short. Maybe he can do something with it, you know, but not meant to be. A little bit too telegraphed there. Once Hooksy go down with nothing. No one following him. You've committed, what, 2 smokes, multiple flashes, and just 1 player comes out. Something fishy there.
7-3.
I can't believe this. After winning the pistol, second round goes in favor of G2. EG come out on top of the 4 spy wars, and a very impressive looking Hexed. He's got some confidence here, Anders. A stack towards the B apartments.
And George setting up for it. Oh, they swing wide, and actually Hex firing the gun as well. The flash is so good against him. JKS on the double. I think if they were going to make that swing, they both have to commit. They both had to go all in. One of them is swinging wide. The other one could go for a shallow peek, but that little stutter step when you're sort of half fighting, half not fighting is not going to be working out. Hooksy also getting some revenge in this round. Double kill for him and Walco's. Not much you do.
Nice stuff there. Good job, Hooksy. Precise kills. That'll raise morale. A decent round there. I actually liked the overall look from EG there. Like the fact they were being super active towards the apartments. It could have gone either way, right? If they get the opening frag and they get a big spray down there, we'd be having a very different conversation. JKS, so more than ready for it. Gives a little love tap to his captain as well. But Hooksy, really, really nice job here. Beautiful kills. Need more of that from him. But that round's locked in. The frags came to them. B execution wasn't really required in the end, and Walco holds towards Palace. All 5 members of G2 will stay alive here. Just what the doctor ordered. Still can recover this half. It's not looking great, but they can still win it. So alarm bell's not going off just yet. EG will save at least 1 weapon. Round 12, Anders.
Yeah, the focus really has to remain. I mean, I think it's probably worth taking a step back and just reminding everyone, because you're right, this can easily be recovered from G2. A couple of rounds going their way here. The economy is going to be wiped out, and G2 could be right back on top. So You don't want to get too carried away either. And it's just hard to shake this weird feeling when you're watching G2 that it's just all... They have to work so hard for it. Everything is difficult right now. There aren't many easy rounds where it's just Nico and m0NESY showing up to wipe out a round and then that's it. It's GG. It feels like it has to be difficult every time. Junior with a good shot. There's George. Maybe overstayed his welcome, but it's still going to be a 2-for-1 trade.
He had the potential for the double kill with that. I don't hate it. Definitely would have been favorable in hindsight just to drop off with the first, but there's some damage towards JKS. At least brings him in 1 dink potential. And they're not just resting on the laurel surrounders. They are active, going for the boost. And one that pays off massively. Once again, finding that kill towards Connector. JKS can't believe it as they enter another 4 versus 2, but up against some of the world's best here. Nico. m0NESY. Nico, though, unfortunately walked into the scope of Junior. Finds his 2nd kill of the round. What a great series he's having.
Absolutely picking it up. This is wild. After that 1-round win for G2, that's devastating. And you know, again, like you mentioned that boost in the middle, but again, you see them get the boost and they follow. They're just out of there. They're not looking to fight. They know there's a lot of respect, obviously, for G2 and the individuals on that side.
All the reaction, they've still got the advantage here, but it's just a nice calculated risk. We're hunting for information.
Super low risk,
They won't be actively looking towards that position. We're going to confirm the middle is clear. Yeah, that's when he starts getting into your skin. That's when the yelling does make sense. You just hear that.
He said in the pre-game, he knew he was going to upset people on the internet, but he's going to do it anyway.
Oh, yeah. Why not?
I won't lie. I would be super triggered if I was playing against someone yelling like that. But from an outsider's perspective, it is hilarious to be watching.
Huge round here, Anders. Fully invested. G2 with cash to bring out the AWP, the AK-47s. But they start posting some rounds. They can't win the half anymore. The ED, I would say, like 5 or 6, this is absolutely fine. But 4 rounds, you'd be worried for the chances of closing this one out. Nico inside the connector already. Hunter and m0NESY will join them. It's a spray battle. And Hooksy doesn't even get close. Automatic. Sends him packing.
If that kill goes the other way, the A-bomb side is wiped out. There is nothing Walco can do in that shadow position once they've given up jungle. He might still be put under some pressure because they actually did fall back, but at least they have the, well, they have the 4-on-5. Nico, that's what I mean. That range, like that swing, it's so unfavorable when you're in shadow like that. And Nico's going to find the kill. I think Automatic is dead as well for free. Nico just cleaning it up. Big double for him here. And there's no point in trying to go for this retake. So G2 will get a 5th round. It's just, it's too much. You really need somebody to distract from the shadow. Like, you need either to play in CT spawn, somebody in jungle, or you need a lot more Molotovs or anything to slow them down. But when you're just sat down there, it's not a good fight.
Well, Automatic does find that opening frag. He thought that might be enough, but apparently not. The individual form of Nico is too much to contain. m0NESY will join him as well for 3 frags in total. George and Hex with no choice but to save here. And it looks like that's what will be happening. No hunt has been called forward. 5th round for G2 in the dying stages of this first half. These ace splits starting to work out for them. Getting big numbers in towards the connector. m0NESY patrolling that ticket booth position. That was the real key frag here. Walker could get nothing done, and then Automatic, stuck in the smoke, was trying to thread the needle. Try and get on towards the bomb side. Got caught, though, by Nico. Round 14 up next. No timeout has been called. Single orb setup, just a note here for EG. And if they lose this one, money will be broken. So, huge round here. Could lead for a couple if G2 are able to convert it. They're going for an early A play as well. 4 players on that side of the map. Hooksy already in towards Connector. Bomb towards Palace. So, m0NESY could just be going for a straight-up pick here. I think it'll just be flashed over, and that's a great response once again from Walco.
It really is. Hooksy, though, he's walking up behind. He might still be able to open it up. It's JKS to get a kill on Walco. So even though they lose that initial fight at the ramp, they're still doing just fine here. JKS and m0NESY with a kill each. Bomb gets planted, and EG, they don't have the money to really throw away these rifles. If they want to play in the 15th round, they just have to respect this and let it go.
Yeah, I think you're dead on. Nothing they can do about this.
And, you know, just because, you know, obviously Hooksy had a terrible map on Nuke, right? But now it's Hunter at 2 kills going into the 15th round, so...
He's had a pretty difficult series as well, so... Yeah, that's a good point, but they're starting to find the rounds now. Like we said, they can still get 7 on the board. I would say that'd be absolutely fine. You wouldn't be too worried for their chances of closing things out. But EG giving them a run for their money here, that's for sure. And looking to save that weaponry as mentioned. It's important they do so because the money is pretty low on the CT side. Final round coming up next. And they will commit to a few of these kills if possible. Just one of them would be beneficial. Not going to happen though. And the last round of this first half. Tournament life on the line for both teams. And I love the response. As we said, it was looking likely to be an execution quickly from the Palace, but Walco good for one. JKS gets him on the retreat.
Yeah, they've really exposed the weakness in that A-bomb side.
Yes, it seems that way.
And, you know, exploiting it a couple of times, that's what you should be doing. Might even do it again. Just maybe you start differently. You lean a little bit more B. You make it look like you're not doing it, and you come back anyway. Hooksy, what an opening. He might be down to 6 health, but it doesn't really matter. Automatic going down, and George in a very fortunate position. Might actually get to escape a little bit here if he's quick with it. There's nobody at top mid right now, so there is a way to get out. 4 versus 5, and they are leaning hard towards Hext and that B-bomb side.
What has Hex got? A single HE grenade in M4 and no backup whatsoever. This will have to be a hell of an individual sequence. We'll see what he can make of it.
Well, he's got the smoke up in front, but once it fades, I don't see him getting the multi-spray. They're surely going to be able to return. Oh, there we go. It starts a bit early. It's a team kill, and Hext on the other side. It's an absolutely awful start to this take. Bomb is making its way through, and he stands up again. Hext, you might as well call it a triple now. What happened, Henry? It was looking good. They just needed the trade on him. Instead, mutiny in the ranks of G2, and now m0NESY and Hunter are left.
Just before halftime as well. This will leave a sour taste in the mouth of G2. They've slowed it down. m0NESY and Hunter. Last players remaining, and Hext has stolen it all the way. 9-6 is looking locked in with his flank from Walco. They've got the A-bomb side. m0NESY coming in with the C4 from underpass, but he gets captured en route here, I think.
No! What? How is he even checking it? Walco's going to be punching the desk, and there's a click away. Hunter, he might be having a rough half, but that third kill right there was crisp and clean. Just deletes that AWP from across the map. Now, Hext and George going to have to combine for a retake here. They had this round locked in. Hext practically had the double. Now or the triple. Now they just need to do it one last time. Low on health is Hext, sneaking through, trying to reveal where they are. It makes sense, and George is going to know. m0NESY on one side, Hunter, and there's a classic crossfire setup here, and he's trying to see if he can find one of them, but he's already exposed, and he's going to go down. Hunter, a couple of kills at the end, and it's 7 on the board for G2. They have recovered the half, and it should be enough.
Nico.
Nico, I think, is like the first person that comes to my mind of players that, you know, you'd think would have a major by now because of how good he's been playing for many years.
He's been one of the prodigies of this game ever since the beginning.
This is somebody who, back in his mouse sports days, was surrounded by teammates that just couldn't compete to his level. He was never going to win despite his star-studded performances.
He was always like being the best rifle, I think, in the game.
I mean, definitely I want to build my legacy, which I haven't managed to do so far. It's a long way ahead, and it's something that I have to keep working on, and I still have a couple of years left in my career to achieve what I want to achieve.
You won't have another chance to prove that you could really do it. You won't have another chance to be a CSGO major winner.
They blocked short, guys.
Nice, nice. Well done.
Nice. Coming from behind.
Stairs.
I'll kill stairs.
It's gonna be off CT most likely.
Nice. Nice, Nico.
Hold short and play.
Jungle on top. I'm pushing jungle, Nico. I'm playing.
And CT second one, Ilya.
Okay, I'm holding. Just trade me, okay? Yeah.
Nice. Last one CT.
Out. Out of city. Firebox.
Nice!
Good job. Let's go!
Sick round. Nice.
Nice!
6 save, boys.
Good job, Nicola.
Well, there it is. A necessary 4-on-2 conversion there for Nico and Monacy. It's led them to 8-7 deficit in the third and final map. Tournament life on the line. EG have ruffled their feathers, to say the very least here. It all comes down to this half, Anders. What are your thoughts? In all seriousness, do you think EG have a chance here?
I think it'd be silly to say that they don't, just given the way that they've been playing, but I would probably tilt towards saying that G2 did enough in the first half to be able to win this one. And I mean, none of them are really firing on all cylinders. We're not getting the Nico 20 kills per half show right now. In fact, EG seem to be doing better on the scoreboard overall. I'm curious about this one. They are executing, it looks like, into the A-bomb site where JKS and Nico both in a position where they're just looking for headshots. They just need a kill to make the retake easier. They don't need to die in these positions. They don't need to give their lives to defend it. Hexter's going to find one right there.
Yeah.
And that's the opposite of what you want.
Justin definitely should have got a kill by his standards there. That's unfortunate. Now the retake will be very problematic. So,
automatic. He knows that no one's coming from this direction, so they can focus all of their attention on 2 points on the map right now. Flashed out and runs straight in for it. Where are the Glock bullets going? There we go. Something connecting. George with the double, and it leaves Hunter in a very bad position. He's got the smoke. He's got the kit. There is a way to do this, but you need to throw that smoke right now, Hunter. He's forgot about it now. There we go. Might be a little bit late. He tries to see if he can maneuver in there, but Junior's going to be able to catch him, and it will be EG with an unbelievably huge pistol round going their way. This is how it has to start. And now, unlike previous maps or halves, they can't give up the second round. They have to keep winning.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like I said, Justin definitely should have been good for one there. Opens up the A-bomb side on the right. Even with some labored fights. Evil Genius is pretty light work of that pistol round there. Nico showing signs of frustration. Need to hold it together as we force buying into the second round. We've got CZ's 5-7s. Looking for double digits. EG with the lead thus far. First scout shot rattles out, doesn't connect. Tantalizingly close to the head of George. Nico as well. Gunning for blood here.
Yeah, did actually find the tag on him as well, so I guess that's worth something. Every little bit counts when you only have the pistols and the scout here, so yeah, might as well do some damage early on. Walker's playing alone in the middle, so there's no one else there to really back him up or anything. Bomb really far back. They're really being careful on this one. EG, they do not want to give this one up easily. Let's see how much Nico can do. We've seen him win rounds before with just the Deagle. He's so crisp with it. Looks like they are going to be setting up for the crunch.
Yeah. 3 entering from A ramp and Palace. Walker and Automatic patrolling toward that connector position. Mac 10 to lead the charge. And Hunter to defend. He's got the 5-7 on the other side here. We'll need 2 kills if it's going to go in their favor. First frag falls against him. Monacy will start landing some tags here. Automatic, they're making that Mac 10 sing. And the scout with 2 low HP players. There is still a glimmer of hope here, Anders, but slowly but surely their hopes and dreams are being eradicated. Double digits for EG, and round number 11 maybe confirmed as well. That was the force buy. Didn't get a whole lot done. 3 players survive, and suggests we've got an eco coming up next.
Yeah, they don't really have a choice, do they? This first kill is just so important. It's not necessarily a spectacular kill at all, but just the difference between starting that 4 versus 5 or 5 versus 4 the other way is absolutely huge.
Well, speaking of huge, EG are now just 6 rounds away from knocking G2 out of the tournament. After going down 10-0 at the first map, Anders, they couldn't even find 10 frags between them.
You can't make this up, can you?
And they are actually in the driving seat now. They're the ones with double digits. They're the ones up against a full eco right now on the third and final map of Mirage. Finally entering the tournament. Before this series, they hadn't even picked up a map. They're squandering their opportunity to do so against NIP. They lost a 15-10 lead in overtime. None of that today, but George has offered himself up, thankfully.
And the AK.
His teammates are there, but is this going to work out? I'm not so sure. It's getting a little bit awkward with the positioning.
Yeah, I mean, cringing just a tiny bit.
Yeah, I think they might lose this.
Hoxie, though, up in the hallway, they know. They obviously know. Going to be standing on top of the Molotov, but eventually will go down, but there's another USP chiming in.
He saw him a bench.
Yeah, he did. P250 gone. Nico still has the deagle. There he is away, and JKS steals the AK.
Oh dear.
Gets the kill. 37 seconds now. It's automatic coming into it. And they don't obviously have any armor, so even the MAC-10 here. One mistake, and he can clean this up automatically. He's one of the most experienced, definitely the most experienced player on EG without a shadow of a doubt. So we'll see what he could do. Grenade on one side. HE is there, but inside of the debris, JKS able to find him. He missed a couple of shots at the A-bomb side, but this is a massive round.
Give us a smile, lads. You just want a full eco? Well, there it is. EG fumbling the round. They know that's a huge deal. You're up against, what, one Desert Eagle? If that thing, a P250 and USPs.
Yeah.
Chose going towards that B bomb site. The first rifle goes down, and that's what I thought was a weird call. All right, he dead. Hoxie's feeling now. I didn't hear that from the initial replay.
Yeah.
He's feeling it. So, yeah, I just surprised I went back towards me. You know you lost the AK that side of the map. Why is that the place you've chosen to access a bomb site? But,
yeah, the saddest part was he was waiting for so long as well, just waiting for someone to show up, I think George, but just as he turned away is when they walked through, so the timing could not have been worse. But you're right, they did walk right into the picked up AK, and maybe they just threw the Molotov up in the hallway and they thought, that's it. You know, we're safe, we can push the bomb side. And they were anything but. They're back to pistols themselves. And G2, they get a chance to get in early. Some momentum going their way. Hoxie shouting. I'm having a hard time figuring out if he is sort of genuinely excited or if he's trying to shout at the team, basically. Like, I think
a bit of both, because yeah, he looked very animated and hyped up, but other members not so engaged as he was, as we'll see the full eco conclude here in toward the B bomb side. Now, a weapon has been recovered. That's an M4 for automatic with a bomb being planted as well. They wouldn't, would they? Surely there's not a world where they answer back with a full eco victory of their own.
Very unlikely. JKS has a kit, so there's a chance that the kit dies in a really awkward spot and they did forget to pick it up. That might be one way to get there, but I feel like in a full 4 versus 3 retake, as the kit gets onto the site, they should be able to win this one, G2. Oh, there's another one right there. Good catch on the camera. We love it. Even a double chance here. Monacy, good position, and that's the rifle out of it. And yeah, they need to buy a lot more time for this to even get close to it here. Hext, 1 versus 3, and they're already down there defusing. Jumps down, tries if he can stop it. It could have maybe been close, but...
Dude, I don't know. That was very, very close in terms of the time remaining on the bomb. Sure, they get the job done and looked fine, but one more cheeky kill in there. It could have been a different story. Either way, it is not, as G2 winning the full eco, convert a couple of rounds. 10-9, closing that gap down to just 1. And EG need to maintain their cool. They've got a Galil in the hands of George, or for Junior, who has simmered down somewhat, and maybe that's the A play from the get-go here. They've sent 4 players toward that side of the map, Walco alone towards middle, and a bit of aggression here from the CT, starting to get into their stride here on Mirage.
I do kind of like this. Try and take some map control away from EG. Don't leave them just with the whole map to play around with. Hext going down, but Junior, that was the smoke just popping.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's going to get a bullet.
That is huge. The bomb's committed towards the A side now as well. Walco is in towards B, so he might call for them to bail out on this one.
There can be some pretty nasty flashbangs coming over the wall here if you're not careful on the CT side, but the CTs almost look like they wanted to go a bit aggressive as well. Nico certainly thinking about it. There's one flash, but there could be one even deeper. They swing wide, and it's absolutely backfired on them. Nico, the only one holding the site right now. Backup is too far away. Hunter's trying to get there, and he's lucky to even escape a 2 versus 3. But now the secondary problem is Walco on this flank.
They're going T-spawn with the bomb.
Sick.
They're going around the world here. Oh, this is a masterclass in mid-round calling here. They were very composed, very disciplined, didn't scramble to try and plant the bomb, baiting the CTs out, winning out in the duels as well. And Walco confirms that B bomb site is completely wide open now with a stunning shot to close things out. And that's a big, big round. Evil Genius is up 11-9 here. And the money is in a compromised spot once more. 2 players, sub $3,000. Let's have a look at the replay here. Junior has somehow responded to that opening frag, gets himself a couple. And then this was the moment they win the round.
Yeah.
No way they could have any understanding that Walco is so deep behind enemy lines. And it is the eco. They've won this round before. EVG cannot allow that to happen again. Need to convert this. Needs to be a clean conversion as well.
Yeah, that's really worth keeping in mind. You want to close on a team like G2, you have to win rounds like these.
We can allow one mistake like that.
We've
already had it.
Yeah, you're not going to get... If you do it again, then your morale is going to start to really slip, and G2 will start to feel like, okay, they're making enough mistakes. We're back in it.
Yeah.
Just looking at the scoreboard, Automatic gets 17 and then 15 on Hext and Walco, so they've got quite a few players, and even Georgian Jr., they're quite high up there as well. They're not doing too badly. Maybe a little bit of a worth noticing that Hunter was, I think, at 2 kills all the way into the 14th round. I think the 15th he had a double kill to save that one, but now he's up to 9, so he's started to step it up. He's starting to come a little bit more alive here in the second half, and that's probably worth noticing. It can be very hard individually to recover when the whole team is not looking that hot. Here we go.
A quieter round. Trying to find a couple of kills if possible. Junior, though, continuing that strong form as he completely decapitates Nico. We are going to see Hunter with a chance of these dual elites. I think he's got a kill here, potentially. Well, George doesn't seem to agree with me. Monacy and Hooksy remain. Not really much to talk about this round, I'm afraid. We'll just go through the motions. Wait for it to come to it. A bit of a head. Speaking of which, Automatic loses his. Now it is getting a little bit more uncomfortable here. The fact they've got 2 kills and maybe a third.
Surely save the AK. Yeah, they have money in the bank a little bit, but actually Nico doesn't. So yeah, you throw it over to him. The scoreline is 12-9. And if you're just joining, if you just open up the stream randomly,
yeah,
this is the 3rd map. This is a knockout game.
I think this is one of the sort of score lines that does leap off the page on HLTV, right? You think like EG, like, sure, it's not even the same roster. They've just been such a talking point the last 6 months.
Yes.
You see a best of 3.
You said that as neutrally as you could, Henry. I like it.
I'm a nice guy. Then the fact that you're seeing like it's 1-1 and it's an elimination game, and EG are actually up 12-9 as well. This is a hot tamale. This could be one of the biggest upsets of the entire tournament.
Oh, it definitely would be. There's no question about it.
It would be,
yeah,
for sure.
And again, I think there's lots of fingers you could point at G2. There's some chemistry that's missing. There's some energy that hasn't really ever materialized on the last 2 maps here. But I'm not saying that to take away from EG. I really think it's important to notice there are many, many small things that they're doing between them, setting up little pop flashes, and just an overall understanding. It was true on their CT sides, and it's been true on their T sides as well. So yeah, I think they really deserve a lot of credit for what they're doing right here. It's not, no matter how you read this from G2's point of view. There's another one of them. Good pop flash to set it up. They take down Monacy, and the spray for Walco. He's up the middle. Hunter's down next, and Hooksy's in trouble. Another flash rings in, and he is so dead. They can't even defend the middle. Not the B-bomb side out. They've been wiped out here. It's going to be 13 on the side of EG, no question.
Oh, maybe some questions. Nico's still alive and well. He does find the opening kill. He knows that there's still a chance, a slither of hope. But
I think you're right. He wanted the re-peek in middle if he could have had it.
Yeah, but it looks like they will be saving, unfortunately. But what a captain's performance we're getting from Walco here. Yeah, he just single-handedly won the round there, Anders. He just ran middle with a little bit of utility behind him, some smokes down, flashes himself into 2 kills, one of which is a Monacy orb. That's unbelievable. He then finds Hunter towards short as well. Double kill. And then we all know Hooksy plays on the B-bomb side. They just had to take him down. He's cowering in the corner. Completely flashed. Money in the bin. 13-9. 2 rounds of series point here. EG are looking like the better squad on Mirage. No questions asked here. And it will be a tactical timeout for G2, who save an AK-47 in the hands of Nico. JKS with the M4. Let's have a look at this again. The missed shot from Monacy, an automatic flash. Hooks him up for a double kill here. Round was already over, but Hooksy doesn't push back whatsoever. A slam of the desk here. Tournament life on the line, bear in mind, on this map. And it's EG who schooled them in the second half so far. It's 5-2. After winning the pistol, G2 managed to string together 2 gun rounds, but now offering up 3 in a row. And I'm not sure if they can justify an investment here. They've got the 2 saved rifles, but $3,000 otherwise.
This kind of meltdown where everyone is frustrated. Everyone, like, you can see their faces look so tight. Normally, you only experience that playing Dota, and you usually encounter you find somebody to laugh about, but this is rough. It's real rough. A 4-round difference.
These are the sort of rounds, though, that G2 can win. We've seen them pick up a full eco on their CT campaign, and unfortunately, that's one of the 2 rounds they've found.
Here we go.
But here we go. A execution, all 5 players for EG, keeping it simple, Anders. Get stuck in, get that bomb planted, flashbangs deployed, deep breath. Can they find round number 14?
Yeah, they even weighed out some of the potential counter grenades, but there really aren't many coming. G2 don't have a lot to fight with here. They do have the M4, they do have the AK. The mechanics might be what has to carry this over the line. It might just be Nico again that has to step it up. They need the multi-kills. They need him at 20, headed towards 30. Let's see what he could bring us here. He's in the right position for it, certainly. And you swings wide, but it doesn't matter. Hexton Walco instead, and Junior finds JKS on top of the ticket booth. A long-range shot rings right through the A-bomb side and connects with Monacy. It's just Hooksy in the corner. They know what he is, and there is but one way out in depth. Walco takes him down. 14 for EG. They're 2 rounds away.
2 rounds away. They kept it simple. The 5-man execution. Trade en route. Eradicate all G2 members on path to the bomb site. It's automatic, getting exactly that done. And Nico, only good for 1 kill here. Only needing 1 round for series point. EG, once again, with all the advantages they could ask for. Looking towards the A ramp, and there's a player in front of them. That's going to be Monacy, and he's been taken down by Junior once again, Anders. Another beautiful shot. Nico will answer back here. He's going to come right down to the wire. G2 with their backs to the wall.
What a start to this round. Now, it's good that they get one in return at the very least. Walco has been a bit of a menace. Up to 19, actually tied with automatic, so mid-control is still really good for G2, and that could give them some flexibility. They've given up on the A-bomb side, basically saying, let's defend the middle. If it's A, we'll try and retake it. If it's B, we're going to be super flexible. We can be there quickly. All Hooksy has to do is buy a little bit of time. Just 5 seconds, and we're good to go. We've got the crossfires and everything else. I don't necessarily mind this defense, but there is a player in Palace. I think that's Hexton. They're getting a bit curious. They want to find out what's happening. Oh, no. 50 seconds, Henry.
So they just let them play themselves here. We'll see if they can breach the B bomb side. George cannot. It was all a bit of a ruse regardless. It is automatic, waiting those reactionary pushes. Back and forth we go. An even kill for now.
They don't know.
X has the information, but Hunter's got the shot. Denying series points here. It's down to Junior. 30 seconds on the clock. Bomb on his back. 100 HP available. And access towards the A side. We can bring this down to 1v1. You never know, Anders.
If he walks the whole way and he checks the perfect spot, he still has time. But if he has to look more than this, it's going to be too late. I think this is the wrong move. Yeah.
Nothing he can do.
Unfortunately now, maybe with the jump, but he has no idea where to look for him. And he's going to get peaked. Hunter with an amazing triple, especially the second one. I have no idea how he knew that Hex was coming in from the Palace. I don't think Hex had really made any noise close enough. He'd got no kills. That is so clean.
The perfect setup for EG there. Sure, they lost that pick, but knowing they had a flanking Hex coming through, and it was unfortunate there. They had all the advantages, trying to flash George in. If he traded out equally in towards B, it'd be a very different round, but Hunter positioning perfectly. Still a lot of work to be done, though. 14-10, money available here for EG. And will we see any aggression from the CT side here? We've got JKS exploring his options towards the A-Ram, joined by Monacy once again, and he's been having a rough time up against Junior.
Yes. You know what? I guarantee the second that Hex dies, in his brain, he's telling himself, why didn't I just wait inside of A?
Yeah.
If he's back... I mean, obviously, it's very easy to look back. I'm not trying to do any kind of backseat Counter-Strike for him, but it's just... I bet he knew if I just waited, Hunter would have run right into my arms. Tricky round. A sign of life for G2. They need it so badly. They almost threw that round away.
So, flashes to gain access towards middle. They'll actually be heading back towards A, though. He's trying to remove some CT vision. Around 10 seconds while they coordinate themselves to an A execution, but the CTs are not allowing them to have the space. They'll be active here at the A ramp, and there's going to have to be a fight. Walco, once again, has absolutely destroyed the Manders. That is sick! As he gets the hat-trick as well. My God! How has he done that? 3 kills in the round. Series point guaranteed. And Hooksy and Hunter, there's nothing they can do about it. They have to just sit back and wait as round number 25 comes crashing down around them. It looked like the perfect response. The push in towards the execution. But Walco, once again, the one-man army prevails.
Ran through 3 superstar players like it was nothing to get EG to 15. This is disturbing. He's finding a 4th. He just keeps hunting. He's up to 23. Hooksy, there's nothing he could have done. As soon as that double kill happens at the E-ramp, it is 95% over. And the next kill, that's 100. You're there.
Bro, they've got $2,400 per player next round. They have 0 right now. There is almost a guarantee that G2 will be knocked out of the tournament by EG in the follow-up round here. They're saving an MP9 in the hands of Hooksy. That's all they're saving.
I really think it's worth zooming out a little bit here, because a question people are going to be asking, Henry, is how did Anders know to pick
Anders
EG?
did predict EG were going to win this series.
How did he know?
He's done it again. Well, to be fair, it's the most dangerous scoreline in the world, for EG at least. 15-10.
Yeah,
they couldn't put it to bed against NIP.
You're probably never... this is probably where EG actually, on our ranking, will be the most nervous.
Yeah.
Because you have this... You've almost closed the lid on this game, but every mistake now will feel like it has such a huge impact. You'll feel it.
If you were going to close it out, Anders, this would be the round to do it. Scouts, MP9s for masses, and Walco with balls of steel will leave the Palace position, unfortunately, to his certain death. I like the idea.
Sure.
I like the audacity of it.
That's the kind of play you make when you've had the rounds that he's had. It's hard to question, but yeah, it backfires this time, and it gives over the AK to JKS.
Oh,
5
okay.
chances.
Huge call to make from Walco. Like, the round that they're financially broken is for the map. Like, I respect the hell out of it.
Absolutely.
But in hindsight, it's like, okay, well, that's potentially squandered the opportunity.
It's probably one of those plays that will always be judged in hindsight as well, right? If it had worked, we would have said, well, then, he's just got their number. He knows everything. Look at this from Hooksy. I do like this. This is another call that's probably very hard to make, because if you get one tap at someone waiting in the corner, you feel like you've given the round back. But now instead, you've taken it from being a pretty decent round to being almost certainly a 1 round. Look at the stack they have at the A bomb side because of Hooksy's position. This is really, really important. And again, not necessarily easy to make this call. Now, he's not going to go middle to backstab them. He's taking the long way around. So there is a way that this could still screw up, although with that kill from Nico, I might have to retract that a little bit. The spray is good on the second one. Automatic goes down, and George actually trying to see if he can fight his way back, and Nico should not having any of it. Will take down a 3rd player, and Junior is up here. They might know.
Okay, Anders. Well, that is the nightmare scenario. The beginning of the end, potentially, as the round that was the most compelling, the easiest you could ask for in terms of what you're up against. MP9s for massive scouts and a single Nico M4. This is how it all kicks off. Open up the door of opportunity, and it gets slammed in their face.
These particular the little sequence here for Nico, I don't think really, it's not exactly it, but there's a kind of Nico game that we've all seen before, where it looks like at some point he just has decided to win.
Yeah.
He just will win, and he will win every fight. I would love to see that right now, because it is so sick, and he is one of maybe 2 or 3 players ever to touch the game, maybe 4, that can get into that mode, that can really just say, I'm willing this into, I'm just manifesting it in front of me. Those kills weren't it, but watch out for it, because it's really rare, and it's a delight to see. Maybe we'll get the treat for it. He's got about 4 more rounds to try and see if he can get into the swing of things. He's got 17 kills, which by his standard is probably a little bit low.
It could all end here still. Bear in mind, it's still a 5-on-5. It's just in the manner of the way the previous round went down, with NiKo getting 4 very convincing kills. It does provide a sobering moment. You're like, all right, yeah, NiKo is up against them, and he's pretty difficult to remove from the equation. As we can see, G2, this is more like it. These are the sort of rounds we expected.
I think you're exactly
Where has this
right.
been?
Yeah, there are so many CT rounds on Mirage that are exactly like this. You get a bit of a crossfire in the middle, you kill one in underpass, you kill one at top mid, and then it should be all good. Volko, don't challenge him more than this. It's not really necessary. Still got the 2-on-4. You don't need to do this. And there's still 30 seconds. If you keep doing it, the bomb is at the A ramp. There is a way back into the round, even if it's very unlikely. Yeah, I appreciate this. Fall back.
Yeah, don't even give him the opportunity to find a frag. Hunter should deal with him.
Think at bomb plant. Think at the bomb plant. They think it's B. Look at it. They're rotating a little bit away. George now making a couple of footsteps, and I think if he gets peeked now, it might be over. NiKo running for it. He knows, but the bomb does get planted. A 1 versus 3 for Volko. Surely there is no way in hell, Henry, that he can do this.
You would think so. But it's the sort of round that G2 would lose at the same time.
Yes, it is. Hooksy's going to be free. That's 1 down, 3 more to go. They're out there. A click, and it's so close. It's so scary. NiKo is there to save the day. He finds the third one.
Oh, wow. It doesn't get much closer than that. Volko. Amazing effort there, my friend. You can see a sigh of relief from G2. 1 bullet separated them from elimination of the tournament there, and a round that shouldn't have even been close. Frag by frag, Volko makes it uncomfortable. A great shot to deny the initial defuse there, but NiKo, of course, the hero of the day. What a play that would have been to close things out here, to eradicate G2 out of the tournament here, send them to the showdown. 3 rounds required now, and a tactical timeout for now, as the money is in a pretty compromised spot. Unfortunately, EG probably have to take the eco here.
Imagine
Not much else to be said.
Imagine what it does for EG's mental game, feeling like they can win this every single round. Even the ones that are basically lost, they look close. And on the opposite side of that coin for G2, just a feeling that nothing is easy. That was a 2, actually I think it was a 5 versus 2 that turned into a 1 versus 1. They almost threw it away.
Yeah. Volko as well, by the way. I think he had 105 ADR.
God damn.
Like, that is sick, considering we're so many rounds deep. Speaking of which, that's not bad either. NiKo doesn't see anyone.
Doesn't need to.
We'll get a double frag and significant damage towards Hext as well. So 15-13, that's locked in. We can agree on that.
Yeah, this is smooth sailing. But I would say probably not a round that EG cares so much about. You kind of expect this to happen. Would have been fun with a couple of kills in a bomb plant, but they're going to be okay with it. NiKo quickly now up to 22 from the 17 that he had maybe 1 or 2 rounds ago. He's really getting there. Going to find 1 more triple. But getting into that killing machine level that he can really reach.
Wasn't enough on Nuke.
35 wasn't enough on Nuke.
27 on Inferno, 35 on Nuke.
Come on.
And currently at 23 on Mirage.
How much can you ask of one person?
He does not deserve to be on the losing team, that's for sure. But they're not the losing team yet. 2 rounds, certainly possible here. The money's starting to recover for EG. They've got the AKs, the AWP, and Volko, MVP of Mirage for sure. What a spectacular showing from the in-game leader. Showing us how it's done. Junior, not bad as well.
It's actually curious that they keep fighting where NiKo and m0NESY kind of are. I would think at some point they would want to throw pressure onto Hunter and Hooksy over at the B bomb side.
Yeah.
I've noticed this in the past. There are a lot of teams when they play G2, they actually do try to apply pressure specifically to Hooksy. Just trying to see if they can put him out of his comfort zone.
Well, is this the round enders? Is this where we say goodbye to G2? In the first round of the knockout bracket.
That first kill is going to be a huge tell, isn't it? I can't imagine the headline. I can't imagine the conversation afterwards. What was the team that restructured right after they lost to EG? There was a team, it's a while ago now, but
I can't recall.
I think what it's happened before. I mean, for all I know, it could happen again, because this again would definitely be the shock of the tournament and maybe even the shock of the new season here.
So a B execution. Not a very compelling one. They haven't really done much elsewhere on the map.
They're going to test them. They're going to test Hunter and Hooksy. There is a crossfire setup, and flashbang to slow them down. 30 seconds. Molotov to give the game away. They know that it's coming. Smoke on top of Monacy. Is he going to be able to get a shot? Not quite. They're relocating now. They're getting to it. 22 seconds. The jump down is there. And the openings, it's actually a team kill onto Hext. It's not exactly ideal. Junior and George, and maybe only Junior with any health, but they're going to get the shot on Monacy. Somehow, someway, it's back into a 2 versus 2.
Boosting on the side as well, Anders. That's a cheeky little play.
You are right. Do you read it? How panicked are you? Do you see it coming? Oh, it's a shoulder, but it's Nico. He's determined.
Might as well stay up there now. You got 8 HP. Just hope they don't check it.
Yeah, but that kill is so quick. It's a long time before that bomb goes up. I don't think they're going to be slow enough here. Nico and JKS, they should be able to crunch him in. He needs a straight headshot. He finds Nico out in the open. There's one, and he reads it. He knows. George, he's going to go down. JKS to the rescue. It's close, but we will go all 30 rounds.
We certainly will. G2 holding on by the skin of their teeth for 1 versus 1. JKS holds his nerve. Round 30 is upon us. The bomb goes down. 4 rounds in a row. 4th stage loss bonus. And the boosted George as well. It could have been enough.
Yeah.
It could have been a glorious play. I wanted to see whether he'd just have the mental fortitude just to stay up there. Junior frustrated, knowing if he kills that one player on short, it's over. They win. He doesn't quite connect. And the opening frag this time in favor of Monacy. Walco will be dropped.
Headshot to take him down with the AWP. Overkill for Monacy. JKS is there. This looks like it's going to be overtime. They've already got the openings here. I'm not sure EG can bring this round back. Devastating grenades that land on up at the palace as well. And they've been slowed down and shut down on this one. I think the only way this goes south right now for G2 is if they lose their grip and start to push like they did it earlier in the 2-on-5. This time, surely there has to be some discipline on the G2 side.
Time will tell, Anders. But it looks like they've done enough. Bear in mind is that 15-10 scoreline once again that's coming back to haunt EG. Currently in a 5 versus 3.
You're right.
Low HP pretty much across the board here. They've given up 5 rounds in a row. If what looks like an irreparable situation falls against them. Smoking towards connector. Not really sure what that can do, though. They'll enter the A-bomb side, but Monacy is there, ready and waiting. They would need something divine at this point.
Monacy's got the perfect position for it. Junior, he doesn't know if he's supposed to be slow crouching it, if he's supposed to be wide, so he has no idea what that position is. And depending on how Monacy's holding the angle, one or the other will get him killed. Nice little flick there from Hooksy. Hex is going to be going down, and George in a 1 versus 5, so overtime is absolutely confirmed. G2, they get to live on. Now, is it more pain, or will there actually be a turnaround here? Can they find a victory at the end to survive? EG, we're gonna find out in the overtime. This is a scary game for them. I can't believe that we're seeing this.
Well, I think it's all been reset now. G2 should be winning at this stage. This was EG's series to give up with the 15-10 scoreline that they should be putting it to bed. Had plenty of opportunity to do so, and if you don't convert that against a team like G2, then it's probably over. It's not looking good for them, and EG know it as well. They'll take a tactical timeout before overtime begins here. So it's Nico posting 24 frags to close out regulation there. 5 in a row for G2. As we find the reset here, they'll remain on the CT side. Just a note, we have $12,500 per player. So on the CT side, you can bring out the double orb setups, which I can confirm G2 are going to be bringing out in the first gun round here, because it makes sense. Like I said, Hooksy, normally towards B, can be considered a weakness. If you've got the finances to go for it, enables you to free up an extra player. You have full control of that B bomb side. So I think it's a nice little call, and bad news potentially for EG as we tie it all up once again. First team to 19 to decide the outcome. Who will be going to the showdown? Who will be progressing forward in the knockout bracket?
The fact that it's a question is... I don't think anyone was actually expecting it. And yet here we are. It's overtime. First to 19 is what we are looking for. And you're right, that double AWP setup. George dropping very low. I think burning behind the Molotov there. Hunter is nearby, so it's not just Hooksy alone with the AWP. They've got a little bit of a setup to go for it. Bomb far back, and some mid-control being attempted now for EG.
Attempted. We'll see what they can make of it. Walker at the front of the pack right now, trying to breathe through towards that connected position. It's actually Nico that goes down first, peeking from the window. Junior will find him. m0NESY trying to pick up the pieces here if possible. There is plenty of opportunities outside the window, but thinks better of it. We'll transition back towards the B bomb site. Bear in mind, it's a double AWP setup here for G2. Retakes will be very difficult. The A bomb site under a bit of scrutiny right now. It's just JKS there alone. Needs some backup. m0NESY will join from CT spawn. Hooksy will smoke towards the end of the apartments, suggesting they're going to focus their firepower towards A, but Hooksy's in trouble.
Yeah, he is. And that smoke lands early enough that EG probably feel quite comfortable waiting it out. They can really do that. And they got automatic in the middle as well. This, I agree, will be a very, very difficult hold if it's possible at all.
At least one.
Yeah. Oh, it's close. They get past with one, but there we go. Hooksy, he follows it up. He's taking down George and Hex both. Maybe there's a way still. 15 seconds. The bomb. How are they going to get planted right now? He's still here. A little bit of Molotov damage, but so far it's looking rock solid for him. Hooksy with the triple. He's keeping it alive for them, and they're out of time on that T side. They can't get the bomb down. Hooksy, he did what he needed to, and they can't find JKS. What a miracle that was. 3 kills. He missed the first one, but he is back in it. 19 kills overall.
That's all that had to be delivered. Couple of kills, deny the plant, stay alive. Can't ask for much more than that. Like we said, the AWP does allow you to have more of this turret setup. And EG scrambling in toward the side. Didn't have the time to work with. Hooksy's feeling it now. Needed that. And they'll take the lead after being down 15 and 10. Tournament life on the line. They have the 1-0 advantage. And 5 players for EG back in towards B. They're trying to punish that Hooksy factor, knowing he's got the AWP there.
Yeah.
This time he doesn't, though. Hands it back over. And it's going to be the same round again, Anders. Hooksy this time with the rifle.
In itself is really interesting. Yeah, the fact that he has a rifle instead. Let's see if it catches him off guard. Counter flash coming out. He wants to buy a little bit of space, but he is so blind inside of the smoke. George, that deep swing towards the market is absolutely going to catch Hooksy. 4 versus 5. It's still a good call for EG. Walking through the smoke there is Nico, and he gets called as well. Walko back at it again. His 28th victim. m0NESY gets 1, but they need a lot more for the retake. The bomb is being planted on the other side, and it is still a 3 versus 4. Although m0NESY is practically dead already. No! There we go. They just pick up the kills like it's nothing. Hexed back here, the only one that can bring it back, and he's got no idea. How is that retake so easy?
Well, Hunter has had a very disappointing series, but that is a magnificent round. I didn't see it from his POV, but those frags came out of nowhere. He manifests them out of thin air. And you can see at the hollow celebration, he knows it's been a rough game for him so far. Let's have a look at those frags. And a round that looked lost, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
Hunter strikes for the double. m0NESY boosted up, and JKS to close things out. And there we go. 2-0, G2 on the precipice. Oh, good question. All right, well, he's feeling himself.
He's well within his rights to do it, obviously.
Absolutely. Like,
beautiful.
I love that. Final round here, Anders. 2-0 G2, looking for the 3-0 conversion. It was looking dark, it was looking bleak, but all they had to do was come out and win today. It doesn't really matter how close it was, to be honest with you.
Someone's going to leave this stage heartbroken today because they both put so much into it. Hunter, like you said, not the best series for him, but a couple of great kills to open up this round with. m0NESY, he's back to hitting the shots as well. You said it as soon as we went in overtime that this is the reset and that G2 probably will win it from here on out. And they do look very reset all of a sudden. And that's a big problem. George and Junior trying to convert this 2 versus 5 into some sort of a miracle, but it feels very unlikely. I think George is 1 tap away from being dead. And there we go. 3 kills for Hunter. He's up to 18.
Yeah.
Again, he had 4 kills in the first half, Henry.
It's a massive resurgence. Like, just when they needed them as well. Like we said, if you're not going to put a team like G2 to bed at 15-10, like, that's it. You're not going to win.
Yeah.
If you allow them to get to overtime, it's over. And we've seen that here. EG will be kicking themselves. This is the 2nd time it's happened in this tournament. And unfortunately, the ramifications this time are a lot more significant. Knocked out. And maybe getting ahead of myself here because all of a sudden, Junior...
He could have planted B. Not that he in any way could have known that. Obviously, we know that Hunter was an underpass. But
this is a great transition in towards the A side. So we've got JKS tucked away on the bomb side. The problem is with 10 seconds, all he can really do is plan and hope for the best. And, well, his best is not good enough as we go 3-0 for G2. See, pretty somber tone. Just want to get that final round here to close things out. Beautiful sequence from Hunter, as we've noticed, has got a lot stronger as time continues here and arriving in the nick of time. Monacy to get a beautiful shot there.
He pre-fired it, or he pre-aimed it, rather. That is some experience. He knew what was coming next.
So now EG have no choice but to replicate the efforts of G2 there. 3-0 will be the only score acceptable going forward. Anything less than that, and they will be vacating the tournament. It was a hell of a run, hell of a series. Turned all of our heads here. And bear in mind, we'll remember this. This is the team. This is not the EG we've been talking about for 6 months. This is the EG Black. They've been promoted to the main squad now.
You're right.
The only like familiarity we've got is automatic instead of rush. And to be fair, taking a map of G2, taking into overtime in the third.
It's impressive.
That's a pretty sick result. Like, all things considered. Like, yes, I appreciate they probably won't win now. They probably should have won. But in terms of notes and data, they've got plenty of that to work with now. And it's the first big tournament since they've made this massive transition to the main squad. So I tip my hat to them. Like, this has been a great showing.
Turns out, in the middle, Monacy, he's feeling a little bit reinvigorated. Is he going to keep it going? He wants to find one more. Definitely could have had that shot. You could see he's feeling very brave at the moment. Nico will open it up on the other side. 25 kills as he takes down Walco. And that might be the beginning of the end here for EG. 4 versus 5, although Hexter's out hunting. Not a bad kill necessarily. They're going to get Monacy there. A little bit of a shot coming through. The spam is actually connecting quite a bit. And the bomb is only on the A ramp. They're trying to get it there, but EG are close by. They want this round. They need this round to stay in the tournament.
It's not looking good on either side, to be honest with you. They can't get that plan down, but Hunter finally punches in the digits. 4-4 retake. The chips are down. EG have to go for it. They've got kits and basic utility in all 4 players entering the bomb site from the connector here, Anders.
Look at the after plan for G2. It's so strong. It's going to take all day to find these players. I don't think this can be done. Hunter with another strong kill. He's really back into it. Hex, though, will take him down. They have kits, and they need to be on that defuse quick to put some pressure on. Hooksy gets one before he's down, and they're off the bomb again. No chance. Nico back with the final kill. And my God, did he deserve it? They survive the EG scare, and G2 gets to send them packing. It took everything they had, Henry, but they do live on.
That kind of says it all, doesn't it? In a matchup when we've got the headline act of the tournament, G2 didn't make a roster change in the offseason. They just about get it over the line against EG. They recover the 15-10 deficit. Yeah, that's a hollow victory. They get the job done, and that's all that really matters here. But an alarming result. EG know they should have put that one to bed.
Yeah, that's what they're going to be thinking about tonight, and probably for many nights going into the future. They definitely had a chance here. Still, I mean, yeah, you got to give them all the praise on that EG side. They came in here as unbelievable underdogs and nearly had what has to be, whatever a story got set for them, no question about it. They got really, really close on this one.
Let's just talk about Junior for a second as well. He played like an absolute beast. Walco
really
as well, a player I don't think many people have discussed in the past. Like, what an amazing performance that was. But we're not talking about EG anymore. We're going to go down to the show floor. James Banks, who is down there with G2. What have you got for us, Banks?
I've got Hooksy with me here, and, well, that was one crazily more drawn out than we expected game. Certainly a fight coming out from EG, maybe more than what you expected. And it started so well, this Inferno dominance, you know. We thought, okay, G2 have come to handle business. But then on Nuke, we got to look at this. They got some key clutches in there. It was a big struggle from you. It just felt flat. What was going on?
First of all, I'm surprised I still have the hair color I have. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like it's weird with our Nuke right now because we actually do decent in practice, but and we feel like we all like the map, but then when we play official, it feels like we just hit a brick wall no matter where we go and how many there are. Like this is the second match in a row where I call towards inner and they have like one guy in and we still just lose without killing a single guy. So I don't know what's going on, but we'll have to go back and look at it.
And then even on this Mirage, right? You're down 15-10 at one point. They were playing really well on their trades and stuff. Were you impressed with the team play that was coming out from it? It wasn't what we were usually expecting from this EG.
like with all respect for EG, I think this is more about us not playing well than them playing good. I think we had a really good read on them a lot of times, and they were repeating a lot the same, especially on Mirage. I think on Nuke City they definitely did well. But yeah, I think we have to look at ourselves a bit more.
Would it be fair to say at times you guys were playing a bit scared?
Well, definitely there's some pressure when you're G2 and you play against EG and things start to get out of hand, you know. I think everybody understands that feeling. But yeah, of course there's some pressure, but in the end this tournament is not the most important for us, and Cologne is, Cologne is, so yeah.
And just one thing I'm going to say is when I got to this point, seeing the overtime, I was listening to you comms and you were saying, okay guys, like no respect to them now, swing on them, take them. You were trying to get some extra motivation going to make sure you closed it?
No, I have Monacy Nico on the JKS, just fucking swing and we win. Sorry for my language, but come on, dude. It should be doable, no? Yeah, I just felt like if we hesitate, that's when we lose, as you said, like, and when the pressure's on. So if we don't hesitate, then I'm pretty sure we have a way higher chance of winning, and that's what I wanted the guys to do.
And you got Na'Vi tomorrow. You got a lot to fix before that?
It's like, how much can you fix in one day? But I think it will be a completely different game tomorrow, so I'm not nervous from the performance today.
I look forward to seeing it. Huxley, thank you very much, man.
The underdogs almost make their dreams reality, but G2 are the ones to turn this into a nightmare in the final moments. But man, by the skin of their teeth, G2 avoid elimination at the hands of EG. I did not think we were going to be getting this deep into the series. Props to EG for making it close, but yet again, a similar tale to what we saw versus NIP. EG with opportunities and don't close it.
Yeah, if I'm being genuine, I'm actually heartbroken for EG.
Yeah.
I am actually heartbroken in the sense that all that they have done to get into this 15-10 was commendable to an extreme extent. They played beautifully up until that point. You see here the round history. You saw how they were able to outcall G2 for a lot of these rounds. Walcott deserving of so many praises with individual double opening kills, beautiful mid-rounding, and then when you get to 15-10, you, as an underdog, you enter a very dangerous realm where every chance you lose adds pressure to what you're building up in your mind to be an incredible feat. And this is something that a lot of teams fall victim to. They get so close to the sun, just like Icarus, and when they just don't get it, they fall flat. And as soon as we got to overtime, and I heard in my heart, as soon as we got to overtime, I knew that this was going to be the end, and just the transfer of power would be here, and G2 would close it. They had to close in regulation.
It's a hard one to grasp for EG, because you're not wrong when you said that going into overtime. I think everyone in this building felt that, all right, that was the chance. It slipped out of their hands. But as you said, up until that point, Walker, we just saw his highlight reel right here, had many impactful plays, impactful calls. There was a lot of positives you can drag out for EG. I don't necessarily agree with the fact that they play beautiful Counter-Strike or good Counter-Strike. I think Huxley's onto something when he's saying that the level of the game in this one wasn't that high, but they played above their own abilities. EG right now is not a team that is supposed to play good or brilliant Counter-Strike, yet they played above their own expectations, and today that was enough to potentially take down G2. They played awful Counter-Strike, awful Counter-Strike, and I agree with Matthew, EG should have won, and I feel heartbroken for them too.
Yeah, EG so close and a crushing loss to be pushing them down to the showdown. So let's get a few departing words, courtesy of Walco.
Walco, to start off with, there was kind of no hope for you guys when it came to Inferno, but I want to ask what was said in between the maps at that point. What did you guys discuss? Because you came back into Nukers looking like a different team.
Yeah, honestly, not much was said. We knew that we started off slow and we messed up some rounds. I called pretty bad. And yeah, I think we just were confident in our game. We just went back to what we practiced. We trusted each other and we were just having fun.
And one thing when it comes to Nuke, you're down 4-1, then you start to come back into that game and you looked unstoppable. Did you feel like you'd pushed them and like had them on the ropes? They were feeling the pressure?
Yeah, I think definitely. I think we got off to a good run, and I think they overthought a lot of rounds. I think they were trying to bait us into making mistakes that they weren't expecting that we wouldn't make. Yeah. So I think, yeah, we definitely shocked them by playing pretty good CS.
And one thing that you did on Nuke, even when they started to make a comeback, was you held your own and closed it out. But on Mirage, obviously, you thought you were 15-10 up, but it wasn't possible this time. Just talk to me through, for your opinion on how hard it is in that situation when you're facing a team like G2, and obviously you know the world's watching.
Yeah, I think closing games like today against G2 or other games like NIP, I think we also had the same situation. I think it's pretty hard against these European teams. They have a lot of resilience and they have so much like structure and they believe in each other. And a lot of these teams have been playing with for a long time. So I think it's definitely hard and we're gonna need some time to really get comfortable closing games and believing in ourselves.
And one thing I'll say, I think most of us can say we're very proud to see EG fight back and do this. Right? This is probably the best EG we've seen in a long time. Do you feel like you've come here and accomplished something as a team at least?
Yeah, I think we're all really proud of our performance. I think we all know we could have done better, but this is a learning experience for us. This is my first real international competition, and I mean, we lost against 2 top 5 teams in the world. Oh man, I'm so sad. But yeah, it's a learning experience for us. We've said this multiple times, and yeah, we're not expecting amazing results immediately.
Well, it's certainly good signs, mate. Thank you very much.
We got a few words courtesy of Wilco and got to see, you know, his fragging ability inside the server today as well as some great calls too. But we're going to have to wait until the showdown to see any more of EG going forward.
Yeah, and listen, he says it's a learning experience. I think if there is ever a team that could use that excuse, which we usually use, then that would be them. Yeah. I'm fine with that. You go ahead and get it. You had very low expectations coming in here. You've surprised most of us already. You probably learned a whole lot about yourself, and he, as an IGL as well, in the top tier level, he says first national event of that extent as well.
Let's move into one of the final moments of this map of Mirage. Round 29, because an opportunity for EG, but G2 were the ones to take it.
Yeah, a story of what if and a story of pressure and millimeter and millisecond, and Junior will remember that one for quite a while. We'll see here the B exec is coming in for EG. The defense, the execute in itself is pretty great. You can see how m0NESY is being pushed out of the angle, even though he's here, that won't work out. The entries are there, and then there is a fine game of mid-rounding happening here, which I think EG handles pretty well. The Molotov, they punish the AWP right there, and that's a 2 versus 2, and that moment is where everything changes. A little bit of pressure onto Junior. He gets the shot too quick, deleted by Nico, leaves George on an island, which cannot close the clutch. And we have seen and we have heard the reaction from Junior, the direct slam on the desk, and that meant more than 1,000 words. I think he at that moment realized he had the shot of the round. He could eliminate G2 in the scope of his weapon. And we talk about moments in Counter-Strike where pressure gets to you. I think that's what happened here. A little bit trigger happy, gets punished right behind it, and then you can just imagine how mentally you go down the drain.
In all fairness, world-class plays from Nico. Like
oh,
the fact
definitely,
the fact that he shoulder peeks the way he did, the fact that he made the shot so tough for Junior, and then go instantly afterwards and just destroy him with the M4A1S. And talking about Nico, you see the scoreboard in this game, of course, once again, top fracking, but over the entire series, he was lights out.
Yeah, what was the number of frags he ended on it for the series?
I think he ended 89 frags in total. He went plus 45, whereas the next member on his team, m0NESY, went plus 1. This is Saivu level carry back in Vitality a couple of years ago. Without Nico, G2 wouldn't have won this game. There's no doubt about it, but it's also disgusting even to think about the fact that Nico had to play some of the best Counter-Strike he possibly can do for them to even get a win against EG in the most narrow fashion you could possibly imagine. And it's unacceptable for G2, unacceptable.
It really is, and that's why the atmosphere, you know, here is so somber, because not only have we witnessed a crushing loss for EG, this is no cause for celebration for G2, and they're going to have to fight once again versus Na'Vi tomorrow, and they're going to have to show a much better face.
Yeah, and you'd hope. And listen, you know what's the worst? The worst is I think G2 is going to show a better face against Na'Vi.
I hope so.
Because when Hooksy comes here and he says, listen, we're G2, we play against EG, I understand. I empathize. I understand how it is to be the favorite, go up against a team you have nothing to win against. You're supposed to win. Nobody cares if you do. Every round you lose, you become the lull of the thread on the forum. I know how it is. But still, there's supposed to be a bottom. There's supposed to be a floor level that you reach, and they were below it. Because once again, we have to repeat, they were a frag away, or 2, from being eliminated by EG.
If anyone enjoyed this game, I think it'll be the Na'Vi boys. They were watching this one. They were hoping EG could take that win. And even though, as you said, you know, coming into this game, I think Na'Vi have shown us enough that tomorrow should be a fight.
Well, yeah, from elimination to qualification in our next series of the day, and one spot at the Royal Arena on the line. It's Astralis or Liquid that are going to grab it hands-on after this break.
I had to pick a word to describe my team, it would probably be unity. Everything is pretty new. We got some new players on the roster.
BlameF is now going to be the in-game leader, taking over that role. They brought in Ster, a young talent in Denmark who's been rumored to Astralis for a long, long time. And they also brought in Borup.
I don't think a lot of people know what to expect from him. Myself look at him as one of the biggest talents I've ever seen. Borup, he has like really crisp aim. He is playing a lot of the supportive roles. I think he's kind of like a wild card. Everyone got the roles they want to play on the team. We didn't really make too many compromises on the roles.
They believe in BlameF, they believe in Device, they believe in Ster. That should be enough. Then Borup and Boss, well, they'll just have to be there and do their roles. And that should be enough for Astralis to remain competitive.
Pretty exciting to get started.
The best word that describes our team is diverse.
You know, everybody's having fun, having laughs. So we're a bunch of jokesters, a bunch of trolls, having fun, enjoying the moment.
We've got a lineup that for many, many years have been at the top of North America. And even though they have just lost Elige, they're going to be held to the expectation of the team that they were when Elige was on it.
Liquid is now a European majority team. I understand we got a lot of hate, but at the end of the day, we're here to win.
I think the players on my team that the other team need to look out for are for sure Patsy and Rainwaker. I think they have a lot of knowledge about the game. They have very good fragging potential. I can see them popping off any game that we get into.
We're now going to see that this lineup with such history is playing with a European core and has expectations that very few will be able to live up to. They've got their work cut out for them.
The Royal Arena awaits, but we're only rolling out the red carpet for one squad. Astralis looking to make it on home soil, whereas for Liquid, they're hungry to make a honeymoon in this new season. And Jacob, we've seen two quite different faces of Liquid, taking down FaZe and G2, and then that rematch against FaZe. Very different story for them.
Yeah, they got a bit of a reality check, I think. The trees weren't growing into heaven this time around, but I think still Liquid should be positive about how they started their campaign with this new lineup. We came in with a lot of questions in regards to Wayne Waker. We came in with a lot of questions in regards to Patsy, Yekinda for that matter as an in-game leader. But overall, you can't take away the two great impressions we had of Liquid. Once they beat G2, once they beat FaZe, and they did it quite convincingly as well. So yes, the loss against FaZe Clan, I hold it up to the standard that yeah, it wasn't great enough for Team Liquid, but it wasn't that bad after all.
No, I agree with you. And we get the sense that after some of these series, the floor of Liquid in terms of individuals is much higher than it was before.
Yeah.
And that's all due respect to Nitro and all he's achieved. You have to imagine how individually he was struggling a little bit to keep up with the rhythm and the level of the high tier Counter-Strike. I'm looking at this Liquid lineup, and we can argue top down, there might be a disparity. You have BlameF, you have Device against you here. We can have that conversation. But bottom up, you look at the floor, I would argue Liquid has a higher floor.
Yeah, gentlemen, I want to get your kind of temperature checks on the two new members coming into Team Liquid. We've got Rainraker and Patsy coming into things. I've been pretty impressed with what they've delivered so far. Do you agree with that sentiment? Do you feel like you're satisfied with what you've seen?
It's been hot and cold for Patsy. There's been a couple of maps where he really found a lot of impact, where his aggressive play style was a problem for the opponent, so to speak. Whereas for Wayne Waker, I've been very, very impressed. He's been stable pretty much on all the maps. He's playing some more passive roles. He has a job to do, and he's doing that to a very high degree right now. So I think if you were to rate the two players, we're seeing good signs from both, but Wayne Waker being the more consistent force.
Yeah, I agree. His lowest has been still satisfactory.
Yeah.
What we haven't seen and what I was expecting was to see Rainwaker just struggle completely, right? I was expecting to see him maybe being lost in some situations because the Counter-Strike that we play now is not the same that he was facing in 500 with his Bulgarian team. I thought he'd be a little bit lost behind the music. It hasn't been the case. He has looked like he understands and he knows how to handle situations. And this is the quality that you need to have if you have an anchor. The problem is, usually, rookies don't have these kind of qualities. They get a little bit lost in the sauce. Not for him. He's eyes on the prize, even in complex situations.
I want to flip the script to talk about one of the veterans of the Liquid lineup. And look, what better to do than get a few words courtesy of Naf.
So a tougher game when it came to facing FaZe here, right? But for you individually, we obviously saw some struggles for you at the time. There are changes for all of you going on, but it was not what we expected from Naf, who I always say is most consistent. What was going on?
Yeah, I mean, some of those games, they just happen. Yeah, I don't know. I just showed up and was only able to get kills on the pistol round, so no gun round kills. Maybe broke a record, so at least we're in the history books, right?
You find the positive in it either way. Against Astralis today, though, right? When it comes to this Astralis, they've had their ups and downs as well. Do you feel like you are the favored ones coming into it, given the teams you've beaten here?
Yeah, I mean, obviously with our group, it was always like pretty tough, having to beat G2, beat FaZe, and then, coming into a second game versus FaZe, it's always tough to beat a team twice, especially like a team like FaZe. When it comes to Astralis, I do believe obviously they have strong players in terms of BlameF and Device, and they have like a lot of younger and inexperienced players. So I think with the matchup, I definitely feel more confident playing against Astralis. So, hopefully we just show up, start strong, have a good game, and, especially for myself, get a few gun round kills.
You're smiling while saying it as well, so I guess you've got a plan. And in terms of the plan now for you guys in this matchup, what does it look like, and what have you spoke about to make sure if it does get a bit stressful, if it does get dicey, how you clean up the communication, how you keep things solid, because obviously the new team side of things?
Yeah, at the end of the day, we are a new team. I think a lot of people are probably highly rating us, especially with our first day, second day performances. So at the end of the day, we're still like a young team with some new players, so we kind of have like a new system going. So we just need to, just take it a game at a time, see how things go. Obviously we talked about our loss, and it obviously, again, doesn't help that I didn't really perform too well on the first map, but, versus FaZe. But, we're still a young team. We're still going to bring it back, and, we talked about our mistakes, and, coming to this series, we know it's very important to get this win to qualify for the fall finals. So, it's very important. So I think we kind of feel that pressure again that we kind of felt maybe on the first day. So we're back in the seat where we need to prove people wrong. So, we're excited, we're pumped, we're ready to go.
An anomaly in the series versus FaZe Clan, because we always talk about NAF as being such a consistent force. I don't expect that to happen again today.
I don't give a dog about these numbers. That was one map. NAF is a pinnacle of consistency, and anybody can have one map like this. So whatever, moving on. I still firmly believe in NAF. Rate him very highly, which, by the way, he's still the highest rated player of the squad for this event. Yeah. And that's with this map, so suck it.
I got nothing to add.
You don't want to add anything to that.
Jacob agrees with that sentiment. Anyway, moving on. Let's talk about Yakinda a little bit for the side of Team Liquid, because obviously I think this is a really interesting comparison to draw. We see two big fraggers now taking on the mantles of in-game leaders. I feel like Yakinda suffered a little bit more when we compare him to BlameF, but they're two very different styles of player, right?
I was just about to say, you have two riflers, yes, turning star riflers into becoming in-game leaders, but in terms of how they conduct themselves on the server, you don't get them any more different than these two. Yakinda is way less selfless, or way more selfless in that regard. I think he sacrifices for the team, whereas BlameF, he has some of the same tendencies where he will be out of the round for a minute or a minute and a half, and some rounds he's not even existing within the round. So I think Astralis is more built around the fact that BlameF is, yes, he's the guy calling out from T-spawn, but Device will mid-round call, other players will help out in that regard, whereas for Yakinda, this is his team. He's the one micromanaging, he's the one calling, he's the one putting up the numbers, so I don't feel you can really compare the two.
And what is actually interesting, the comparison that I can draw, the observation that I can draw is that it feels from both these players, what they need to do in the future for their team is to be a bit more like the other. That's what we're talking about. We talk about Yakinda saying, listen, I have to let it go a little bit so I can close rounds and I can keep an eye on the mid-round, late round. Don't ask BlameF, he knows about all the late rounds, he knows all the positions. And BlameF has to put himself a little bit out there too, because Stair is having some of these positions, so sometimes he needs to be a bit more involved. So what they do, maybe they just need to go and grab a coffee, talk a little bit about their play style, their visions, just understand that there's a mutual interest there. I'll be a bit more like you, you'll be a bit more like me, see you in the grand final.
Have a bevy together and share some tips and tricks. Whilst we do that, let's go ahead and check in with Astralis' coach before this series.
And how much are your ideas coming across with Blame, and how's this working relationship after obviously having it the Glaive way with you for a long time?
I think it's pretty good. Both me and BlameF likes to have a lot of impact on how we play, but actually we try to get all the players to come on with some ideas, but of course it's a lot BlameF and it's a lot me, but I think we also have taken some part for some idea for Sprout, and also our new assistant coach coming from the talent team is also bringing some new ideas. He was doing a lot on Anubis, which is a new map for us, so I think everyone in the team, also Bo for that point, have bring in a lot of ideas.
And for Liquid today, this is obviously quite a new team as well, very mixed up in how they want to play. But is there much anti-stratting you've been able to do? Has there been focus points you've been able to see? Because the maps you should have a good understanding of at least.
Yeah. There haven't been that much data, but I think we have seen some pretty good things we can use to our strengths. So I think it's okay. They're a new team. They have good players. So I think they're also playing a lot on that. So yeah, it's okay for us.
When we speak about the strengths of Astralis, we do have to look back to the last time they played Overpass versus Complexity, who we thought were going to be, putting up a T-side masterclass. BlameF said, hell no.
Yeah, Device and BlameF had one hell of a showing. I'm not going to lie. Probably the best CT side we've seen from any team so far in the tournament on that Overpass. I'm not going to lie. It was good. Very, very good. Now they have to replicate that performance. And Liquid have had, 24 hours to look at that game and come up with a new game plan, a new solution. One thing that did strike me with this video is that these two teams, given that they're new, given they have new in-game leaders, already by now share the same map pool, just like they used to back in the days, 2018, 2019. They share the same map pool.
Yeah, I would say Inferno might be a bit of a stretch. The only time Astralis played, they got wrecked by Saw in that Versailles qualifier. So we'll have to see when we get there.
Well, we are going to see how it goes down, but not before we head to a quick break. When we are back, we're beginning on Overpass, Inferno, and Ancient. If we do so need it, it's going down after this.
They're a new team, we're a new team. We're both trying to find our form, find our, even roles, figuring out maps still. So, it's going to be a good match. And I think in terms of the veto, it's all good maps for both teams, so should be exciting.
So what's it going to come down to?
Going to come down to? I mean, we have the ability to win 2-0, but, you know, they're also a team that we haven't played against yet with this lineup, so anything can happen.
Well, if Dabs tells you it's going to be exciting, then he's not lying, Launders, and there's a lot on the line for this matchup. We're down to the last 3 games here for the Blast Fall groups, which means it's showdown for the losers and fall finals for the winners. Odds are the way of Team Liquid in this matchup. Their last game, of course, definitely got outclassed when it came down to FaZe.
Yeah.
Kerrigan pieced them up, but we're talking about BlameF and Device, who are the 3rd and 6th highest rated players at this event, a very top-heavy Astralis that definitely has the potential. Do you think they take down Europe's newest team?
I think Astralis can win this game 100%. 100%? 90%. 65% for sure. Like, I don't think that's... there is a real favorite in this matchup.
Okay.
Astralis' trend right now is good. I think Liquid's trend is also decent, but they're certainly not... I don't think they know they're going to win this game, you know? They've taken down great teams so far, for sure. FaZe, G2, but they did buckle in the rematch versus FaZe. And Astralis do have a lot of game tape and a lot of prep now. As we near the end of the group, everybody gets better. But who gets better faster?
And who is best? Here on Overpass, it is Astralis's map pick. They will begin their endeavor on the T side, and it shall be Patsy at the front line of the A-hold. He's got OC behind him. OC throws good flashbangs. That is a fact. And he hears the movement here, Patsy, calling that there's a train of T's pushing down long. He's fast on that flank. Nice kills coming out of Patsy. 3 USP headshots. You know, that's one of those moments where every bullet misses, or you pull out something like that. Well done from Patsy to start this map with impact.
You've got to love that. The timing on that flank was impeccable. I mean, the fact that OC set him up with a flash to take the first peek, put him in position to succeed, and then Nafly comes in with the last kill. We're looking at a better Overpass today.
And there's a big question about which Naf we get today.
Yeah,
he had
you get Barbie or Oppenheimer.
Horrendous first map in that series versus FaZe. I believe it was 3 kills in the pistol and then 1 kill in the rest of the half.
No kills in the rest of the half.
Oh, God, I literally made... I just brought up a horrible situation and it was actually worse. Poor guy, man. I saw Twists on Twitter after that match, literally, you know, just straight up calling out Naf and saying, don't think about that first map. Don't dwell on it. And I don't think Naf is the kind of guy to do exactly that.
The horrible situation was EG winning the second map and then not winning the series. Oh my God.
It was close.
It was close.
NA believe today, folks, and that's what matters. Ooh, money. Rainwaker racking him up. Good for the multi-kills when it comes to his sight holds. This is the most unknown piece of Liquid. What have you learned about him?
I don't see him hunting for ecos, so I'm happy for him when he gets them. You know what I mean? Some players, when they get ecos, I'm like, yeah, of course, because that's what you do. But Rainwaker, he's good. He's smart. He moves around slowly, plays his spots pretty well. There was this weird, like, low HSP stat with him, but he also seems, like, really fast somehow for a rifler. He's gotten some tough-to-get kills. So not seeing any kind of silly deaths with him, seeing some solid rifle work. He's just kind of... He's the rifler that they said he was going to be.
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Like, everyone who talked about Liquid sort of framed him, I think, absolutely correctly.
I think, like, with a player like that, I think the description as solid just becomes so much more apt. You know, he's solid. He doesn't move too quickly. He's hard to take over when it comes to his bomb sites. He's solid. A mass. And amassing early kills with that spray down in the last. 71% of people think that this match will be less intense than EG's game.
That was that was tough to beat, but you know, I think this definitely is. It's possible that this gets even crazier across 3 maps. We have so much to see, so much to learn today.
I think also keyword tense. Remember what's on the line with this one.
You know, you could say both these teams, after some roster moves now, are probably hovering around the same level.
Yep.
So Liquid and Astralis, so much history, but 2 different lineups.
Getting closer to OC. Upper bathrooms peak. Oh, man, he almost reacts to that fast enough to kill Stare.
Yeah.
Leaves him low health. Patsy, Yakinder up on A. movement through connector. A whole pack of Danes sat up inside a short water. Rainwaker looking to just deal with the monster pipe. Nap has moved off, and with that flash, they're activating. He's blind as a bat. Perfect moves from Astralis. Great utilization of the little bit of utility they had. Molly will burn Device off the plant, but he gets the bomb down, so that's what's key. We've got Stare on 4 health thanks to that SMG, and 2 teammates for him to close alongside. Blame F one of them.
If there's no free kills from heaven, do they even try?
Yeah, that would serve.
No kits, no nades.
Yeah, tough place for them to be in, so they'll call it quits and walk away. That is Astralis with a clean opening kill front bathrooms into an entire group of players transitioning to the B hit.
Back in the day, people remember Astralis versus Liquid on Overpass. It was all about Astralis' really strong B hits. So those flashes gave me flashbacks. In today's game, the interesting part, I think, and the cool part about Counter-Strike is the map really hasn't changed since then. And actually, B hits are back. Everybody loves doing these B hits. No one likes playing CT side B. There's no ceiling over top of the site. It's so wide open. It's easy to get short control. It's very hard to defend Monster. There's lots of ways to attack the site. So the one major difference for Astralis is we've got a change of the IGL. So Blame F. He's been calling a little bit more loose. He's been letting his teammates sort of work the map and have a little bit more liberty. But I talked to Buzz. He said this was his favorite position that he got back was T-side overpass.
Okay. Let's see what he can do with it. Patsy's lined up the opening kill. No instant response back as Buzz is left on his own.
So I'm sure his favorite players are Rops and Axile, Nico,
Hampus.
But I haven't asked.
It's fair to assume. Doesn't shoot. Holds his nerve. No pop-up there from Rainwaker either. He's just going to throw down the smoke and Buzz is ahead of it.
Yeah, no, he has to wait for the flash retake. Oh, but there's 2. Really nicely done here for Liquid.
Yep, that Ykinder flash comes through, helps out. Shadow advantage for Patsy, makes his job infinitely easier. And they'll pull back to go into the save. Device and Blame F still 0 kills each.
Are they? Yeah.
Saving? Was that the question?
Yeah. Thought just because, you know, Blame sometimes makes that like super big rotation, but still goes for it. Thought they were going to go charging up long, but well, what can you say, man? That was a really good tactic. Now, the question is, did Patsy actually see him from barrels when he threw his smoke in the tunnel? Because with the smoke down in tunnel, you know, 1 flash retake, even just a double peek or something makes sense. But 2 flashes in front of your smoke kind of feels like they had a really good feeling he was there. But either way, flashes are cheap. Lives are invaluable. That was a very nice tactic. Like, that's going to work every time. Who's going to dodge for 2 flashes?
No one.
You got to be sweating.
I think this is an extra important match for Liquid this evening because I'd like to recall the opening groups of 2023 where Team Liquid showed up back when they were a North American team, announced that they hadn't done a boot camp, hadn't really practiced, and were going to use the groups as a boot camp in order to get going into the season. Well, that event led them to the showdown very quickly.
Tough.
Disappointing outing. And that showdown also cost them a chance to play in front of a home crowd back at Blast Washington for the spring finals. And there was real ramifications, and I would say real criticism for an organization and a group of players who didn't put the work in ahead of the season start. They just thought they could roll out of bed and come in with a strong start. Well, here we are at the beginning of the 2nd season, and now Liquid's European. And now Liquid is 2 maps away from skipping all that headache. Meanwhile, Astralis, of course, home turf, that Royal Arena, calls their names. Trade frag back inside of the B site. Op missed off the pillar. Nap here still to support, but OC goes down regardless. Glock's out, and it spams away.
But the fact that he didn't stop, that was the good part.
Well done. Guns
He just
down
went for
OC.
it. He said, create space. Create space. Everyone's blind, you know? I'm blind. They're blind too. Let's keep going. That's
3 teammates behind him. Followed through on the sidearm.
See, that's what I'm saying with these B attacks. There's lots of ways to do them, and they're very strong. Hard to stop. And that was looking like a very good defense from Liquid, but you kind of did need that extra shot from OC in. It was sort of too easy to miss, you know? And then the first player, the spacing on the attack was great for Astralis. Like, bro wasted nearly his entire mag. Didn't see a single player. Then got some damage in. Then OC missed a shot. So everything fell into place. But Astralis' flashes in B have been, what's the word? Efficacious. They've been on point in terms of...
Is that the word?
Every player being blind in the sight. Max efficacy. Efficacious. I'm going to go with it.
Man, you're saying it with enough confidence, I believe. Look at that. The confidence. To hell with your helmet. Those 9mm do chew through.
What's on OC's desk? Is that a tennis ball?
Yes. Yes, it is. Doesn't strike me as a tennis player, but hey, man. Do you? It's a weird good luck charm.
Mm-hmm. Maybe stress.
Of course.
Yeah. Or luck. I don't know.
Flash well timed.
Look at these flashes.
Yeah, very nice. That's the problem, is they're looking at the flashes. Okay, they're not supposed to. Blinded. OC turned. Didn't get the trade frag. Stairs alive. 5v4 to Astralis.
They're moving nice. But, you know, we've seen great flashes from Liquid, too.
OC's still hunting, and it works out. Keeping device on the goose egg. 0-4. Op exchanges hands. Bogdan's got it. Borup sits inside short. We're down to the 30-second mark. That utility is so low now for Astralis, and that incendiary on Nav could be instrumental to keeping Astralis out of this bomb site, to forcing their hand into a save. Does it come out in time? Or are the T's gonna get ahead of it? Off their flash they go. Molly's down over towards Monster, but the majority of the push actually comes out from short. CTs line up. They got that right side push, and they're holding it back for now. 8 seconds. Stares out. They're right in front of him. He's got the bomb back. Oh! He's got both shots. It's fast.
Oh, stare at that.
So clean.
I remember on Liege on comms had one whisper. He said, that stare guy's nervous. And one of the TeamSpeak clips. That's not nerves right there. That's clutch. He shook it off.
They stand in the open, and he slams them.
Oh. Damn. And you know what? Kinder tags him through the box, and he's already on red health. That's crazy. That's crazy. If he swings right, no chance. Literally his only chance was to jump up. And now Liquid entirely on pistols.
And Stare is an X factor for Astralis, right? We've been banking on Blame F and Device. We said Stare in his opening map, particularly 25 kills, right with the other two hard carries, the two guys who have been doing the most for this organization since the revamp. But his inconsistencies created questions. Strong start to have a little pop off like that, and a hell of a time to do it considering coming into this round, Blame and Device still had no kills. He's the first to pop off for Denmark. So now with the confidence boiling over, it's going to be Astralis 4 rounds early on this T side. Device is on the board, Blame F is on the board, and Stare is already at the top of it. Long have we waited for the return of Astralis. And we're not there yet, but I feel like they're getting closer.
Yeah, it does feel way more real this event for sure. The quality of CS has gone up. I gotta say, a lot of the like IGLs at this event have been very much impressing, you know. Everyone from Walco, of course, you know, Hooksy's coming under fire. Not necessarily for the calls though, for his individual level, but when we talk about Yakinder taking those 2 series for Liquid, as a caller, definitely done a great job. Blame F, same thing. It was only complexity, but trounced him on overpass. That was a big win as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Hampus as well.
Yep. Alexi beat.
Alexi been praising his calls. It feels like every game we're praising someone's calls. And then it's always someone new, too.
Nobody ever doubted Kerrigan's calling, but he even had a pop-off individual level, and that was where the criticisms laid for him lately. So add him to the list as well. He improved where he needed to. That series locking in phase for the Royal Arena. This round,
they just got
Liquid have just gotten smoked,
man. Every single play has been shut down. A hard angled held here from the T side, and well, CTs will have to take a feedback sheet after this, figure out what went wrong. They thought they came through with slick moves. They got slapped in the face.
I feel like nobody ever reads those feedback sheets, though.
You know, outside chance Yakinder makes a heroic play from this position. I mean, he's close to stairs, but he'd have to get a lucky timing. They're flanking him right now, and
no.
Wait a second. Oh my God, Bora, dude. He didn't win this round yet, but all right.
Yeah.
I guess
trade's there. I mean, you have to go for it.
I guess so, but his back isn't even fully exposed. Like,
yeah, but you just gotta stab him in the kidneys.
Stand there.
Stick it in the ribs, Launders.
That's genius. I'd die if you didn't just like left click my arm, but
if I'm Borup in that situation, I just lie to my teammates. Like, oh, I never saw him. Oh, duh.
Yeah. They can find out in the demo, and if they don't, they're lazy.
Yep. And then because if you do lie and then you watch back the demo as a team, I don't think anybody's gonna bring it up.
Yeah.
You let that slide.
I'd respect such a bold lie.
What a snapshot here from Yakinder. Like he knew.
Well, he's standing out in the open, right?
I know, but look. Hup. Like it like it just went right to his head. Yeah.
So they can't know about this.
Yeah, right.
He didn't say anything.
That's funny. Very uninspiring gun round from Liquid in this most recent one. Just losing their fights. Getting manhandled by Astralis. A blowout is not something I had in my expectations between these teams tonight.
They beat a top overpass team on the world, remember? Yeah. Complexity.
But I did still just think, like Dap said in the interview, it's going to be, good maps for both teams for the whole series. I believed in that.
Yeah, but you missed the Castle interview where he said, these guys blow.
A 1 damage grenade thrown on OC, then they hit him with a second one. He still has 3/4 HP. That's the very last CT utility you just saw fall into the front of the Monster pipe. We're at the minute mark. So hold your horses for another 20 seconds. 3 CTs on Monster side. Could definitely allow for the short players to come up. And that'll be Naf's opportunity to strike them down. And if they wait long enough, Patsy's coming around from Graffiti. This makes things interesting. Yakinder has stolen a gun. He is one of the 2 with armor. Now we're at the 30-second mark, and if they go back around towards Monster, well, that's where that 3-player setup is hoping they come in. OC's gonna have a chance. He peeks out, and Naf trades back. A second weapon picked up. The bomb can still run towards A.
Yeah, Borup has to get into the site, basically. Device running back, so Yakinder now making this rotation. He's got the gun, and Borup's walking up.
Quick reposition.
I really think
Yeah, 5 seconds to spare. It's a nice move from Yakinder to bank. Sweeps them all away. Oh, baby, Liquid.
I personally think Borup can't be walking there. I think, well, he doesn't know for sure if the A player rotated off, but he really needs to actually scare that guy from rotating fully back into the site. And he needs to get a really good position to make sure device can plant. But this is obviously, of course, because they wandered around for a bit, didn't see anybody, and then lost the first kill, and then got really, really scared. But a nice pickup here for Liquid. And spread the map in a default versus Astralis, who have been just walking around with their new, like, this is their style. You know, a good idea. Sometimes you want to stack, but maybe not versus Astralis on pistol.
Great chance for Liquid to get some more rounds in early. Also, shout out Yakinder. For somebody whose individual level has kind of fallen off with the in-game leadership this last week, that's a P250 kill. That quick reposition. Because I said Leon.
Such a positive guy. In the grand scheme of his career, that one P250
that one right
remarkable,
there,
I have to say. I mean, I can't hold it in. I've really got to comment on this. It's unbelievable scenes. One bullet, one kill. We'll be talking about that.
Then the wiki move from dumpster to bank, dude. Yakinder's just the greatest.
He would throw up if he found out that's how we talked about him. God, they really think I'm bad.
Right? Spread the love. Stare, pulling back. OC holding on. Oof, OC doesn't have the support, though. That monster push is coming. The smoke's about to fade. OC gets a free one first. And this is great. Hold off the 2 on Monster.
Dude, the timing, they got to go out of Monster, like, guys.
And the short guy's not going to get OC off this angle, so he hits another shot. He does still die. Time's not here. No chance for BlameF to push on. He just doesn't have the time.
And I actually feel for Borup right there. His teammates weren't even close to getting out of Monster because they were walking into the 14-second mark. So call's a little late here. It's been a bit slow right now for Astralis in a couple of rounds. And that can be the problem with not calling ideas out of spawn. That's with a 5v4 that early, too.
I'll also say that as the event started and the concerns for BlameF's calling, you know, were there, I did think, like, how many rounds are Astralis going to lose to the clock? And I remember we had a conversation praising him for avoiding exactly.
Didn't happen at first, so yeah.
Nope.
That was nice.
This is an example of it occurring. So
yeah, sometimes
put him under the microscope.
Sometimes it's a bad idea to say this is where we want to end the round, but if you don't do that, you risk time, of course.
That AK still floats around in what's left of Astralis. Molotov smoke for Blame as well. And they're going to play it as a tight-knit pack. But spotted by OC. He had some nice clean shots down on the B site last round. Let's see what happens once the pressure gets cranked. That's a CT smoke. Gives away his left side angles. It's okay. You've got Patsy on long. He's got Buzz dead to rights. As poor Buzz comes in to clear corners. Now we've got a T and a CT smoke. Things get really weird as they get that much closer. And BlameF just climbs over the flowers. OC returns back to Borup. They know there's another one in there. But all the defenders get into position, and soon those smokes will fade. Still a chance, though. BlameF waiting patiently for the heads to put themselves in the crosshair. Little shadow tease. He peeks in, dies out. With Stare right behind him, Liquid to the lead.
Yeah, full control round there for Liquid. It gets a little scary in the end. This BlameF is a tank. He's going to get kills like that, but for the most part, nothing to worry about. And with the rounds ending to time, I think Liquid C, they've got an opportunity. I think with sometimes when teams do this, you can starve them out by simply playing a little too passive. If they've set up so well to stop all your aggressive tactics, like we saw in like the 4th or 5th round, where basically all of Liquid's players got wiped out after Flash retaking things too early,
if you don't give them anything to bite on, they don't get that 5v4, that's where your IGL can go stale. Not know what to do next, not know how to end the round. So I think Liquid have been actually pretty smart to just chill a bit. Like, let Astralis search for nothing and force them to make a move in a 5v5 because they want to react. And I think if you're Astralis, it's time to bring a tempo change, at least in terms of map control. It doesn't have to be an exact or anything. Yeah.
Looking a bit spicier here. Buzz, he's been alone on these endeavors and has gotten nothing in the past. Now he's got a teammate, and they will boost after the nades, maybe. Nobody there, though. Flash is good. Again. Oh, double.
My God, the adjustment from Stare.
That's nasty. To get that second player, so awkward. OC out from Graffiti. Can't snap down onto Borup like that. He had a gross little headshot angle. Patsy takes the kill back with no damage taken. Stare, though, same angle. The same one Borup used to kill the first. Stare slots right in. Great round from Stare yet again.
2 rounds to his name. And the 3 best rounds we've got from Astralis are the 3 B-site execs. Here's another one with great flashes. Look at there has to be an adjustment here, right? Oh, disgusting.
This one, too.
Yeah.
Don't let him shoot back.
Very close match.
Patsy's monitor angle just gives me trust issues. Like if I'm
he's got the Tessus.
It's like, what are you hiding from me? You know, why can't I see your screen?
He's only friends with Nafly.
And they
I mean, Yukinder's like the guy with the phone like in his face, you know.
That's right. Yeah,
So,
he has blinds on anyways.
He just side eyes everyone. Stop screen cheating.
The good old days. 2 pistols here for Liquid. It's not ideal. It was looking like this CT side could have ran away, but quick reality check thanks to Stare. He's up to 10-6. The 3K entry. Got Patsy inside connector, very much alone. Balloon.
Pop, 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 pop.
Yeah. Go the heads of Liquid if they're not careful. Oh. Nobody actually close enough into the connector to hear that bit of damage, as they all came from long A instead. Patsy feeling squeezed right now. Buzz hears the footsteps of Naf, but he's got help in Rainwaker. OC just killed Stare. That was down towards long. And Naf will indeed get Buzz, but we've still got Astralis sizing up the A site. Oh, and Yukinder plays around the smoke right into Device's hand.
That's a find. That's an A site skewered. Now,
options open.
Yeah, they're close to it, but they're not.
Dude, B's clear.
Yeah, B's clear for the moment as Nafly works all the way around. So, I mean, they got 20 seconds. They're going B.
Yeah,
Nafly's going to come down. Oh, they're going A. Okay. Well, are the CTs going to respect the fake? They might pull OC out. They do. They do. I mean, hey, it's 10 seconds.
Like, he goes back, and as he gets back, Blame F's in sight. Device.
God, good thing for Device, honestly. Like, had to do that himself.
Rainwaker sitting on the smoke. He's got a little gap here, but nobody presents themselves to it. They both go back onto long, and poor Naf, having been down in con, is now going to get flanked by Borup. And again, we sat here praising Blame F for the calls, a little back and forth. It did bank on Device getting that headshot.
It did, yeah. That's Device. The other time it was Borup, and then this time I guess it was Blame that didn't get the kill. Didn't get to a good spot to hold the rotation. And then last time Device didn't have a way into the site. This time he had to get the kill himself. So, but sharp shot.
Astralis pull into the lead. Pole position.
Like a Lewis Hamilton.
Yeah, good for you. Good for you. by 6/1000th of a second. And Counter-Strike comes down to that amount of time sometimes too.
Yeah, we're just as cool.
I think we're cooler.
Oh,
so nasty.
Yeah, that was sick. That was sick. All right.
Well,
the way he just turned into a
duality of
pool
man.
noodle.
Yeah. OC
No, it was
like a wacky waving flailing
at the
inflatable
car
tube man.
At the exactly at like the car wash or used car dealership. Better Call Saul.
Wacky waving arm flailing inflatable tube man. Wacky waving arm flailing inflatable tube man.
Wow. Want me to try?
Yeah.
Wacky waving. Wait.
You want me to do it one more time?
Yeah. Yeah.
Wacky waving arm inflatable
arm inflatable. Wacky waving arm inflatable wacky tube man. What was the third last word?
Yeah, you got it. You got it. You nailed it. You nailed it. Just like Astralis hit this B site and got through well. Don't get crazy, you USPs. Please. Because we were flailing all over this round, and the CT's actually pulled out a kill or two.
Device is scared to plant because his teammates are just lurking, dude. Come on, help him put the bomb down. Why does this never happen?
Rainwaker's just going to watch for the push.
I mean,
he kills
guys.
Dude, they could lose this to majority vanilla pistols.
They don't even need to get all his map control. They have a smoke on device and a molly on board. Okay.
Board better clear it all. Oh, he does. That USP betrays. Oh, and device again.
Well, comes down to clutch shots. Whatever, they'll take it.
Wacky waving, arm flailing, inflatable, tube man.
Wacky waving, arm inflatable, tubra.
You missed it. Good try.
Just for the same one. All right. Hey, man, this is 8 on T side.
Yep. It's going very well.
We can see what could have been done better, but it's a work in progress here for both these teams. So 8 rounds T side, that's pretty strong.
Yeah, it's the Blast Boot Camp. Both teams have shown improvement throughout the event and will continue to, hopefully, throughout this series. Some nice mid-rounding calls coming from Blame F. He did miss the clock that one time, so we give our praise alongside criticisms.
Yeah, more impressive. The fact that this could have been like 11-4. But Liquid can still absolutely win this round.
Gonna get the 2 players outside of bathrooms for each team. Very critical 2v2 here. Borup will be the 3rd. So slight edge Astralis. No long control for the defense this round. That means Yakinder is now rotating up to probably go deal with that and the possibility of them already being close. Gonna have to be cautious. Patsy also getting a little uncomfortable here. OC's now the front runner. And all of Astralis are now poising themselves to hit this A site. So last 30 seconds of the first half. And Astralis is coming for A. OC on top of the dumpster, shoves him in it. 2 kills. Those headshots clean. Device's sidearm will get enough to clear him out. We've got 20 to spare for that bomb plant. And you've got a double CT setup truck side plus bank in NAF. A flash on Rainwaker, all that the counter-terrorists have. It is guns up with 5 seconds left now. They have to clear these players out, and that is not going to happen. Liquid keep it close, but it's Astralis with a T-side win.
Hi, I'm Device, and I'm analyzing just one round. Okay. Starting with a good knife and skin combo. Good early peek, playing A with AWP. I think he threw a decoy in mid, maybe to make an AWP sound. I'm not too sure if that works out so well. Peeking behind the smokes, probably got a kill. Yeah, he did. Oh, I can't see actually if he got a kill. Peeking a lot here, which is a good thing. Teasing throwing smoke, he got a kill with the nade. Pretty good. He's peeking a lot, this guy. A lot of confidence, which is good. wallbang from when he's throwing the retake flash, so he probably knows that they're gonna retake. Is he gonna peek it again? Yeah, he is. Peeking backline. They're in a 4 versus 3 right now. He's throwing a smoke, and he keeps playing for the control. I think it's a one-way smoke, so he knows he has to go up and look at it. Yep. Yeah, just peeking a lot. A lot of peeks, I would say. But I think it was an ace, and that was pretty good. If I had to guess, I would probably think that he knows that terrorists don't have an AWP, so he knows that he can just like bully. I think that's a really smart idea to do. So, I mean, it's also a bit YOLO, but I think that like a lot of confidence and a lot of peaks, I think it's just good, and yeah, no fancy nades or anything like that. It's just good gameplay. Take a guess on who's playing. It's hard to say. I would say Saiwu. If I had to guess, like he really likes to play A with AWP and peek a lot. Yeah, I would say, my guess would be Saiwu, but I know it's not him because he doesn't use those skins. Is it me? Okay. Then maybe it's me then, I don't know. It's probably me then. Okay. But it's an old clip, right? Yeah. Okay, that's pretty cool. I was very YOLO at that time, but apparently it worked.
At times it was wacky, and Liquid did waver, but Astralis inflated their round count to an 8-7 lead. Now we'll see if they flail in the second half, or whether it's a quick shoot down the tube to a win on map 1.
Man. What if you didn't watch the first half and you knew that something was going on, but you don't know exactly what?
Then I would say watch from start to finish.
Yeah.
The second half isn't for people who didn't watch the first half.
No.
You know, don't miss it.
Yeah.
That's why you got to be here.
The story starts, you know, if it was just the last round of every game, it wouldn't be exciting, would it?
No.
It's all about the build-up at the end of the day. That's right. You don't deserve the emotions if you don't watch from round 1. Just kidding.
Yeah,
not really.
You want. As long as you're here for the Counter-Strike. OC trades out Monster, Blame Apps Berettas in the pocket. Oh, his and 4-ups. Neither frag.
There's Nafly on the pistols again.
Nice Glock headshot.
Oh.
Rainwaker gonna connect between the eyes of Buzz, and we could have Liquid tying this one up real quick with a T-side pistol win. Yakinder's got all the cover in the world with that smoke and the boxes and the 2 teammates behind him. But I've seen Device kill people with 3 bullets before.
And it was an NA team, so not like this one, but
he's gonna start getting closer. Doesn't have a kit. Gonna get one on sight. Anticipating the peak elsewhere. Oh, well, that's one.
No.
Starts to climb over. Damage in. No!
Holy moly.
Wow. If he snapped that and gets the third.
I literally couldn't figure out a way into that round.
But he did.
Nice try. Nice try.
Also crazy that it's not even the pillar player that he kills first, but the third player in the
third
back.
player, because that guy's the least scared, right?
Yeah.
Always go for the guy who's least scared.
Because he's the one that'll make the biggest mistake.
Bro went right for the knees, and that's all they needed.
They talk about Rainwaker. He doesn't shoot for the head.
Nope.
And there's an example of it.
Honestly, stomach shots is where it's at. Three, 2, 1.
Nope.
No.
Nice try, though. He definitely sees him setting up, and they'll send a bullet back.
Oh, that's one scout shot in. You got to be careful. That's 2. Hey,
hold on.
You got to get weak to pistols. They're coming in close, so...
Yeah, they get gunned down.
But still, A couple of 3 tags. That's scary, man. That's scary for Liquid. They can't be throwing their own nades at themselves too now.
Doesn't help, but I don't blame Rainwaker. Saw that one coming through.
I mean, these tags will be called. They're not insignificant. I'm not joking at all. Pistols being 1 shot away from taking down these players makes it very hard to call if you're on T side, but if there's no stack, it might be okay. Blame F, though, sits in the inside of bathrooms. They wait it long, and I guess they're trying to scare him over to B. Looks like the call's not right, but what can you do? It's a game. Actually, is it the bomb? The bomb is going towards Monster.
We got 30 seconds on this clock. Let's see how much of that B site.
They're coming back to A. It's a fake. That's a good call for Liquid.
Yeah, it's getting unraveled. Borup has also departed, but meanwhile, BlameF's still sitting on bathrooms like, guys, there's nothing on this end. Of course, he's yet to be spotted, and they have slid the bomb out B. Third player's also coming in Yakinder, Scout in Heaven, smoked.
That's a great call. I mean, that's not super easy to orchestrate, and does get very scary because of the scouts. They kind of need to pull the pistols out of the site, so nice one. Yakinder.
Yeah. I think there's a very interesting contrast between these two teams' new in-game leaders in that their styles couldn't be more different, right? Hyper-aggressive Yakinder versus back of the line Blame F. But now both burdened by the same responsibility of in-game leadership, and we're going to see how that both bogs them down individually, how they adapt, etc. You know, they have the same struggle, but they're on different sides of the spectrum, Longers. The duality of man.
It's true. But Yakinder's, you know, Yakinder's playing the CD sides a little bit more aggressively, but, you know, by the amount that Yakinder talks about his time on Virtus Pro, his time playing under Jame, like, this is where he learned how to play CS. This is why he tried to have OC play like Jame for a while, which was a strange fit. But it also says something about Yakinder that he's changed that. I mean, OC's definitely been more active here in groups. They're not calling necessarily super slow stuff all the time. So that's cool. That's cool. And for Blame F, he's come a long way since calling the first time around. And it's great that he's got some experience doing it. I think there is something to be said about, honestly, I don't know, being in good shape to be an IGL as well, because in terms of energy, it can be one of the most draining things to have to call through, you know, tough games, to keep a certain mood, to just stay sharp the whole time, because everyone feeds off you, right?
Yeah, I think socially as well. You need a certain set of social skills.
Yeah, for sure. You got to manage everyone's emotions.
Yes. Feel like a good in-game leader is one that everybody believes in. And when that belief starts to wane, so does your power, your influence, and your results. Clean one from Naf, but nice swing out from the 5-7 of Borup. He'll steal the Galil, and that adds a rifle to the double scout that Astralis have right now. Key takeaway. They're going to go for the scout boost into Con. They know somebody was up there. Oh. 5 damage on the fall off.
Wonder why he got so scared. Might have been a chance for a tag. Gave up the boost instantly. Ooh, this is a powerful long setup. These two guys.
Deagle's in the corner. Blame swinging, but Rainwaker, patience. That's one of my favorite elements of his gameplay.
Super patient. And like, you know, when he was described as this lurker who's like, you know, 1-to-1 in a lot of Naf's T positions, or, you know, like, okay, how much of a lurker is he? Is he like baiting and whatever? But it certainly doesn't feel like that at all.
Nope. It never feels like he's removed from the pack or out of position. But Device trying to switch between positions. Borup, that Galil from Naf's dead hands into victory lane. Look at the health that's left of Astralis.
28
Everybody's
health.
sub 30.
28 health in total.
Oh my goodness. Borup just wastes no time throwing himself into the middle of this. He's got a scout to his left, a scout to his right, scout over each shoulder. Like a 3-headed dog. They just chew through that hit.
That's big.
Oof. Huge round for Astralis to steal.
And that was a little bit of a slower default out of Liquid. Both teams getting rocked.
You know, we also started this week. Hold on. We've got you, Kinder. He says, you want to play fast, you want to get explosive, come get some. He slides out, buzzes peek off short, wins the duel. Looks sketchy for a second, but here he goes with the flash. Excellent assist comes out from Device.
Oh man, it's mechanically the adjustment from Buzz after Kinder was holding for that. If he was just holding a little longer, totally different round. But then it turns into the flash retake tactic. It's wonderful here for Astralis.
OC smoked out. Plenty of bodies inside of the B site. Astralis taken over. Can't reach the gun. It's in jail.
Wonder if they slide up if they get any closer.
I think I saw a clip. Hold on.
A clip of what?
In CS2, you can't climb on those anymore, I don't think.
Oh, okay.
You just slide right back down.
I have to go home and try. It is sort of
saw ya.
Strange clipping. Okay.
Scared ya. Easy.
Just the confident angle. Dodges the flash as well. No one else here.
Poor Rainwaker thought he'd have the element of surprise, but Shoulder got spotted as he slipped into that corner, and now it is OC picking up an AK. 10 seconds. He's not even going to try this. He's found a little pocket to save in, hopefully for him. And that'll be Astralis taking the lead. First to double digits.
Counter-terrorists win. Yeah, every map could be... It's not a situation where they're sort of destined to trade their map picks or keep their map picks. Inferno will not be free for Liquid, even though it'll be strong. But if the CT side gets rolling. It's interesting. It does feel like the Astralis have been... Oh, a fourth timeout's going to be called here for Liquid. It's better to use them than to not use them, that's for sure. But maybe it'll be tough to pull this entire comeback off without any more. Daps' last chance to get involved.
No slouches right now for Team Liquid. No criminal underperformances from anyone. Good. Makings of a good head-to-head. Whoa, Rainwaker, what the hell? What's that all about?
I don't know. Oh, he just got hit by a nade crossing, I guess. Probably blames grenade.
Well, as if his life wasn't difficult enough. 14 health and a Glock. I'd rather be dead. OC Hero AK.
I like that.
It's not something we get to see all the time.
He's a good rifler. He's been playing well.
Yeah. He saved it, so he gets to swing with it. Can OC crack open this round? MF will be his first point of contact, most likely. Sitting front bathrooms, distracted by the pistols. OC posted, so there's a headshot. It cost him 2 bodies, but Rainwaker was already basically dead. And now at least Naf has his hands on an M4. That's 2 coming down long with the guns. The bomb in bathrooms with the deagle. Defenders in the site. And as OC wraps back to the bomb itself, they've lost their 3rd player.
Yeah, Stair says, let's get ahead of the problem. And actually, yeah. Liquid moving slowly, squeezing the round for every second.
Borup's going to molly short. That's going to deny OC. Yukinder's just going to run through with the deagle looking for an entry, and OC will go back-to-back save rounds as Astralis lead by 2.
Okay.
Oh, they milked it for every moment.
Every moment. They went fast on an eco.
Yep. But nothing presented itself to OC, really.
I think everyone should rush more, personally. best teams in the world play pretty fast, so everyone else should, you know.
What about that time Outsiders won a major?
Yeah, best teams in the world right now.
Oh, okay. Thanks for clearing that up. 3 rounds straight from Astralis. Nade out, Rainwaker. Oof, poor guy, getting pelted. Back-to-back rounds, his job made that much more difficult. Now Device is gonna come hunting. There's 2 over here. Oof. Device ready.
He's still thinking about it.
Oh, it's right there.
Tough to trick this man right here. Stuck around just enough.
But they will try to move forward while they can.
We got low grenades here for T-side, so let's not have too much wandering.
Whoa. Patsy tries to wide swing it. Device shuts that one down.
It's actually a pretty good peek considering the shadow advantage, but Device is ready. Very ready.
And Liquid's T-side starting to sputter out.
Very slowly.
Stalling like a lawnmower. 2 outside of Monster. It's Naf on the entry. Gets shut down by Borup, who's having a great game, putting himself up there. And Borup is the X factor.
Oh, yeah.
Borup is the guy who shouldn't have to, but if he does, and when he does, we've got Astralis having a field day.
He's a B player. Yesterday, he was an A player. You never know where Borup's going to be.
Definitely the most questionable inclusion to this new Astralis roster. People saw him announced and thought, really? But proven value here with headshots aplenty. 3 kills on his own inside B like it's nothing.
Got picked up for his aim. So there we go.
Joe's got the juice. Pistols for Liquid, stuck outside of the B site. Borup still got that bloodlust. Plus 3 players here, so Liquid think that just cranking the dial, catching them off is gonna work. We'll see. We've got 4 grenades, of course. Try to call out the positions, and it's well done.
Oh.
Well banked. 1 off the pillar, 1 straight to the face.
That's an armored player down, and some information on the setup for what it's worth. They can't go grab that gun, sadly, but chance to get a little bit more, you know, one bad mistake with a rifle holding outside the smoke and things get interesting. So Borup has to be very careful. Device comes in to support.
Yeah, that's the thing. You get an opening pick, but you draw Device into the equation. Pistol damage is great. Rainwaker, nice little shoulder peek. Doesn't have anybody helping. Patsy's still concerned with Connector, but at least now Device is exposed on the fallback. Tech9 shot towards him, and the AK swap out from Device.
Man, I like the protocol from Device to get that kill to make sure. It's still 3v4, and I would say actually the situation is still kind of pretty good for Astralis. They protected the guns, which is most important.
Yes, sir.
So now they'll come back. Your Kinder will try to grab one. Device still staying active.
Oh, gets both. AK works out wonderfully, and Borup mows him down.
That was just Device denying the advantage, taking an overt risk, knowing he's exposed to stairs. Tons of things could have gone wrong there, but he took, like, he used his full autonomy to take liberty and get out there to deal with a problem. A pest, a fly that was in the room, you know, swatted it down. And it was risky, but honestly, probably saved the round.
It's 5 straight. The CT side looking solid. B site looking impenetrable. Mistakes avoided so far by Astralis.
Solid nades here.
And within that half, don't forget, we had that Borup kill on Naf into triple Galil spray down up on A. That's what kickstarted everything. That's what got this CT side cooking.
Yeah. Good grenades across the map here to start things out. CT's peeled back. I wonder if they're readying a phase of the smoke here on Monster. Yeah, they are.
Kinder keeps looking at his radar. Oh,
wow.
Buzz, instant kill.
Wow.
Borup right there with him. Bomb included.
Sitting on bomb.
Oh, I mean, that is what a perfect result from a monster push. Of course, you lose device in the meanwhile. Short pipe comes through. Patsy disjointed from OC a bit as that fire blocks off vision. Buzz just tearing him up.
Buzz cuts.
4 players alive for Astralis. 14th round looking like a lock-in. And that is a golden ticket as far as double monster pushes are concerned. Rainwaker's gonna get gunned down by Blame. 6 in a row from Astralis. Bebe with 3 kills.
That's nasty, man. Those are some sharp shots. Yet, I was talking to him earlier and I was saying the skill, you're starting to see it come through. Buzz with the really good peaks, and again, he really does have this interesting story of like, when's the last time you've heard a player not come through FPL? Like, just almost doesn't happen.
Or an academy team.
Or an academy team. No, like, you know, he has 8,500 hours, he said. I have more hours than him.
What's your excuse?
Just talk too much.
Easy mow down, Borup. Looking for that 15. Looking easy. OC trades 1. They're stuck behind the fire. They can pull back if they want to. Yakinder with the Tech 9. No gun upgrade for him. Wow.
Man, you know the real dystopian future is that Liquid and Astralis make all these roster moves, IGL change, completely unrecognizable rosters, Liquid's in Europe, and yet still Astralis beat Liquid.
It's the consistency in this universe. We simply can't escape it, but now it's not a North American problem.
That's true. They can be North American when they win.
Not my issue. Not my team. There. Sat back and waiting, and they thought they could get across for free. It's not going to happen. Stars aligning for Astralis. 6 rounds to close out map 1.
Man, that would be tough for Liquid. 2 good wins here, you know, at groups, absolutely. But then losing the rematch to FaZe, break it down there, and then not being able to beat Astralis, it's tough. It's tough. It's good to get a full range in. And we'll see. This is, of course, Astralis' pick. But Liquid not looking super prepared here on Overpass, relatively speaking.
Blame. When Blame has blood in the water, he'll go chasing it. But it's a quick end to him in round 25. Great chance for Liquid still to continue this endeavor on map 1. Got 2 players waiting for them at the top of Con. Device op in hand. Oh, dude. His headshots have been nasty with the big green.
Yeah.
So unnecessary.
And the way he's dodging the flashes, too.
Yep. And yet so welcomed. Go ahead. Pop those pumpkins. Buzz sat back with Borup. The Buzz Borup B site. Long range duel goes the way of Liquid. And so now that B site's open and Patsy's going to lock this in.
Okay.
Clean rifle kills back out of Liquid. They will indeed get double digits at least.
Yeah, that would have been just the game over in a very strong spot to do it. Double on Monster, but neither player gets a kill. No trades. No delay of time. So let's keep going. Good start to the round for Astralis, but that's all it was.
Nothing off the frag. Ooh, they're going to do this again, huh?
It's a lurk smoke. Oh, they come to clear it out, but yeah.
And he gets away.
Yeah, it goes out fast.
All right.
That lurk smoke's so powerful because you either have to wait it out or use retake grenades after. So it can be tempting to do what Borup just did and say, okay, if he's not coming out now, I can get ahead of this, you know? And it's risky for the T if you don't know if they're going to start on the surf wall. Big find here for Yakinder. Tried this play just one other time in this half. Spaced him out nicely. But, you know, Liquid have been waffling a little bit on T rounds. So let's see if they can hold on to this position a little bit better.
Blame and Stare between the T's and the A site. And the first one's nice and clean. 100 health for Stare. Gets caught with the nade out. He's going to get pressured and cleared. and Blame buys time. Oh, doesn't get his kill. Patsy just slices through him. Let's see if we get something wonderful from Device. A welcome sight, of course, inside A, but it's all falling around Astralis as Liquid rack up another.
Oh yeah, not bad. Just taking out Stare, misjudging how far they would come up, and Blame, he's been in that spot a couple of times, but normally he would just mow him down. Like he's good for 2 somehow in a spot like that even, but starts out with a strong call with the Kinder, shaping the round around his play. And a great adjustment from Patsy. And from there, it's just sticking together. So the game gets 1 round closer. Astralis on a attack timeout. So help out Liquid, who also used all of theirs. No reason that Liquid shouldn't keep spirits high with this opportunity in front of him. 4 rounds away from getting to OT. Astralis, they don't have a litany of amazing victories on Overpass with this new lineup that they should feel ultra confident. And in fact, we're looking at a game where, I mean, Blame F's only 12 and 13, so he doesn't have very low deaths, but he's not taking over here. Oh, sorry, is that right? Yeah. And him and Buzz. We're just down there at the moment. Ooh, this is...
Huh? Flashes off the mark, though. Easy one for Borup. Oh, this time the gun gets away from him. Not the double kill he put up last time, but still 2 teammates here.
They're peeling back, actually.
Yeah, dude, Liquid just keep coming out with this jab out the monster and then running away.
This is interesting here for Blame F. So 12 and 13, but look at the spot that he is in now.
He loves to float around these positions.
And his teammates are doing a good job of clearing out monsters, so he knows now that they're trying something else. But sometimes teams will sit and wait. Blame, I think he hears this.
And he keeps falling back from Fountain to the corner to now hiding on Party. He's going to go. Oh, a bunch of damage on OC plus the kill to Nav.
Yeah, it's a good amount of time wasted, though. They spread to long. He heard the first 2. They know that. Now they know Device could be posted on long. They have to wait a little bit. Situation gets sketchy here for Liquid because now they're sort of without map control. They know, everyone knows they're at A. Astralis have cleared out long a monster. They haven't pushed through. They're holding on short.
I feel like this is a good test for Kinder.
It is. And I think for Astralis, I mean, it's a good test of composure as well. Their kind of worst idea would be to move too much.
Staying out along the long wall.
Oh, they're going without long control?
Dude. It's going to take some kind of a zinger. Either OC cracks Device or one of the rifles drops him, but Yakinder peeking out. He goes down for free. Stare starting to turn around for the support. OC's going to get caught jumping, and this is looking done. Rainwaker dies out, and it is indeed Device and Co. to hold inside the A site. Blame F just out on his island. Here's 2 run by, shaves off the 3rd, gets everybody into position, and leads Astralis to a map 1 win. They pick up Overpass, and if they can close this series on Inferno, it's more Danes in the Royal Arena.
A lot of good players now that I like to watch. I like watching if I can learn something from CS.
My favorite Counter-Strike player to watch, like anyone in my role, obviously, but I'd have to say like someone like Robs.
I love him since I was playing in Argo back then.
We have the same initials, we look similar, and we have the same roles, and we play the same res, and so it's like, it's someone definitely I look up to as Robs.
Shox was a player that his play style really inspired me, and I really wanted to be that player that could play everything, every role, and yeah, he was a huge inspiration. Probably Div actually, it's pretty biased, but I also played a lot of Faceit with him. He can not touch the game for 3 weeks and still be good. Like, it's like he has some special talent. I think my favorite Counter-Strike player to watch is Simple. There's like something about him where it feels like he can always just win a certain situation, and he always has those like flashy plays, you know. Obviously Simple because he's like doing very crazy things, Zaiwu because he's also incredible.
If I had to pick one, I would pick Zaiwu at the moment. He's so capable of doing everything, pistol, AK, M4. He's like an all-round really strong player.
Paula from Now Furia. When I started becoming an AWPer, he was like the AWPer to look at. And I just think he is a really good role model, both inside and outside the game.
Definitely Twist, just because his aim is very insane and it's always satisfying to watch.
I could probably name my teammates.
especially Tapsen, obviously, is like a legend of the German scene, and we have Crimbo, he's like the most fun player to watch, but he's my teammate. So if I have to say one more player, like from other teams, I would probably say, yeah, probably Electronic, because he's such a great rifler and he took on the burden of IGL as well. So to see him evolve, to see him play, it's like really, really interesting.
Device, because he was close to my play style, and I really like how he played with Astralis. So I think my favorite player was Device for Outline. Yeah.
Of course, Device. That's like my main inspiration.
I would answer simple because in game he always playing very great. You like cannot predict him.
I originally was playing Counter-Strike Source, so I was very invested into the French scene with a lot of their players. You know, Existence, RPK, NBK Smith, Shocks. I think later on down the line, you know, I learned from like a lot of other players that I love to watch in terms of some play styles, playing slower, in terms of like Coldzera, for his fearless personality, his consistency, and all that was a huge inspiration for me to, you know, kind of be that player. And I would say, yeah, those players.
Nothing competes with a major. It's our Super Bowl. It's our World Cup.
I wake up every morning to win. I work to win. And I live to win.
Leaving Counter-Strike Global Offensive with the last major title, that's the ultimate goal.
Så we don't sit, we stay together and we fuck it. Hvad der hele fucking tiden?
First map of Overpass signed and sealed by Astralis, and a great defense to be rounding that one off. But even in the first half, we got to saw a little bit of the Astralis T side, which yesterday, Jacob, didn't get to see too much of versus Complexity, simply because it was such a dominant first half.
No, and I think what we saw from Astralis was good. They didn't win the pistol round, they didn't break the second one, and yet they still managed to get 8 T rounds in a span of half where they really did well from pretty much start to finish. I think overall, Astralis had a great showing right here, a great game of Counter-Strike, and they showed us why they picked Overpass.
Yeah, I agree. That was definitely a good, very good T side. They were helped by a couple of individuals at the very beginning. We could probably jump into this round 6, a couple of clutches here and there, Jacob, and Stair who's going crazy.
Yeah, Stair who's going crazy. It's a very important moment in the game because Liquid can sort of stabilize on a CT side, build up some economy, and really make the make the round tough for Astralis. They're coming in very late here with 20 seconds left in towards the B bomb side. Rainwaker is under a lot of pressure, goes down to Burp, but from this point on onwards, Liquid are already in position, getting a couple of kills. Naf gets one, his teammate gets another one, Yakinda, and it goes back and forth. At this point, Stair is 1v2 with just 7 seconds left. Gets the first one, and with only 3 HP, he arrives with a fantastic shot with the AWP with the second one. Now, Stair, we've had him under a loop. The very first showing we got from him against Na'Vi, stellar. The second game, third game, underwhelming. This time around, though, on Overpass, he got to show up once more.
Yeah, he was starting off very strong for the side of Astralis. Then we move on deeper into this first half, and we saw some great adaptations coming out of Astralis as well. Round 13 really dropped some line.
Yeah, round 13 is a very good late round call, which I think BlameF kind of shown, if I should say, in this game. We see the fight for territory here happening, a little bit of trade. Buzz is being pushed out by Nafly, but by this time, the A territory has been taken by Astralis, and this is why they're keeping Liquid in the dark. Naf's pushed after this information gathering, and you can just see some of the utilities that Device throw towards the B side. Because of the lack of information is enough to throw Liquid off the scent. OC falls off here, and when he realizes that's already too late, in itself, that is a mistake right here if you OC. Once you've been pulled by the fake, you have to accept defeat, regather, and then attempt a retake. He tried to come back onto his mistake, and he got punished. But the key here is the map control being taken. And that, to me, is the biggest difference between Astralis and Liquid, is the amount of map control you could take before making a decision, because you're keeping your opponent in the dark, and you can actually influence them with these fakes.
Well, Danny also had his interest piqued by that Astralis T side. So what are we looking at in round number 12?
round number 12 really just shows their great preparation in this execute that I want to break down right here. So it's going to be towards the B site. First thing you'll see is that Liquid, they actually have 4 people here towards that B site area. And normally with 4 people, you expect to be able to hold it. But Astralis, they have some pretty key nades that actually break this whole defense apart. So the first thing you're going to see here is that it initially starts with water control. Buzz and Borup, they come here towards short, and they're going to throw 2 nades. These are pretty key nades. These nades land right here towards that wood wall position. Now, this is actually going to help these players who are coming out from Monster, because whenever you come out towards that Monster side, you always have to look at either the left side or the right side. It's either this side or this side. These nades eliminate that position, because when you look at the entry here, when Device throws these flashes, when Stair comes out, he's only looking at this very right side, because he knows that with those nades, that left side has to be clear. This allows him and helps him to find these 2 kills. Now, as far as the other 2 people, Yakinder here towards that pit side and OC towards heaven, take a look at the nades that they use here. Buzz, he tosses this flash here towards the pillar. Blame F, he throws a heaven smoke. And what this does is it basically pushes these players back off this angle towards short. And it ultimately really allows Borup to kind of squeeze in from the other side. You'll see that from their POVs, it's just perfect. From Yakinder's point of view, he gets blinded. That allows that player to scale up towards the pillar side. And as well for OC, the timing on the smoke is perfect, because as soon as it pops, Borup's already there to cross. With these 2 people scaling from the other, or from the 2 different directions, that actually allows Borup to then come across to the other side to catch Yakinder in the pit. And then he's also able to find OC, because once you're in that pit position, such a powerful angle, and this allows Astralis to wrap up the round. Great execution here, great way to kind of break apart those 4 defenders, and it's off the back of some great nades.
Yeah, really great way for Stair to be opening that one up, and then Borup to also be capitalizing upon it. I think Connor put it very well during the cast. He wasn't exactly the most hype signing for Astralis, not when you compare him to the likes of Stair, but he really showed up with impact in this match.
I think Borup throughout the tournament have exceeded the expectations a little bit, because I gotta be honest, when I saw he was signed towards Astralis, I was thinking to myself, why? Why Borup? What can he offer that anyone else can't, so to speak? I know he's very selfless. I know he's coming into a specific role, and he's not going to take up any space from any of the star players within Astralis. But fact of the matter is, he's had a couple of maps now where he's found a lot of impact, and he's not supposed to be the difference maker. He's not supposed to be the guy, you know, gathering up rounds or making it easy for Astralis. He's just supposed to do a job, get 15, get 20 kills throughout a game. But this game, he was lights out, and we've seen that on another map as well.
Yeah, definitely. He was the hero of late round situations. Most of these happening when the push comes in. That's an early push. But anywho, a whole lot of multi-kills on that defense, and he was one of the 2 heroes of the defense, which is, by the way, where Astralis put this game to bed. You had Borup on the receiving end of rushes, and then you had Device being the actual IRS, the man of the tax, making sure that you have paid all your receipts, because Device is so good on the A side at finding the maximum aggressive position without putting his life at risk. He will grab the absolute extent of the map, and if you forget a flash, he'll punish you, but he has a way out. So many moments we've seen him punish people. This is here on the T side, of course, in a couple of opening, but you will see on the CT side, he's flirting with the tree towards A long with a half angle position. He's in bathroom, making sure that the cross to balloon is being picked in. He's holding the top of the door. That's a great example right there. He is so good at guaranteeing an information, a kill, and an exit. And there are not that many people who can do that.
Him and Guardian basically invented this role with the AWP, where you take a position, take a shot, fall back. Take a new position, take a shot, fall back. And you can do that throughout a round 3 or 4 times safe on overpass. So, as you said, if you're not using your utility, or if you're not baiting out the bullets from Device, he's going to have a field day, which he once again had CT side and overpass.
Let's move on to talk about map number 2. Obviously, Liquid's pick coming into things. That is Inferno. Is there hope on the horizon for Liquid in this map?
There is hope, but I will say something that worries me slightly is to see Yakinder struggling a little bit individually. That was the case on overpass towards the end as well. And now we're moving on to Inferno. They're going to start on T side, arguably. And we know how pivotal he's always been to that game sense, that gameplay rather. On the banana, he's involved in a truck ton of duels. I'm not exactly sure they're going to go with the same idea, but if he's struggling as an overpass, it could be a problem.
I think Yakinder is the most impactful player in the entire world when it comes to banana takes and when it comes to playing Inferno. Without Yakinder playing well, without him finding space, finding openings, and pressuring Astralis back towards the bomb side, I don't think Liquid can win Inferno.
Well, an opportunity for Liquid to turn the tides, but for Astralis, just one more map separates them from the full finals on home soil. We're going to see how it goes down in Inferno in just a few.
I think we can steamroll teams.
Our goal is to improve as much as we can.
Patsy comes in with the drive-by. Kerrigan's onto the defuse. Oh! Denied!
Patsy did exactly what he had to do.
Everyone in our team can actually beat a wild card.
One gets burned out. Think that would go down smooth? Wrong. Stare. Oh!
Statement.
Well, here we go. Map 2 with the fall finals on the line. Inferno is where Liquid decided to take this series, and it is now Astralis, of course, the Unicorn favorites because they're map up. We saw Inferno from Liquid 5 days ago versus FaZe, and on that map, Mohan, they lost. They lost because of a poor performing T side. They won pistol, converted for the 2-0 start, and only got 4 rounds on their T half before eventually losing out to what was a stellar performance from Twists.
Yeah, expecting something of a better performance. FaZe are a tough team to beat on Inferno. Everybody knows that. But am I feeling Astralis now? Yeah, I think most people are sort of feeling Astralis here. It's not like they're going to be slouches. You know, we're just going to have to see what happens. And Liquid picked this map, so I'm sure they put in some work after that FaZe loss.
Of course. We haven't seen Astralis play Inferno here at the Fall Groups. Last we saw it was versus Saw at Gamers 8 Open Qualifier. They lost 16-8.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
To the Saw squad.
They played that from here.
So let's hope, for their sake, tonight's a better outing. But it is still indeed Liquid to begin on the side that gave them struggles.
You said it was Astralis that lost?
Yep, on the 11th of July.
So did Ninjas.
Well. Saw looking sharp. Rainwaker jumps out from the apartments. Oof, damn. Can't believe he gets away, but Blame F will get popped as he jumps in front of Patsy. Dual Beretta's given over.
It's a good split.
Guess what? It's not even an A hit.
CT's coming to help. Borup has the good information.
Man, he's going to have to hang on his own. Flash to Banana, fast flank. Device trying to chase him around through spawn. Borup's on high alert. Device still has them in the open, and this is starting to slip. Another back turned. Borup just can't get the headshot yet. Yeah,
there's one more. Oh
my God.
Stay in the corner.
Buzz, he's going to kill your Kinder, and now it's just the Banana Man to try and come back into this. But yeah, sorry, boys. Tough place for Rainwaker to find himself in. 3 CTs trying to peek him. He could tear them all up.
Ooh.
He had the bullets for it, but it is indeed Astralis with the CT pistol win.
Nice shots being hit. That could have gone both ways because of the duels that took place. Like, clearly, Liquid could have got out of there, but they didn't hit their shots. Look how much time Borup had to get this next kill. I mean, the first one was beautiful, though. But this duel was a nice shot from Buzz. The best thing Astralis did right here is they responded to that split immediately.
Yeah.
They responded right. They ran right through the Moto smoke and said, I don't even think you're going to wait this out. So that was a good call out of Astralis. That helped out Borup a ton.
The SMGs ring out from top Banana. And the other half of the pack sits on brackets. Apartments is an interesting opening. We saw Rainwaker fly out of apps last round as Device danced his way away from death. Yep. Blame F.
I thought that was fine.
Coming at it. Yeah, my brain got jumbled. It happens. You know, it happens. It's when I like to blame it on being bilingual. He's going to drop smoke on Boiler. No problem for him, even though there's a player in it. And that actually opens the door to go pressing down mid, because Patsy's not playing pop-up. Now he is.
Doesn't run for his life. He's got a teammate behind him.
Yeah, it's all good here. Device going to start chewing through the unarmored pistol players. Nap's next, and it just comes down to finding Rainwaker.
The lurker. So Rainwaker, has he taken over halls from Naf? And is Naf, where's Naf defaulting now on T side? That's something I don't remember from the FaZe game. We'll find out here. This is one of the most, obviously conflicting spots. That's There were a certain amount of rounds on the former Liquid where, you know, Elysian and Naf would in tandem work to clear out halls and defaults. So we'll see if they kind of split the job in half, basically, or just like are the scariest apartment taking team in the world between these two players. But yeah. Here are the two apartment squatters. Rainwaker will be the main defaulter. It's a very important part of all maps, is to be the Halls Lurker on T side. Hard kills to get. Your timing is key for A site takes. Your supportive flashes are massive for the site hits, and staying alive and taking duels in halls is, you know, really everything. So it's a big ask, but Rainwaker has shown nothing but intelligence so far in all the games we've watched him play. In the games where he doesn't play too well, it's not because he's selling the rounds. Like, he has been looking smart for sure.
CT still just waiting, and now kerneling up more so inside of the A site. Arch Wrap is open for the taking. Utility comes down to support it, and we're going to see a 5v3 split in A. Chance at the Arch push on a moment's notice. Stare, yeah, tries to go through, but Patsy gives the cover they need. Remember, defenders in their corners, holding on. Everybody putting up kills right now. Buzz doubles up with Borup. The MP9 shreds too. And this one just falls flat.
Oh, it goes so slow, and then they pull the split off. But Astralis are just passive the entire time with 3 inside the site. So they kill Stare, and there's 3 more. He's not the third guy. He's not playing from CT spawn. So... I have to take a second look at scaling flashes when they wrapped, but I didn't really see the CTs all too bothered by that.
Okay. Look very comfortable. Good on Blame as well. 1 kill from Little Pit, transitions to Big Side, and kills off the apartments player. So definitely had pressure on him, but those broad shoulders, good for heavy lifting.
It's funny, they might have the same exact remedy to beating both teams. If they both want to play reactive on T side, they both maybe could get starved for attention, basically, and just left to take map control, not fight them in their tactics, and then wait until they ran out of time, because they've both done it. Two sides of the same coin here between Yakinder and Blame early.
Seeing a little skin. Stares on his own. Smoke grenade to work with.
And just both so default oriented in general.
Too much so?
Well, I think you've got to have some good variety. We look at G2's Inferno, for example. I mean, they play a good default, but they play very exec heavy in some halves entirely on T side, and that's the best way to play right now. So I think they got to be ready to go, and you don't have to wait until this point of the round to make that happen all the time.
T-Smoke for the cross. We've got 2 defenders in the site. Third one nearby to support. Remember, 1 gun belongs to Patsy. Yakinder, the front runner. Yeah, Stare's gonna lock in this position now. He actually gets popped by that AK. 10 seconds left as bomb gets dropped. They could still recover it, but it's gonna take some killer shots. And those are simply not coming through for Liquid. No, sir. They'll finish off Stare back site, but it's 4 alive for Astralis. And now Team Liquid can bounce back with a bye.
I do understand it, though, believing in your entries and trying to play lights. It's always tempting to say, okay, we don't exec, no one throws a molly at us. So then if we get 1 kill, we can crumple the defense by just scaring them, basically, with our insane entry fraggers lurking around. But, you know, the path of sustainability on T side is variety, no matter what. Like, there's no good caller that has one tone to their gameplay. But those things also take time to build. You know, so that's it.
Well, time limited here at the fall groups. A day and a half left to play. The last 3 matches, all of them for a spot at the fall finals. Blame F in the corner, on his own. Oh, and they know it. Oh God, they're coming. Flashbang's good, and he's still alive.
Oh,
second.
beautiful.
Blame F doing God's work. 2.5 frags top Banana. Rainwaker able to trade, but it is still Stare to fall back into Smoke cutting off his support. They're coming through, and he's gonna connect to the head. Still hanging on to the oranges, but down to the pistol. Yakinder clears him, and Naf laying smoke towards Coffin has put them in an unfavorable post plant. It is such little HP here for Liquid. The remnants of the B hit will try to hold on. Op will have that long angle from CT spawn. 2 counter-terrorists retaking from Coffins, smoking off the new box well ahead of time. But they're going to have to keep waiting here. Time's beyond the halfway point. We've got 2 kits. If both those players go down, things get awkward. CT push comes out with majority near lineup, but not going to happen. It's smooth sailing for Astralis with the 5-0 start.
Yeah, they had to have some emergency protocols because it looked... Yakinder picked up that smoke in front of CT, used it for Coffins. Used it late, but not too late. So made that really difficult. Astralis were super ready for that Coffins. But look at the communication and the flash dodging here from Blame F. That is so much harder than it looks to make sure you land that, to get your fight in, to turn away, to come back, and for Stare to deliver on every flash and every timing. No flubs whatsoever in that. Really masterfully done, honestly, between the 2 of them on that side of the map. And now we go 5 rounds deep. Astralis on fire. Liquid into another bye.
Contrast to map 1. That's when we had Device and Blame F both with 0 kills, like 4 or 5 rounds into the half. They're coming out swinging, and Device isn't dying. Nice. Naf wins the boiler duel. Poor Buzz slammed against the wall. Device isn't too scared, but...
Ooh, Naf with a nut.
Must have been right through the corner of boiler door. Look at that nasty little angle.
I'm telling you, it's gonna be scary to go halls. These 2 love it. So...
Yeah. Rent's at an all-time high.
Yeah. Man. They're working on B. Bomb still just chilling.
By V3 seemingly very winnable.
Should be going to collect that before this attack really takes place, but they're in a good spot to do it. No CTs are moving over just yet. 4-up actually rotating back in to the A side as the bomb slowly comes in. And they're taking some time, so there's a chance for the smoke. Oh my God, no! They took so long with the bomb. The smoke actually comes up in Coffins and Stare hits that 2K.
Hangs onto the spray well enough to get the second. They're going to try to push him. His teammate's so far removed. Kind of feels like, listen, Stare, whatever you can do is good enough. And 2 kills is something. But these CTs know they're cut off. Rainwaker could go hunting. Cause some money problems here for Astralis. But either way, it is Liquid's first round, and it comes by way of a double kill from Naf. And poor Stare won't escape.
Yeah.
2 frags from apartments.
It must have been
breakthrough.
Must have been Device waiting a second, then just walking into boiler, right? To see if Naf was still there. Spoiler, he was.
I don't know, actually. I see the death outside the door. It was this angle.
Yeah, so Device, was he just walking to look into mid, or?
Don't worry, replay's on the case. First one, easy. Second one.
I'll have no idea. Oh, he was just, wow.
Damn. That kind of feels like, you know, the headshot connects.
I didn't realize you could see that far to the left there, inside of mid.
He's got sloth eyes.
It was good?
I don't know, actually.
Okay.
Now that I think.
You know what? I mean, all I do is look around, so.
Sure.
They gotta be somewhat good, right?
Gotta be good at something. Other than hanging upside down.
Keep these guys out of halls, or you're gonna have trouble.
Yep.
Oh.
Patsy, Patsy, Patsy. Thought he was gonna get away with just taking a nade down Banana. And instead, you get one of the world's best oppers. sending a shot down range.
Device stayed mobile.
Adds himself over to the A defense. Smokes plume both ways, and Naf pressuring through a little bit, but not getting too crazy with it.
That's interesting. I mean, the arch smoke is up, so even though Liquid smoke in the middle, maybe they can be called out for the fact that they are maybe not going to push the arch smoke anyway. And so Liquid hang around. There's 2 players in B.
This could go poorly for Astralis.
Oh, that nade?
No, horrible, but it's just Yakinder that takes the brunt of it. Blame F hanging on to backside. New box burnt out. Flashes. Make it awkward for him to escape. And a CT smoke goes forward. Gonna have to protect the right side of it. So it's a good thing Yakinder's already here, but because he has bomb, they give that up. Reopens the possibility of a CT to push around. Makes it very uncomfortable here for Liquid. You can see 2 players stranded in the little pit, and Rainwaker exposed as soon as that smoke goes. Nice peek from Yakinder, tethering off the first player.
1 nade left. It's a flash here.
They're stuck, though. Naf's coming back to try and help him. And as they slide out, Buzz gets the trade frag. Naf holds off on Coffins. And Buzz, now stuck between the last 2, gives Liquid their second.
Oh, okay. So they fight their way out with no utility left at the end. Bare bones here for Liquid, but getting into the site was solid. They really put tons of pressure on Blame without fighting him, and then the late Molotov to force a peek with the flash as well. And I'm assuming that was a Liquid flash that caught him. Didn't see anything in the kill feed, but the perfect punish.
Nobody on brackets this round. There's always been somebody floating near this for Astralis. But with that 3rd piece over on B right now, Liquid wastes no time taking an important piece of this map. And they're still not slowing down. We do get Buzz doubling back, MP9 in hand. Very limited round here for the defense.
Naf's going to walk up in this direction. Buzz, will he catch the timing or get caught?
Just slides through.
Yeah, he might walk back into this angle.
Man, Stare could be the victim.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, he's just running knife out. He's done. Or is he? He doubles back.
Oh my God, they missed it. Wait, and Buzz comes back. Oh my God, and Buzz gets missed, and now Buzz surely.
Yeah.
He's got to be the one to go. The split's coming in. 2 back on the site. Not the best guns over here, but
the T's just like
the CTs are coming in on the flank from spawn really fast as well, actually.
Oh, this could get crazy. It's going to take some nasty deagle shots, but missed chance. M4 back sight. Blame F cleared out. All is good for Liquid.
Wow.
And the Astralis don't realize how foolish that looks.
Wow.
But timing, not Buzz's ally.
Yeah.
Just slipping through the net.
Liquid really not using a lot of grenades in general. Very much trying to work the map control, keeping as many nades as possible, forcing their splits this way. And, well, Astralis on this round don't have that many good guns, so it's sort of okay for them, but it's very nice for Liquid in this in terms of this half. Started up 5-0, and now we got 3 rounds back in a row.
M4 save, maybe. Oh, OC's coming. Cleared. 5 up for Liquid. 3 rounds now. Straight. And unfortunately for Astralis, this beating is not about to stop. Rainwaker. Freaking guys chasing ghosts in that CT spawn.
Definitely some awkwardness on both the arch wrap, which we saw in the pistol round go through without a hitch for Liquid. And then also the B players. We now had a round where both Blame F and Stay are contributing at the same time. So I think Liquid are sensing an opportunity. Uh-oh.
Into the apartments, the party goes. Rainwaker's got a whole bunch of bodies to spray down. He gets away. Naf dies out on Boiler. 2 kills from Blame F, but Rainwaker Love the way he just draws him in.
Mm-hmm.
You know, to me, he's the guy you want to unravel pistol setups like that. I feel like he never takes more of a risk than he needs to. I bet you he diffuses situations really well. You know,
like yeah, I feel like he is a NAF. They clone NAF.
Damn.
Has science gone too far? I think there are worse people to clone, actually, way worse. So I think that's great.
Yeah, we could list a few.
Definitely be ethically questionable to clone in general, but if you're going to start with someone, I think NAF would be honestly my prime target. I don't know who else I would even go for first. Everyone else, clone myself. I don't know what's going to happen. You know, NAFly.
Yeah, I'd probably make an army of Blame Fs.
See what I mean? Like,
and then
we got to be careful with this decision. Like, is there enough fresh produce available to feed that army?
Yeah, yeah, because you could use. I mean, you could just make. Yeah, actually, we're getting into some ethical territory here.
Clone the chickens.
Nah, it's just, you know, we could make them do manual labor.
Okay, I'm gonna say don't keep going.
Yeah.
But,
yep.
Yeah.
But Blame F, good at all sorts of things. Hopefully one of those is solving this issue, because we've got 4 straight right now.
Mm-hmm.
Team Liquid. Their map pick. Their path to the Royal Arena.
Liquid, just keep it up. Banana control, punish the Arch player rotating, put as much pressure on Device if he's trying to get that op around, because his rifler and supporting him is not always in the right spot, not always covering things appropriately. So I think Astralis so far have been very strong on A in general, but that Arch B and Banana weakness could maybe be exploited even more.
I've seen a little flare in Device so far, though, as he takes these mid peaks. He wants more action.
I think he recognizes he has to be.
Yeah, he's got to be the guy.
A bit more pervasive.
He's got to be the dude. But he doesn't see anything out of the gate and doesn't want to stick around on his own, so he does shuffle back with his best friend Buzz by his side. And with that third player, a little support, he will take a peek into NAF. Double kill from Device. Again, delivering. He is the one.
The bomb.
He cuts off bomb from the 2 players left. Liquid trying to go for the recovery as the rotation comes through from Astralis. At least Liquid have cleared the site. If not for Device, they'd have that bomb down. But this op is shooting hot. 3 frags. A smoke to deny their angle. Rainwaker with a fantastic clutch attempt, because that smoked bomb is his for the taking.
Yeah, he can go grab that. They can spam him. That's sort of their best chance to stop it, but the rotation back to the site could also be covered.
Yep.
We've got one in Graveyard. Can Rainwaker figure this out?
Oh, there. Catch him off guard. No snapshot out of Rainwaker, but you could see how he pieced that together.
Yeah.
He was more concerned about the mid flank,
good moves,
not so much the Graveyard push.
Yeah, but good moves overall. Brave for Liquid to go for the lane hits. Maybe expecting a 3B setup, but we haven't seen Astralis really have to worry about a fast B play or anything like that. It's mostly been mid-round B plays that have taken place. So sort of a change-up that keeps you on your toes here from Liquid, but doesn't work out this time. However, they still have money. In fact, lots. Might be 3 rifle rounds in a row, even if Astralis keep winning.
Torp not able to capitalize on the little that he did see. We said at the start of that round, felt like it was being Device to set himself up.
Oh.
Lands it. Patsy down by half.
It's about time an opper punished that nade. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
How many times do we see that? Where else are they going to be?
But it's not enough to convince them to leave.
Yeah, Blame F in the site has an HE for himself as well. Oh, wait.
Landed on the roof.
Ooh.
I think.
Yeah, it did. On the balcony.
Thank you.
Well, Nafly's going to tell him it's on purpose, so they might be more scared than they should be.
Mind games. Follow-through's coming.
Oh, that angle. What the hell?
First one easy. Naf, nice trade back. Stair hit the dink. Device is burning. No support. Patsy over top. That half health of Patsy is indeed enough. And man, I feel for Stare. He hits his headshot, but the AK is just simply better. And Device can't end up posting a multi-frag, so it is indeed Liquid to get into the B site and post their 5th.
Yeah, a bit of trouble. Missed smoke, of course. There's no... It might not have mattered for the rest of the round. It's hard to say. This punish is also really good for Liquid. Money-wise, it's Astralis who have to worry. Oh, wow, another kill here for Wayne Waker.
Okay, I'm going to open a can of worms. All right?
Okay.
The whole debate, because people keep messing up and calling him Rain Walker.
Okay.
Right? Because it sounds more intuitive. But then we've all read the word and decided it's Rain Waker. But what if it's a... What if it's a long A? Like water? Because then it would be Rain Walker.
What are you even saying right now?
We have a short A and a long A, right? Vowels. There's 2 versions of vowels.
Okay.
Different sounds,
yeah,
right?
but Waker's a word.
I know. But what if it was unintentional? You know, what if he wanted it to be Rainwalker? We don't know. We haven't had it confirmed. Just saying, you can read that word.
No one told him.
Read.
In his whole life.
Well, maybe he just never fixed it. I don't know. Just saying. Read it like water, and it's Rainwalker.
All right. You lose because you said it wrong.
Oh, no, you're right. Oh, no, I forgot.
Yeah. We had a bet going, so.
Damn. Played yourself. You know, it's like people who spelled George with a J. Or Connor with an O. Kinder on the walk-up. Get through the pistols.
Yeah, but this is 4 on A.
Yeah.
And 1 in library.
Smoke's going to keep Borup out of the mix. Another smoke arch, so very lackluster defense now. It's just a matter of keeping your head down if you're Buzz. No chance. And neither for Device. Yakinder hunting those heads, popping both of them. And it is indeed Liquid to take over the A site. No resistance this time. Smoke grenades make a world of difference, keeping the pistol players back. And just for Blame F's sake, you'd hope he gets to keep the M4, but he's close enough to die. Naf playing it safe. Takes it away from him. Liquid making the most of this T side.
Yeah, starting to come up. They've got to post good numbers here on T side. Astralis are actually one of the teams that can power up on T side. Not having a lot of trouble there. It's interesting because, like, individually, Blame F is one of the most incredible CT players at the moment, but his calling has been pretty T favored, I would say. I think he's been making the most of that half of the map.
Stare is in the lion's den with them, but they let him survive. Oh, we saw him.
Everything is very fundamental here from Liquid. You know, they're not trying to attempt things that they aren't 100% good at, and I think that's a good thing. Of course, you know, you try an overly convoluted thing that you haven't been able to prep deep enough, and you go for it and you fail, you'll look silly. If you play this style where it's fundamentally sound but not too complicated, maybe you can't win versus a very well prepared team. But in this match right now, it's serviceable, basically. It's got him back into this half. It's actually getting better and better right now. I think they are sort of identifying the weaknesses of Astralis, pushing them on that front. We're not getting too much in the way of a response. I feel like this is a game where, you know, Device really knows what to do about the map.
Yeah.
So does Blame, sort of, but no one else right now looks like they're sort of confidently latching onto the right map control, punishing positionally the map control that Liquid are trying to take, and are also struggling on some of the defenses apart from the full A attacks.
I know exactly what you mean. Map pool weakness. Oh, miss flash.
Oh, but the cover.
Yep.
Wow, through the smoke as well.
Just on the edge of it. Buzz lends a helping hand. keeps Device alive and kicking. Can Borup post anything? Yes, it's OC dead. Next one up by the hay cart. Patsy starting to break through this defense. Smoke in library denies Device, and Patsy, the headshot is clean. Naf will take to the back site. Astralis with a challenge ahead of them. Yeah. A challenge that they can also forfeit. 3 weapons to save as we get to the tail end of this CT side. Yeah, it's Inferno. It's Inferno, folks.
Yeah. Device Buzz really gave him his life right there. It was a nice shot from Patsy, but 4v3, and then Blame's a little slow to take Banana or rotate off the site as well, so no chance for the retake.
Clean ones from Patsy. Borup with a less impressive performance than what he did on Overpass. Ooh, Device dies.
They get that gun back? No.
No op, move forward. Nice spray from Buzz. Had to help somehow, took a chance, paid off. Patsy, bop, straight between the eyes. Astralis taking their second timeout, trying to achieve majority round wins on this half. There is still a chance.
They're obviously very small things that you sort of need to change the tide of some of these rounds. And I think, like in that situation for Astralis, with Buzz needs to stay tucked before the retake utility starts coming in. So Patsy's going to post, right? That's a smart angle. It's an easy, it's open, it's one. They have one pit, they one lane. And Blame F's rotation wasn't in yet. If it was in yet and they were taking lane, causing a distraction of some sort. Because I'm thinking there is a place where they retake. There's a world where they retake in that spot if they live a little bit longer. Though they didn't have all the utility in the world. They'll favor it though here. And even though Borup doesn't have that many kills, I don't mind the way he's playing pit. He actually think he's been pretty good on some of these holds.
Device would love to roll it back. Get those op shots down mid, but relegated to the scout. Ooh, the chase. Blame F heard that one AK bullet come out.
Oh, they're getting scared.
Rainwaker bested by Buzz, delivers an AK. Free little upgrade for Buzz.
They instantly felt the pressure to go and squeeze for map control after that very light banana take. It was actually only one player, and I think they thought it was 3, so kill goes the way of the CT side. Stair is going to get pushed in a second. It looks like Kinder waiting to phase this smoke.
Oh, but caught as it starts to fade. Stair gets the better angle. OC, nice return. Entry on the AK. Down to a quarter health with Patsy and Naf still to work with. They've got some control in apps, but do they expect bodies still in the bomb site?
Oh my God.
Double deagle headshot.
Oh, and his teammates got to start running. Blame taking his time, but
trades back. Has time.
No, he's worrying about the mid flank. This gives Blame time, but Blame doesn't know if Naf is just sitting there. Lurk v lurk.
Naf not going to waste a moment. Starts to sprint it over to the B site. Blame F looking to get ahead of this.
Oh, he might be onto something, but does he catch it on the CT side? Rotation, 10 seconds.
No smoke.
Decisions have to be made. No smoke, and he'll get away with the cross.
Oh, but he's planted close.
Blame F
taking his time.
Yeah, he's deciding to walk the whole way, which he wouldn't want to jeopardize that now, but
feels like if Blame clears out construction, he's definitely going to expect this to be back site. Whether it's a new box or this corner is the question. But the possibility of that cross feels unlikely to Blame, I'm sure.
He's still walking, so maybe he clears this.
Yeah, he's coming, crouching, but the shadow advantage and Naf's crispness with a headshot puts Liquid on 8.
Shot is right there.
Delivered to Nafly's doorstep.
Wow. NT Borup, man. Nice shots. Those 2 Deagle kills.
Stellar Deagles, but
I think we're already, we're missing. Just the rotation's a little slow again, I think. But hard to say what he's thinking about. I don't know if there's any pressure on B.
Oh, this time Blame F gets aggressive. We've seen Device scour middle a few times. But Blame's sick of ya. Takes the fight straight down alt. Easy opening. Device posted up. Peek is easily shut down. And he's going to smoke off the angle. Yukinder thinking about coming through. Teammates have flashes. Throwing that out does get Yukinder around the edge of it. He's not alone here. We've got Stare up on orange, and that'll catch Yukinder. He drops down, teammates coming. More damage through, and the spam on smoke is good. OC in a clutch. You love to see it, but he doesn't have the big green. And he doesn't have a big pool of health either. Another fake on the plant. Nobody gets crazy. They smoke off banana. He tries to peek around, but it's Astralis with one just added towards the end. But at the end of the day, 8 of the last 10, all liquid.
Grew up one of the most hated teams and hated groups of players in all of Counter-Strike. Everyone wanted to see them fail. The only people that were rooting for them was the 5 players and their coach. And at the head of it all, you have KD. He's an extremely talented leader for reasons outside of the game. Emotionally, he has that team in the right place and the right mentality at all times.
Lad os fucking hjælpe hinanden derinde i dag. Lad os kommunikere, når vi er døde. Lad os jiggle det der overtal. Lad os bruge vores fucking keywords. Spille efter vores filosofier. Vær der hele fucking tiden.
I guess you can say I admire to try and be the leader that I wish I had early on in my career. I've always been the guy who likes to take on responsibilities. You surround yourself with people who's also ambitious and you support their ideas and they support yours. It's just a good environment to be in. I can definitely feel that the guys are looking up to me in a way. The feeling is good, but obviously we are also prepared that it's not going to be easy.
They can't get over that last step. Over the past 2.5 years, they've been, a top 3 team in the world. Katie, do you have one more fight in you? Can you gear up for battle one last time to get this trophy?
One coffins, guys. Smokes is faded. CT smoke faded. Careful coffins.
I'm hiding pool now.
No nades, guys. No nades.
I have CT. Careful.
I'll try to trade coffins.
Okay.
Coffins peek.
One left side.
Nice.
One more
coffins.
coffins. Careful CT.
Coffins with up.
Can you bait?
Yeah. So hide left side.
Okay.
Nice. CT one more.
Hide. He doesn't know him yet.
Nice!
Up back.
Oh
shit.
All right. Well, it's 8 rounds for Team Liquid on the T side. But before we get into this, make sure you guys go to Blast TV. Vote for the MVP of the fall groups. BlameF is indeed in the running alongside Zywoo, Spinks, Stown, and I didn't see that 5th face. But The choice is yours, folks. We've only got 3 more games, this one included. 3 spots at the Fall Finals, 3 spots at the Fall Showdown, and 15 more rounds maybe to go here on Inferno. Unicorn odds still favoring Astralis. Mohan, do you believe?
I do believe, but that first half looked very workshoppy from both sides. Sort of shook my confidence in Liquid a bit, but the fact that they made a comeback and showed that Astralis are not that good right now either makes me wonder. So we'll see. Blame's calling on T sides have actually been better on some maps than TT.
Okay.
So let's see if Yakinder's at all worried about that.
See if he can take it. Whether Astralis slotting to the groove. One Balk in the smoke. Rainwaker just pressed against them. Oh, they're all snuck at one another. Rainwaker does die, trying his damnedest to just body block and buy time. Knifes out, Pit player still fighting. Yakinder denies it, and Buzz and Blame F come through with the headshots to clear out the site and push pistol onto Nav.
Oh my god, it's zany, but you know what, man? This could be a very important pistol. That was a crazy play that Rainwaker just made.
Wacky, waving, arm flailing.
He actually had two blocks and got a kill as well.
He's just holding them.
Yeah.
Just a bear hug on the balcony door, trying to hold them all back. Looking like a Walmart employee on Black Friday. And Nav gets gushed and finished. Buzz with a couple kills, and it is Astralis with the pistol.
So it's a nice start to take the edge off a little bit. And this could be Liquid's last half here. It very much could be. They know that. Nothing is promised so far. People are trading maps all the time here in groups. My god, every kill through smokes.
It's just funny how long Rainwaker kept them all in the smoke.
And just...
Until one got through, he was alive. He was fine.
You know he didn't say a word either.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I love watching the mic'd up moments. He's the quiet guy.
Yeah.
He's Nav turned down. Quadruple Mac 10 from Astralis with eyes set on the B site. Flame's gonna try to charge headstrong into it. Rainwaker off oranges. 2 players here and spotted. Blame gets his head down. More SMGs where that first one came from. And Yakinder connects. 5-7's getting crazy. Money's being made. And while the bomb is dropped, there are bullets flying everywhere.
Wow, that could have worked. Look at the health. 1 HP for Buzz, 14 for Borup. You know, make no mistake. 1 kill goes the other way and everything topples in the direction of the CTs. When that boost comes up in the CT spawn, there's no CTs alive in the site. But if that came in any earlier and 1 player on site got a kill, that's where these rounds are lost. But Astralis survive.
I feel bad. The guy who gets boosted is tracking the player, and that's the player that just jumps behind Fountain.
Yes,
like
yeah.
the skinniest piece of cover.
That was tough.
It's like, then you get sprayed back. You missed your chance.
So the stars align here for Astralis as they take to 9.
Early lead. And Liquid gonna have to think about their sins as it's pistols next.
Teams are playing so many matches inside of this group stage that you can see the entire honeymoon and the end to it in the same event. It's possible. But it's very nice to see the amount of variety versus these teams and how much they're changing and how much they're getting better as well. Yeah, frustrating round for sure. Just, you know, it's going to come down to some 1 or 2 bullets hitting, and I feel for Yakinder in that moment, but now there's not too much to work with here.
Oop, they missed their run boost. OC was meant to be catapulted across. Trebuchet to victory.
Who's that?
Trebuchet. You know what a trebuchet is?
Trebuchet, is that like a sled?
No. That's a toboggan.
Bobsled?
Nope.
Is it a slide?
No.
Car.
It's like a catapult, but instead of using tension, it uses a counterweight.
Oh, I thought you were going to say French people.
No. It just launches French people. Scout pulls device off this one. They're going to try to pressure upwards. He's doing some nasty damage.
It was actually sliver peek by Blamen still.
That's dirty. Stare making some money. Recovering for the losses. Glocks out. Knife? No. Little burst shot to OC's guts.
Yeah.
Double digits, Astralis.
You know, it's 4 alive last round, even though it was so close to actually being scary, and then 3 alive this round. So good money made here for the T's to start off this half, and it's 10 rounds now.
So, you said in the halftime when our mics were off that you kind of felt like Astralis had this.
Yeah.
I didn't believe as much, honestly. And obviously the gun rounds start now, but you are right. I just like the way Astralis move around as that tight-knit unit. And I can see what you're saying about Blame calling T-sides better. It just looks far less disjointed. It's early days.
Yeah.
Small sample size.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's important to point that out. Like, there's a lot of criticisms for the teams, but there's no disdain for, like, new IGLs here. I think it's been...
Of course.
It's obviously a very hard job, and we mean well when we criticize them, but, yeah. They definitely, like, you couldn't, I think, genuinely tell who picked the map based on that first half. So that's just something to point out. And I think that means it's an opportunity for Astralis, since this isn't their map pick.
I think the conversation has to be had when we're also talking about individuals like Yakinder who don't have, you know, a legendary list of accomplishments in this role. It is a question mark. It is a challenge. And we'll treat it as such. He sits in B with Naf. And that pack I'm talking about, those burly Danes ready to bust through. It's Borup as the entry. Naf wrapping around a coffin, smoked out. Yakinder is on his own for a moment. Patsy could apply pressure, but Borup's already ahead of it. Now smoke front sight. Borup gives that perfect bit of cover. Yakinder's gotten lost inside of the smokes. He does get them by surprise. Buzz, nice reaction. Patsy's found a gap. The nades come through. He's down to 37. And Borup, with the upgraded M4, gets himself another. Very solid stuff, puncturing through.
Yeah, absolutely. I wonder whose smoke was that in front of Quad. I don't know if Yakinder threw that behind him, if it missed, or if it was meant to be there. But Nafly threw himself into the fight. Yakinder just waited by the smoke. So, you know, I feel like they weren't. That happens sometimes when things become too late, but maybe they misread when the exec would come, because Astralis did come through a smoke, so maybe weren't prepared. Either way, from the lens of Astralis, it's perfect. They capitalize on an opportunity where it's a risky at first, but they have good entry pathing. They take the first player down, no problem. They don't overcommit to the site and then get caught on the flash retake through the coffin smoke, and don't have to deal with the second player in at the same time as the first. So,
Shout out Borup too. I think lesser frags in the first half, but you were impressed time to time with the pit play, and this was a very clean entry on a FAMAS nonetheless, catching Naf as he tried to push through smoke, upgrading to the M4, dealing with any retake possibility. Borup rising through the leaderboard right now. Also least deaths.
That's true.
So this would be a great little breakout series for Borup's value, I think. To lock in the Royal Arena, the second Danish roster to do so. It is their event, and it's Blame F doubling back behind Yakinder, who just either didn't think he'd jump back through that smoke or hadn't turned around to deal with it. Shot lands, Patsy's wounded, and Astralis are now starting to just rip Liquid's limbs off.
Yeah, this is very strong. I mean, they already look... I don't know how Blame got by. He's so big, man. How'd they lose track of him? But either way, he tucked in there nicely in between the smokes and the jump back as well. Could have very easily got the first kill and not seen that. And now Buzz,
man, it's unraveling.
Just walks through. CTs have one more on A. And Buzz just tucking to be annoying. Borup does the rest, and that's a save for OC and a 12th round for Astralis.
This is nice. This is fluid movement. Nobody getting jumbled on top of one another, except for the pistol when they all ran into Rainwaker. Astralis looking smooth. And poor OC, not long for this world. Sorry, brother, they're coming.
Like, I would ask anyone to judge for themselves based on the T-side rounds that we've seen, but the 2 so far from Astralis, pretty well organized. Good idea for the opening tactic to use a device aggressively, but they don't use that as the primary play. They have Blame working on Banana at the same time. That's a sign of a really well-oiled T-side, in my opinion. No overcommitments, but tactics to start out the round. And no lollygagging, you know, they had multiple nade sets, multiple lurks, multiple plays, and reinforced setups as well. When Device took that shot on Arch, they had a player ready to run into bracket behind him after they shoved Patsy back. And the most important part of all, as Pimp would say, they're having fun.
They're having fun.
Rule 30.
With their maniacal laughter. That's a bunch of dangerous Danes. Team Liquid losing their steam.
CT sides are difficult on Inferno, that's for sure.
This is an interesting round. Yakinder bought an op down to $50. That's all his money. He had 4.8, buys an op. He's going to go glass cannon op himself, and everybody else is just armored pistols.
That's ridiculous.
This is weird, right?
I wonder, maybe it was a misbuy, so it could have been, but we'll see. Obviously, you can also save this op, but yeah, no armor and only a minor investment behind it. I guess they don't have to worry about giving up 2 ops. I'm going to assume that this was a mistake.
I mean, he's also solo A.
Yeah, but he could also win the round. So let's see. He's in a good spot to do it. There's a shot in.
Oh, nothing more, though. And now that op cannot be saved, and the A site will not be held.
Yeah,
although they'll stall, because the Astralis are like, what the hell is that?
And again, yeah. Whoa, what else I got? What else I got? Hold on. Oh, our coach said they were 100% saving this round, and I now have trust issues. But, okay, the one thing is that if it was on purpose, they don't have to worry about Astralis picking up 2 ops. They know Device already has one, so that's one thing.
Okay.
The only serious problem is that it's a lot of money spent in this situation.
Yes. They do have full round loss bonus, for the record.
OC's like, do I not exist to you?
Am I a joke?
Was it my joke? Did you for a second consider the drop? Was it my spawn? Was your spawn that much
I love
better?
how long they've taken, dude. They're still sketched out.
Terrified.
Yakinder has actually just done so much in terms of like feigning presence.
Yeah, watch the CTs just go for it. Oh, okay.
5-7 tries to get through. Everybody else coming around.
The bomb.
Drop bomb. Hold up. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, they took.
Never mind.
It took so long. It almost happened, but it's all good. It's all good.
Yakinder's spirit just haunting Astralis at the thought of hitting that site.
And that is something for sure with Flames T side. Sometimes they pause for a little too long.
Sure.
Everyone's been taking a little bit too much time, and that makes sense. It happens, but
yeah, he's aging slowly.
It's like a battle of who's got the ugliest laugh.
We're losing our minds. This sounded like our analyst desk yesterday. Stare.
Oh man, just getting damage. How did he line that up? He's walking on coals. 96 damage.
Patsy also getting burned out. We got Molotovs all over this map, and Rainwaker's sitting inside the boiler room. This could get interesting. He's surrounded. Goes up. Deals with Borup. Device. Nice shot up close.
It was.
But Stare and Buzz are almost dead.
Now they're going to go back to B. Okay, they're boosting up in CT for the CT perspective, or are they just going to leave? Yakinder playing retake. It's very risky. You play retake, you don't give yourself the best chance to win the round, but of course, you set yourself up to save. Okay, so the boost up's in place. We got 2 players low, an MP9 here, but is the bomb going in this direction? This is,
Oh, they're getting bamboozled.
Man, yeah, they got one in halls,
it's
too.
razzle-dazzlers.
Is Device locking off arch rotation right now? Because then they can have full attention on lane. Let's see what OC can do. Oh, he's got spotted. Oh, that peek was good. That
They're
peek was very
finagling him.
good.
Oh, and now what if the panic rotate comes back? What's going to happen? Device.
No, he's just holding arch off. Jesus Christ. Can't see that angle unless you come out. Here are the T's.
God, man.
CT's just praying it's B now, but it's
Crossing
not.
his fingers and his toes. OC still gets one. Not half bad, but gets cleared out instantly.
No smokes here for
They've already crossed bomb, so that can't be stopped. Stair swaps onto the op with 3 health and hits the head of Naf. Pop like a melon. Yakinder's already nearly dead from that foray towards Banana. And with this, it is Astralis 14. Ladies and gentlemen, you are witnessing the evaporation of Team Liquid as this will be 7 rounds straight from Astralis. The NA org turned EU team hasn't won a single CT round.
When you put it that way, that's tough. But on the bright side, it's Astralis T side, huh?
Darth Mike in shambles.
The only guy in fantasy to double pick NA every single week. Respect to that. But Astralis, they're cruising, man.
And this is, you know what's lovely about this for Astralis is it's obviously a test of BlameF calling on this T side. It's an uptick, and it looks better than that of Liquid for like 1-to-1. It just looks smoother, and you've got every player contributing. Yes, BlameF leads the charge at 18. 15 frags for 3 of these Astralis players. When we started this showing from this new team at the start of this event, it was all about can Buzz and Borup bring up the floor of this team? And today we get that answer. On their opponent's map choice to get themselves to the fall finals. Every Danish player's dream. Man. 2 good-looking Danish rosters. It's been a while. But it's also not done yet. Crossfire set on brackets, 2 on short. Patsy smoked off. But no rush with BlameF. Buzz puffing his chest with Borup inside Boiler. 3-player pack moves over towards Banana. It's going to be Yakinder and Naf tested, and if Device strikes down the Canadian just like that,
what a shot.
What hope does Yakinder have? He gets Stair, but instant trade, and it falls. It crumbles around Team Liquid. Oh,
they
couldn't do it on Overpass. The first half looked good. Need I remind you, they posted so many rounds on their T side. 8 to be precise. And nothing since.
Yeah, they've
collapsed.
Yeah. Never run into an overstacked site. Done a good job of being slow, but not too slow. You could even argue their T side here has been better than Overpass, right? I mean, we had one round that looked a little bit scary with the amount of time spent pausing. Not a problem here on Inferno outside of that. And man, that shot from Device, you know, that's the setup for the Opper. You normally... You know, there's nothing wrong with the way that Naf is spotting it. He should live most of the time. The Opera take the shot, you tuck, the nades come out to counter it, then you go into another setup, but instead Device just hits it straight on. Like, nasty. Basically, when it rains, it pours here for Liquid. It's gotta be on purpose, right?
What a contrast between camps. This will be back-to-back seasons for Liquid at the Showdown. And in the spring, they fell there too.
At least they don't have to play against G2.
Money's good. Morale is high. Smooth sailing for Astralis. Silver lining is they'll die on a full buy if this is to be the end. They're going to try to charge down Banana. Yakinder looking to take it into his own hands. Rough map as he is 12-20. We get OC moving over with just the A1S. We get a full-blown exec set up by Astralis for the flawless T side. Here we go. Stopped midair is 1. Underneath is Rainwaker, hoping to post Liquid's first. The headshots are there to be taken. OC does throw himself into the mix, and with that M4, it looks like Liquid have lifted the curse, at least temporarily.
Oh yeah, solid hold comes down, and it's really all OC. So well done to stop that A attack from happening. It was the 3B setup into Astralis saying, let's try to punish that, change up immediately, running up mid into an A site that they get the first kill in. That's where it actually gets very scary for Liquid. But again, OC locks it down. Rainwaker gets his 1 kill, but staying alive to make sure that they're always distracted is also key. And OC cleans him up.
Device wastes no time. Patsy also looking for the challenge. He could very well catch him, and he will. Buzz is dead.
Nice.
This is 2 rounds now where Liquid are trying to take fights. This time it's down middle. Banana could be reclaimed real quick. Stare looking to get around that corner. CTs fall back, majority inside B. But Astralis are coming at this bomb site. Stare is the tip of the spear. Oh! And he snaps it onto Yakinder, gets into the cover, which queues up Device with the op. And the Coffin player's locked in. We've got 1 stuck on oranges. We've got utility being exchanged. And it's not a total follow-through from Astralis just yet. No rush, no panic.
Yeah, but they get him to use all the grenades over on B, right?
Naf is blind. Here it comes. They don't waste much time.
Oh.
Beautiful flashbangs. Patsy's got everything to do, and Device just slams him through the smoke, so the B site falls. And we saw numbers out of OC last round. But now it's a 2v3 demanded of him and Rainwaker. T's put that bomb down. Full sets of util here for Liquid, but Device is going to put that on point blank and shuts down the Bulgarian. Everything falls on OC, and he too toppled. 2 Danish teams in the Royal Arena, and they run it back. Team Liquid nearly topping their group, only to falter and to be sent down to the showdown. Stare and Borup, a welcome inclusion. Astralis are looking back.
And we talk about this being a test run for some teams to play here in the groups, but for the Danish teams, they've talked about the pressure on them to actually deliver on making it to the Royal Arena. One of the most important events in their calendar, of course. With the home crowd on their side, Config will be there, Heroic will be there, Astralis will be there.
Magisk will be there.
And Magisk will be there. That'll be a weight lifted off their shoulders, maybe. Okay.
Tomorrow we'll tell.
He guaranteed it. He locked it in. But as for Liquid, after such a hot start, it's a sour finish. It's got to feel difficult, of course. You have such big wins to kick things off, but you lose the rematch to FaZe, you lose to Astralis, who you feel like you could beat on both maps. And now you've got to face the reality that things didn't go as well as they started.
And there's still that big question mark around Yakinder and the formula for Liquid. This was a very poor series from him. Lowest rated player across this one. In a game that's absolutely important, it's tough to watch that fall off. Of course, time to be had still. But in terms of initial outings, Astralis simply better.
They certainly were. And I've got Device with me here after a good victory for sure, but there's one thing I want to touch on to start off with. You're back in the Royal Arena. The last time we saw you there was the NIP one. It was an extremely sad moment for you, and in general, the Royal Arena. You saying to me on interviews, it doesn't mean so much for you guys, the pressure wasn't there, but how does it feel at this moment? Because you haven't had success in that arena.
Yeah, I don't really think too much about the arena right now, other than that we can probably go there if we win 1 match, I think, in the next tournament. I'm not sure we will even play there, but I'm just proud of the team. Like, we did so amazing today. We tried to not focus on the results, but just focus on being there for each other and being brave and helping each other, and I think it was really a pivotal moment.
It was a huge moment indeed. And one thing I want to look at, right, is how much confidence you got from going into that first map, especially on Overpass, right, where we'd seen you guys be able to fight back so aggressively, so confidently in every single round.
I mean, yeah, I think the Stare up clutch 1v2 was like so crazy, and it gave us a lot of momentum. Yeah. We got the money control and everything, so I think that was like really crucial moment, and in general, just like slowing the pace down, trading really well, and just like focusing on our game plan and doing the stuff we're good at. So, I mean, like, it was a tough like first map losing both pistols, but I think we did pretty good, like managing everything else.
More than pretty good in my mind, mate, for sure. Now, on Inferno, they obviously pick into it, and we saw you guys struggle on it on the Gamers 8 event, but you now come into this, and you have a sick performance. This T-side was incredible. How much work did you guys put into it over groups?
I mean, like, we put a lot of work into most maps. I think even on CT, we had opportunities to take even more rounds. We had a really good game plan, I think, but it's also a map that's really hard to play at CT. So we were happy with the half, and I think BlameF did a crazy job both prepping and calling. Like, everyone was just always put in good situations, and everyone was talking really well. So I think when you have those conditions, you mostly win.
Well, congratulations on making it to the full finals. I've got one final question for you. It's from Blast TV. First movie choice out of these two that you'd go and visit, Barbie or Oppenheimer?
Oh, I've seen the memes. I'm not sure. I think Barbie is pretty good, but I love the actors in Oppenheimer, so I'll probably see that one first.
Nice choice. I like it.
Well, this Barbie and his crew are going to the Royal Arena.
Yeah.
It seems like a date with destiny that Astralis earn a spot on home soil. They'll be making it all the way to the full finals. And off the back of a practically flawless T-side on their opponent's map pick, that was a clinic.
Oh, this was great to see. That T-side from Astralis was so inspired. And honestly, shouts out to Blame. Not only for individual performance, but for the calling he's had. 7 out of 9 entry kills found on Inferno. He's found himself a couple of moments in Banana where he was behind enemy lines. We might as well laugh about his baiting style at times. Sure. That wasn't the case on Inferno. He was very much into the neck of the fight, and he had Device ready to step behind him. That was a clinic from Astralis on that T-side.
That was the perfect turnaround from a very poor group stage where Astralis lost both their games coming into the gauntlet, and now in convincing fashion having won 2 games in a row.
Yes.
The way they beat Team Liquid today, there was no doubt whatsoever that Astralis were the better team. Sure thing, we saw that on the overpass, even more exemplified here on Inferno. The T-side, as you said, it was clinical. Look at the scoreboard as well. Everyone is chiming in. There's no weak link. And you know what I like about that? The fact of the matter is we came into this tournament and we said the way Astralis have made the roster changes, they're not focusing on firepower. They're not focusing on finding, per se, the best players. They just want players that fits inside the roles. And so far, it's paying off.
Device had an interview that everybody was in good positions in that T-side, and I think he might be a little too modest. I think, honestly, every time an individual had to make a decision on that T-side, they made the right one.
Yeah.
They actually used the gaps. They used the opportunities. If Blame is finding a kill on B and pressuring the B side, and Buzz is actually crossing the smoke towards long and taking these moments, right? So this was not only just being magically put in a place where you can close, it was also about tasting, smelling the opportunity and seizing it.
Yeah, and talk about a new opportunity for some of the members on this Astralis side. Now, obviously, we know they're going to have to win another series if they have hopes of actually playing in front of the crowd. But man, think about what Stare and Buzz are probably feeling right now. That's going to be an exciting prospect for them.
You have no idea how important this is to Astralis as an organization and for the players as well. As you said, new players, inexperienced players, they're growing up. They grew up inside Royal Arena. That's where they got into watch Astralis, probably players they looked up to back in the old days. And if I'm not mistaken, there's been a couple of iterations where we've been inside Royal Arena where Astralis didn't even qualify for the tournament. So the fact of the matter is they're now closer, not inside the arena yet, but it's going to help ticket sales and it's going to help Danish Counter-Strike a lot.
It's been an incredible rise from Astralis throughout this tournament, but then we flip over onto the other side of the script, and for Liquid, it's been a bit of stagnation. Sure, they're coming in with an entirely new system. We have Yakinda, obviously, in-game leading, 2 new players coming into the mix. But I feel a little bit robbed after the start we saw from Liquid.
So I'm a little bit conflicted here because from the game sense perspective, I feel like Liquid still did what they had to do on the CT side. You go and you rewatch the second half, and more often than not, they are in the right positions. They have the right read, and they have the movement that's needed. I think it was more about players not stepping up and not being able to actually win that first duel that allow your rotation to come in and help you out. I feel like a couple of players got caught off guard by good utility from Astralis, but I didn't have the feeling that Liquid was playing poorly as a unit, more that individuals were struggling in decent positions.
Yeah, unfortunately, that does mean the end of the line for Liquid here in Copenhagen. So let's get a few finishing words from Yakinda.
I want to start by looking at overpass here, Yakinda, because obviously we'd seen the weak point against FaZe with it, but obviously you must have had some confidence going into this one against Astralis, and there's a lot of data to go on that. So what did you feel was missing to start things off with?
I mean, we had good calls and good communication during overpass. I think if we wouldn't have lost 2 B pops that they did when we were 4B, in CT then the game would be different. But I mean, there's still a lot to learn. Some micro mistakes are happening everywhere around the map because you don't necessarily have time to talk about every micro detail. And obviously, me being new to IGL, having some rough T sides against FaZe, having some overall bad T sides, but at the same time there were good calls. So it's a matter of learning and a matter of practicing and talking about the game and the maps.
And this is the thing we have to be realistic with as well. You're still new to taking over this IGL thing and growing. So what are the things you feel that's like the difficulties for you personally on this?
At the moment, because the game is not so systemized, since we didn't have that much time, a lot of you're forced to do a lot of micromanaging in the round, how you want it to happen and whatever, and it takes away from some individual focus in a way. And but that's a thing to work on, and I think it's going to be good.
All just takes a little bit of time, that's for sure. I want to touch on the CT side, though, for Inferno, because it was so rough for you guys. Was this more just down to you guys not being ready? Was this blame calling a ridiculously good half? How did you view it?
I feel like we were a bit tense on the CT side. There was not enough information trading in terms of we were losing banana on CT side because we were 2, and then we were losing brackets control, and we don't have banana control, we don't have brackets control, and then they can just do any round they want. And in that case, the rotations were pretty bad, and we were just a little bit stiff. Where we needed to push, we didn't push. Where we needed to stay, we pushed and died. So it was already lost focus in a sense, I could say.
And lastly, just one thing to close it out with. I want to see, when it comes to your IGL style and what you want to do with the team, how much do you take inspiration from your previous team and how much do you take inspiration from what you learned from Nitro and the other players around you? Is it a mix of both?
Yeah, it's obviously from every person that I've played with, and from everyone I learned something and I want to imply it, but at the same time I have my own thoughts on how to play. So obviously, I remember everything I learned from the people and the players I played with, but I have some also thoughts on how to play.
Of course, we will be seeing more of them going forward in Cologne and at the Showdown as well.
Yeah, definitely. The road is far from being over from Yekindar. I just wanted to bounce back quickly. He mentioned a whole lot of micromanaging to do, takes focus away from his individual performance. We would be hypocrites if we didn't mention the fact that Yekindar struggled massively in this series. And this was one of the reasons why a couple of voices out there, mine included, were against this idea of he being an IGL. You're talking about a player that is Zenit, was a top 10 player in the world by the ranks of HL. Sure. Far, far away from it. So the only light at the end of the tunnel is the idea that as this team find its groove and they find their rhythm and protocols, he can be freed up a little bit and he can have the output individually, because it is a bit of a shame to see someone capable like him being relegated remix in a position like this.
I'm a little more worried for Team Liquid than you may be, to be completely honest. Fact of the matter is that we talked about Nafly, we talked about OC in the first couple of games. They stepped up for the occasion, right? Yekindar weren't putting out the same amount of frags that we used to, but they could deliver it. We've had that conversation a million times, especially with OC. We see good signs, we see a couple of good maps. We had this conversation that maybe he's finding his footing now. Maybe he's becoming the starter he was supposed to. And back we go again. OC has had 2 poor series in a row where he haven't really found the impact he's needed to with the op. I'm scared for Team Liquid that we were a little bit gaslighted by the wins against FaZe and G2, who they beat in the group stage, and especially coming into Cologne in just a couple of days in the play-in, where they face Astralis once more in the opening game. That's not looking good for Liquid at all.
Maybe some revenge on the cards, but we'll have to wait and see with that. Unfortunately, it does end in heartbreak for Team Liquid here alongside Evil Geniuses. Man, that was an absolute battle earlier on today. And we can take a look at the gauntlet as well, because we only have 1 more day of matches, and both of those games mean qualification. Just one final note on Liquid. We were talking about it in the green room. They're now in the European Showdown, so for NAF and OC, things got a little bit tougher.
Best of luck.
Yeah, good luck, homie.
GL, HF. Let's have a look at our unicorn predictions, because I believe we... Oh no, full final teams first. Sorry, because we've got a couple names. Yeah.
And you know what? You know what that team is?
It's a Dane again.
Yeah, you feel it coming? Another Danish team. I don't know who wrote the script, but this is going flawless so far. This is flawless.
Jacob, any words as our fellow Danish representative?
I count 12 players out of 20 so far being Danish qualified.
Wait, hold on.
Tomorrow.
Hold on a second. Could we actually have Danish representative in every single team we're sending? Because Vitality has, and then G2 has too. I mean, come on. Like, conspiracy theories out there. Someone has to do something about this.
I can't wait for the showdown on for a couple of more Danes to qualify.
Something's happening. Something's stirring in the water. Predictions time now. We're going to check in with our Unicorn predictions. We were correct only by a
Henry,
slim
there we
margin,
go.
but Henry saw the Danes and
He's
he
a
believed.
fraud. He's
Oh,
a fraud.
it's going to be a fight between you and Henry tomorrow.
Yeah, it is.
Hey,
He
you
saw
wanna-
my prediction and then he changed it. I'm sure of it.
Yes,
I'm
you
sure
have
of
to
it.
send the prediction DM.
Yeah.
Well, you have to put them last minute.
I'm keeping my cards very close to me.
Yeah, you can change him on the sheet. You can see what he's doing and
I'll
then
bait him, yeah.
adapt
I'll
and
see, I'll bait him.
overcome.
Yeah, I'll
And
bait him.
we'll see exactly how that goes
Do the
down. We
first
do need
stretch.
to check in with our CS money play of the day as well. You guys can go on ahead and over and vote on the Blast Premier Instagram. 3 choices. What's number 1, Matthew?
We have Mr. Walker, who had an amazing performance on Mirage. In here, double entry frag, third one to close, and then he even pushes towards CT spawn. Great round from him.
Can't lie, Hooksy didn't have a great performance today, but he did have a great highlight coming in, especially with the AWP at a very important moment.
Oh,
First
yes.
round of overtime, 3 kills right here. First one is good, second one is fantastic. Third one makes him look like Monacy for a second. Well done to Hooksy, who overall didn't play well.
And I see, calm down. Let's everybody calm down. Another one, maybe with the AWP as well, is that of Stair. I don't know if that is the round. Maybe it will be. I think it is. Stair on overpass, opening up and closing with the AWP. He's looking like Hooksy on that one.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah, actually. See what I did there?
I'll buy it.
Took a second, huh? There's some input lag when it comes to the late evenings.
Plenty of juicy plays to be choosing from, but you guys can also get involved in our Mersk MVP vote, as I believe, James, votes are now open, aren't they?
That's right, Freya. The votes are now open over on blast.tv. You guys can have your say on who the MVP could be. Tomorrow, I'll be delivering the trophy to one of these fine gentlemen. And right now, Blame F, he does stand at the front, but not just front on stats overall, but in just the performance this man's put up. In-game leading Astralis to success, having multiple multi-frags across each and every game. This man does sing the praises of his teammates, but delivers in the server as well. There's plenty of other options to go for. You saw Twists on there. You know, we've got Zaiwu as well. Some of the players we'll see tomorrow in action. But you'll have to get voting. You'll have to head to Blast TV. You guys can have your chance and your say. Let's see who gets the MVP.
Yeah, and Zaiwu is going to have an opportunity to impress yet again tomorrow, as we will see them colliding with Big in our first match of the day. This is all qualification and elimination games in tandem tomorrow.
Nice. Are you too scared? Are you scared against Big?
No, I'm not really scared, I have to say. But I also wasn't scared against NIP, so maybe I should learn from my mistakes.
G2 versus Na'Vi. Any takers of
I think after
there?
what we saw today, that's a complete open game. I call a 50-50 right here.
That is an absolute banger to be rounding out the Blast 4 groups with. We'll see you same time, same place tomorrow. 2 final best of 3s to go to see who else is making it to the Royal Arena.